Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in 2003 when 37-year-old Sandy Rozo came home from a night shift at a bar. Her boyfriend, who was sleeping on the second floor, heard some loud pops just as she was ready to exit the car after pulling into the garage. After seeing what he saw, he went to the garage and dialed 911. There were multiple suspects in this dark case. The perverse desire to possess and control seemed to be the driving force behind this crime of passion. The charming city of Pinellas Park, which is located outside of Tampa, Florida, is well known for its lush surroundings and gorgeous beaches. Both working-class and affluent residents make up the community. Although there is some crime in the area, it usually takes the form of minor offenses. The most frequent infractions are drunk driving and auto theft. But in 2003, something happened here that scared the locals. On a Saturday night, the day after the 4th of July, neighbors said they heard pops shortly after 11 o'clock. Since it was the 4th of July weekend, it was anticipated that there would be fireworks and other noises for a few days. Nobody was particularly alarmed by the noises, though, until one local realized that the pops weren't celebrating. Troy Edwards reported hearing what he believed to be the popping of firecrackers and dialed 911. He went outside to investigate the noise and discovered his girlfriend, Sandy, bleeding in her car with the garage door open. Detectives soon followed rescue personnel to the scene. In the garage, the vehicle was parked. There was a lot of blood and shattered glass everywhere, and Sandy's body was inside. She sustained 8 different gunshot wounds to her head and other parts of her body. The perpetrator used a .22 caliber weapon, according to the preliminary analysis of the crime scene. Sandy seemed to have been ambushed by someone who was either following her to her garage or waiting for her. Despite being taken to the hospital immediately, she tragically died. The public was shocked to learn that Sandy had a daughter who was with her father at the time of the crime and that she had been ambushed in her own garage on her way home from work. Detectives did not think Sandy's death was an accident, even though her wallet and purse were undamaged. Multiple gunshots and the attack's planned nature raised the possibility of a personal grudge rather than a straightforward random crime. The viciousness of the assault suggested that Sandy, not financial gain, was the intended victim. The detective's primary responsibility at the start of the investigation was to question Sandy's boyfriend, Troy. Suspicion is frequently placed on the victim's family members or acquaintances in murder cases. Given his proximity to Sandy, Troy might have had crucial information. He was nowhere to be found when the police first attempted to speak with him. The detectives found it strange that he had left the scene. Troy's behavior was suspicious because he locked up the house before leaving, even though it was later found that he had gone to the hospital. Given the large number of police officers still on duty, this behavior seemed strange. Why was he consistently blocking access to the house? What did he wish to conceal? Investigators worked to answer these questions, even though his behavior might have been the response of a scared or perplexed man. Troy was called in by detectives to be questioned. As might be expected, he appeared distressed. He stated that Sandy's departure for work was the last time he saw her. Because of their divergent work schedules, Sandy worked at night and Troy worked during the day. Troy clarified that Sandy was still asleep when he left for work at 5 a.m. on July 5. After a quick conversation when he arrived home at 2 p.m., Sandy left for her job as a bartender at Tampa's well-known Green Iguana Bar. She was expected to be done by 11 p.m. that evening. Troy said that just after 11 p.m., at approximately 11:10 p.m., he heard what he believed to be clappers and heard her car pull up. Troy could not be ruled out as a suspect, but Tracy Humphrey continued to play a significant role in the case. Detectives contacted Sandy Rozo's friends and family during her murder investigation in an attempt to piece together the events of her final hours. They asked Sandy about her relationship with her daughter's father, Jesse. Their relationship showed indications of stress, which may have been caused by disagreements over child custody. Her daughter was residing in Alabama with her father at the time of Sandy's passing. Jesse was providing for his daughter monetarily and might have been vying for sole custody. Given that child custody disputes can occasionally result in criminal behavior, this raised suspicions about his involvement in Sandy's murder. Detectives went to Alabama to interview Jesse in order to learn more. Detectives chose to bring Jesse in for interrogation at the local police station after he denied any involvement in Sandy's death during the conversation. Jesse insisted on his innocence at the station, saying that Sandy had been instrumental in their daughter's life and that he had no motive to want their child's mother dead. When the crime was committed on the evening of July 5, he was questioned about his whereabouts. Around 1 in the morning, Jesse said he got a call telling him of Sandy's untimely death while he was at home watching movies with his daughter and girlfriend. Investigators collected additional data such as DNA samples, fingerprints, and Jesse's cell phone records to support his alibi. According to Jesse's cell phone records, he was not in Florida at the time of the crime. Detectives are now concentrating on the Green Iguana, where Sandy was working the night of her murder after Jesse was exonerated of any wrongdoing. The Green Iguana is a well-liked bar with a vibrant nightlife. Sandy would frequently mingle with the regulars. In search of fresh information, investigators spoke with all of her co-workers, particularly those who had assisted her on the night of the crime. When her co-workers learned what had happened to Sandy, they were horrified and furious. The news of her passing devastated everyone who knew her because they all liked her. None of the co-workers saw anything out of the ordinary in the bar on the night of the incident. Sandy left work at approximately 10:45 p.m., and shortly after, a witness observed her leaving the parking lot. Investigators followed Sandy's route from work to her home, which took about 25 minutes, in order to piece together the timeline of her last day. This chronology implied that Sandy went straight home after leaving work, so she should have arrived home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Although Sandy's co-workers painted a different picture, investigators started asking them about her personal life. Troy, the man she lived with, described their relationship as strong. They said Sandy occasionally felt more like Troy's roommate than his girlfriend. According to this information, Sandy might have thought about ending her relationship with Troy. When it became clear that Troy was telling one story while Sandy's friends and co-workers were telling another, the detectives turned their attention back to Troy. Sandy had intended to talk to Troy about dating other people, according to co-workers at the Green Iguana. It's possible that Troy acted irrationally and injured Sandy because his feelings were hurt. Although Sandy was appreciative of Troy's stability, it appears that she didn't love him as much as he desired. A classic case of a crime of passion, in which the perpetrator feels that no one else can have you if I can't. This unrequited love may have been the driving force behind the crime. Troy looked upset but cooperated with the investigation when detectives questioned him again. To avoid suspicion, suspects frequently pretend to be innocent and provide the police with their full cooperation. The detectives diligently looked for any evidence that would connect Troy to Sandy, now that he was at the center of the investigation. Murder. Despite conducting a thorough search of Troy's house and vehicle, they were unable to locate any suspicious objects or weapons. Troy was then informed by the detectives that Sandy's co-workers had given a far from accurate account of their relationship. Troy was clearly taken aback by the charges. Even though Sandy might have been planning to leave him, Troy maintained that his love for her remained unwavering because he thought their relationship was more serious and was ignorant of her true feelings. Detectives went over the timeline to support Troy's account. Setting up a precise timeline was essential. In accordance with Troy's account of hearing gunshots, locating Sandy in the garage and dialing 911, they were able to verify that Sandy got home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Troy's actions appeared to be typical of a man who had seen his loved one die tragically. Troy was ruled out as a suspect in the crime by law enforcement following a thorough investigation. The investigation then appeared to have come to a standstill. Who else might have been inspired to carry out such a horrible deed? Sandy was merely attempting to build her life and save money, so who would want to hurt her? Luckily, Troy found Sandy's folder in his house, which provided the detectives with some unexpected assistance. Troy was correct when he thought the folder held crucial information. Sandy's handwritten notes about her impending trial against a man she accused of assault and unlawful imprisonment were all inside the folder. Sandy was scheduled to testify against Timothy Humphrey in a Tampa courtroom. Only 1 month after Sandy's murder, in August, the trial was set to begin. Troy had previously identified Sandy's ex-boyfriend as Tracy Humphrey to the police. His true name was Timothy, according to the file's documentation. This provided crucial details, such as his birth date and other private information, which served as the initial lead in cracking the case. The databases contained a wealth of information about Timothy Humphrey, but none about Tracy Humphrey. Timothy Humphrey, better known as Tracy Humphrey, had a troubling history of assaulting women, according to additional investigation. For these offenses, he was actually sentenced to 8 years in prison. The most upsetting discovery was that, out of fear for Sandy's life, Tracy had abducted her, held her captive, and over the course of several days, repeatedly coerced her into pleasing him. After Sandy escaped, a sheriff's deputy discovered him beaten and naked. Tracy was facing jail time for his actions, and he threatened to kill her if she reported the assault. Sandy was willing to testify against Tracy in court despite her fear because investigators had solid evidence, such as Sandy's testimony, DNA, and photos. However, Sandy's testimony was crucial to the outcome of this case. The charges would probably be dropped if she was unable to testify. Tracy became the main suspect in the investigation because he had a compelling reason to keep her quiet. Tracy was explicitly mentioned as a possible threat in a handwritten note that Sandy left behind. Equipped with this new knowledge, investigators found Tracy at a gym in Brandon, a nearby city where he lived and worked as a personal fitness trainer who was well known for his dedication to fitness and strong physique. Because of his bald head, earring in his ear, and intimidating appearance, Tracy was frequently referred to as Mr. Clean. Tracy appeared shocked to hear about Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives, but when questioned about his relationship with Sandy, his evasive manner raised questions. Without his lawyer present, Tracy became defensive and wouldn't respond to any more questions. Since there was no record of Tracy's marriage in the databases, detectives deduced that he must have recently gotten married because he was wearing a wedding ring. As it happens, Ashley Laney is the woman he married. Compared to Tracy, Ashley was significantly younger. She was only 20 and he was 39. Investigators went to their home to speak with Tracy's new wife in the hopes that she would provide more details. Detectives saw that Ashley was becoming anxious as soon as they entered the house, but on July 4, she disclosed that she and Tracy were married. It was a remarkable coincidence because Sandy Rozo was killed on July 5, the day after their wedding, in violation of Florida law, which states that spouses cannot be forced to testify against one another in court. Because of this fact, investigators were suspicious of Ashley and Tracy's marriage's timing, which they interpreted as a strong and unsettling clue. Ashley claimed she had no knowledge of the murder when questioned about Tracy's whereabouts the night of the killing. Ashley voluntarily offered her alibi for the night of Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives. Murder. She claimed that she and Tracy were at home at 11 p.m. the night of the murder, eating pizza and watching a movie. Ashley added that evening, their friend Toby White had also come over to their house. However, when Ashley's lawyer called, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Another odd thing happened after Tracy called the lawyer and instructed him to call Ashley and tell her what to do if detectives got in touch with her. Tracy surprised everyone by going home and preventing Ashley from responding to the detectives' questions. His manner, body language, and facial expressions conveyed a sense of anger and frustration, which led the detectives to suspect that Tracy might have been involved in a conspiracy to conceal the truth about the Sandy Rozo murder. Ashley had stopped talking, but the detectives had a crucial new lead. Ashley and Tracy Humphrey gave the excuse that they had ordered pizza on the night of the Sandy Rozo murder. The detectives followed this lead, went to the pizza place, located the delivery person, and collected the receipt. At 10:49 p.m., Tracy's cell phone was used to order the pizza. The pizza arrived 15 minutes later on July 5. In a flashback, the pizza delivery man said that the big bald man had left him a $20 tip for a $12 pizza that evening. Detectives came to the conclusion that Tracy could not have been the murderer because his house was 40 minutes away from the scene of the crime. The detectives were disappointed by this discovery because they had suspected Tracy, and the puzzle pieces did not fit together as they had hoped. It can be demoralizing to experience a setback such as the one that comes with a confirmed alibi, but in this instance, he made the decision to investigate Ashley's role in Sandy's ordeal. The detectives discovered an interesting incident while conducting additional investigation. Ashley had no criminal history, was a good student, and behaved well, but Sandy reported her car stolen just before she passed away. Ironically, her car was later discovered fully burned out on a Tampa street. The car had been purposefully set on fire, according to the state fire marshal's office. Ashley had visited a shooting range in the Tampa area the day her car was set on fire, according to the police investigation into the arson. As it turned out, Ashley had been learning how to shoot a .22 caliber gun at the range with Tracy Humphrey. Given that Sandy was killed by a .22 caliber firearm, this information was vital. Investigators started comparing all of the data they had been given and investigating Ashley's role in Sandy's death. To learn more, they spoke with her relatives. Detectives were informed by Ashley's stepfather that he had lent Ashley his .22 caliber handgun so she could learn how to shoot. Ashley refused to give the gun back when he asked for it. Detectives were certain they were heading the investigation in the right direction after speaking with Ashley's mother. According to the mother, Ashley told her that Sandy had been shot 8 times. This particular detail was important because it had not been covered by the media, meaning that only the shooter and law enforcement would have known about it. Ashley's involvement in the crime became apparent as the puzzle pieces started to fit together. Apart from a possible link to Tracy, the reason behind Sandy's murder was still unknown. Investigators were able to determine the precise location of Tracy's phone at the time of the crime by acquiring Ashley and Tracy Humphrey's phone records. His phone was close to his Brandon home, according to the phone tower data. Ashley's claim that she had been at home the entire night was refuted by the records, which supported Tracy's alibi. Her phone was tracked close to Sandy's house, and it was active outside the Green Iguana at 4:30 p.m. Ashley called Tracy multiple times at 10:45 p.m. Ashley's involvement in the crime was strongly implied by the evidence. Ashley was the main suspect now. Detectives suspected she wasn't acting alone, though. Because Tracy had a reason to hurt Sandy, the phone records also suggested that he was involved in the crime. What part each of them had played in the crime was the only question left. Toby White, a friend who had been at Tracy and Ashley's house the night Sandy Rosa was killed, became the focus of detectives searching for additional evidence. She was called in by detectives to be questioned. As it happens, Tracy Humphrey had a client named Toby. Tracy, in her opinion, was an excellent trainer. Toby first confirmed Tracy's story when she was questioned about her whereabouts on the evening of July 5, saying she had been at his house, even bringing up the pizza delivery they had ordered, from 9:30 p.m. to midnight. However, it became evident that Toby was not in the house after more cell phone records were examined. Toby had to deal with contradictions in her testimony during that period. Toby changed her mind and told the truth after being threatened with criminal charges for perjury, a crime that carries a jail sentence. At Tracy's request, she gave a false alibi and told detectives that she hadn't seen Ashley or Tracy Humphrey that night. Looking back, Toby saw that Ashley and Tracy had lied to her about their role in the killing. Ashley Humphrey was taken into custody on December 18, 2003, for Sandy Rosa, Tracy's first-degree murder. Humphrey was unable to handle firearms at a firing range because he was a convicted felon and was not allowed to own or use firearms. In order to ensure that Tracy could not influence Ashley, he was arrested on these charges and detained. Detectives hoped Ashley would tell them more about the crime because she was in custody and not with Tracy, but she didn't say anything. Given Tracy's history of abuse, there was significant concern about his possible influence over her. Investigators looked further into Tracy's past in the hopes of finding information that would persuade Ashley to speak. They discovered evidence that Tracy had cheated on Ashley in addition to other women. Ashley came to the realization that her marriage and all of her relationships had been based on lies and deceit as she started to piece together the truth. Ashley was unable to avoid the question of whether she had been duped while she was incarcerated. The startling discovery that the man she had committed a crime for, the man she was prepared to serve a lifetime in prison for, was unfaithful to her, compelled her to alter her strategy. Ashley, feeling deceived, confessed to killing Sandy and gave investigators vital information regarding the location of the murder weapon. The firearm was found in Hillsborough County's northeast. Ashley kept talking to investigators and discovered more and more unsettling information. Tracy had been manipulating her from the start, telling her that he loved her and that Sandy needed to be killed so they could have a future together. Tracy claimed that Sandy had been falsely accused and that if he testified in court, he would be imprisoned. In addition, Ashley admitted to having tried to kill Sandy weeks prior to the tragic event. The disclosure of these sinister facts created a terrifying image of deceit, manipulation, and treachery. Initially, Ashley sat in her car in the parking lot, waiting for Sandy to finish her shift and emerge into the lot to drive home. with the intention of shooting her as she left the bar. After waiting for Sandy to exit the bar, Ashley squeezed the trigger. Ashley's issue was that she didn't strike Sandy, she shot her own car's mirror. Compromise evidence was left behind by this incident. Ashley and Tracy took the car to an empty lot and burned it to destroy the evidence. Law enforcement grew increasingly certain that they could charge Tracy with murder as more and more evidence connected him to the crime surfaced. Ashley was merely a pawn in Tracy's plot. He coerced her into executing his scheme to kill Sandy. The tragic events that transpired were orchestrated by Tracy Humphrey. Ashley would not have committed the crime, and Sandy would still be alive if it weren't for his influence. Investigators were able to piece together Sandy Rozo's final hours of life thanks to Ashley's confession. Sandy began working at the Green Iguana at 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder, July 5, while Ashley waited in the parking lot with a .22 caliber handgun that she had borrowed from her stepfather. Tracy coordinated Ashley's actions while staying in close contact with her. Ashley patiently awaited Sandy's shift to be over. At 10:45 p.m., Sandy pulled out of the parking lot and Ashley trailed behind. Sandy parked her car in the garage after arriving home at 11:10 p.m. Ashley came in directly behind her. She fired. She kept shooting until her ammunition ran out. She fired 8 shots in all. Ashley called Tracy and informed him that Sandy had passed away as soon as possible. To help the delivery man remember him, Tracy placed an order for a pizza and left him a generous tip. Ashley accepted a plea deal of 25 years in prison in exchange for testifying, and Tracy was given an alibi in return for her cooperation. Many questioned the fairness of Ashley's sentence against Tracy Humphrey, arguing that on March 10, 2006, a life sentence would have been more appropriate. Ashley Humphrey received a 25-year prison term. She revealed a shocking revelation 14 years later. On ITV's Killer Women, Ashley Humphrey told Piers Morgan that she was the one who thought of the plan to kill Sandy Rozo, not her husband Timothy Tracy Humphrey, as she had stated in court. "What if she didn't appear in court?" I proposed. That's where it began, according to Ashley. And it got worse. It was me who said it first. I'm not sure why I allowed him to enter my thoughts in that manner. Ashley might have received a much harsher punishment if she had admitted to the scheme at the outset and had not accepted a plea deal to convict her husband. She is presently a prisoner at Quincy, Florida's Gadsden Correctional Institution. On December 13, 2028, when she turns 46 in February, she is expected to be released from prison. Timothy Humphrey was found guilty of murder by a jury in 2006. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. He was also given a 15-year sentence for trying to flee. Because of his aggressive and domineering personality, Humphrey thought he could get away with it, but he would live out the remainder of his days in prison, where he would ultimately die. Everyone in the Sandy Rozo family wanted this to happen. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at the events that occurred on January 13, 2019. Surveillance cameras caught 17-year-old Augustina M. Winkelried leaving a bowling club she'd attended with her friends. Several hours later, it became clear that Augustina was missing, and her family began searching for her. Shortly after, she became the talk of the small Argentine town of Esperanza, where she lived, and word spread quickly throughout the country. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza, where she lives with her large family. As the youngest of her parents' 5 children, she was always given preferential treatment. It is common knowledge that the youngest child in a family receives more attention due to their age. Augustina was described as friendly, caring, and always smiling. She, like most young people, enjoyed spending time with friends, whether at the movies, bowling alleys, discos, or simply playing the ukulele. Esperanza is a small town with slightly more than 40,000 residents, the majority of whom know one another. Because of the town's limited entertainment options, All of the young people there met and knew each other in some way. As a result, Agostina's parents became concerned, but we are not afraid for her, allowing her to go out and spend time with her friends, with the only condition that she stay in touch and send us her whereabouts. On Saturday afternoon, January 12, 2019, Agostina's father dropped her off at a friend's house where a group of about 6 people had planned to meet. The girls had planned to go to Teos, a nightclub and bowling center, after everyone had gathered. Agostina told her father that she would spend the night at a friend's house after leaving the club and return home the next afternoon. She was dating a man named Now. They appear to get along well, and their families know one another. That night, about an hour before midnight, Agostina messaged him and asked him to go to the club, but he declined, saying he was tired. Later, the young man came to regret staying at home that night. Agostina and her friends were having a wonderful time at the club. They had a good time, danced and enjoyed the music. By 5 a.m., the friends decided it was time to leave. However, Agostina ran into another group of her friends at the club and decided to stay longer. As a result, the group split up and headed home, leaving Agostina with a different group of friends. At 5:40 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Agostina walking out of the venue with a cell phone. After leaving the building, she went to a fast food restaurant. Agostina waited her turn, received her order, spoke briefly with an acquaintance, and then proceeded to the road. The friend's house, where she planned to spend the night, was not far away, so Agostina decided to walk there. The day was getting brighter, and she appeared to be confident in her safety. As you can see, there were no sidewalks, so one could only walk along the side of the road. It's unclear if Agostina drank that night, but the footage shows that, despite wearing high-heeled platform shoes, she walked steadily. She veered slightly to the side as she approached the driveway, but this is not surprising given that the site is an unpaved road with rocks. She could have simply tripped. In addition, it should be noted that the Club Teos has an age division. One zone is reserved for those under the age of 18, so no alcohol is sold there. Agostina eventually failed to arrive at either her friend's or her own home. Her parents were always aware of her location because she had always told them this time. However, when morning arrived, they noticed that their daughter had not texted to let them know she had arrived at her friend's house and was fine. So they became concerned and attempted to contact Agostina but were unable to do so. Her phone number was unavailable. The parents were aware that she was expected to spend the night at a friend's house, so they contacted her friend, who informed them that Agostina hadn't returned from the club. The friend also informed the concerned parents that Agostina had stayed at the club with another group of people. After contacting all of his daughter's acquaintances and discovering that no one knew where she was, Augustine's father called the police and began searching for her on his own. Daniel M. Winkelried was a well-known figure in town, having served as president of a local soccer club and owning a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When they discovered he was in distress, many locals volunteered to help with the search, and Christina's friends were able to raise awareness of the case through social media, resulting in coverage on television news programs. After beginning the investigation and learning that Agostina had been at Taylor's club all night, police officers went there to speak with potential witnesses and examine the surveillance camera footage available at the venue. Aside from footage of Agostina walking towards the road, this revealed nothing new. When the officers realized which direction she had gone, they began questioning people who lived along the road, as well as employees from various businesses in the area. It was possible that someone had seen or heard something, and any indication was significant. Agostina's friend Brian was among those who learned of her disappearance through social media. I noticed the large number of posts about finding Agostina. Brian contacted her father Daniel and informed him that he had seen Agostina outside the Teos club around 6 a.m. He was driving along when he noticed her standing by the roadside. I was talking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped next to her a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued down the road, but he quickly grabbed his phone and called Agostina. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. She said she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that it was dangerous to walk on this road because she could be hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride and explained that she was going to a friend's house. There was a gas station a few hundred meters from where Brian spotted Agostina, so we decided to stop, wait for her, and fill the tank. When Augustina didn't arrive at the gas station 15 minutes later, Brian decided to go get her himself, but she was nowhere to be found. His attempts to contact her were also unsuccessful, as she did not respond. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, assuming that Augustina, had gone directly to her friend's house, forgetting that he was waiting for her. Given all of this information, the main clue was a silver car. Brian couldn't say for certain which brand and model the car was, but, according to him, it was quite old. Demand, sitting in the driver's seat, may have been the last person to see Augustina. The possibility that he was involved in her disappearance was not ruled out. When the police attempted to locate Augustina's cell phone, they discovered that the last time it received a signal was from a tower in the same neighborhood as the club. Because the club was on the outskirts of town, there were numerous vacant lots and fields where the search teams focused their efforts. Augustina was walking along the road and noticed that only this gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel had arrived to examine the footage and determine whether or not his daughter had reached that location. Given the location of her friend's house, Augustina was bound to pass by the gas station. Daniel explained the situation to the gas station attendant and asked for assistance. The attendant, who was a father himself, showed him the footage the camera captured that morning, almost losing his job as a result. Later, the gas station owner fired him for allowing an unauthorized person to watch the footage without permission. When the town's residents learned of this, they banded together and began refueling their vehicles elsewhere. This quelled the gas station owner's rage, and he reinstated the employee and apologized to him at Esperanza's home. Daniel reviewed the footage captured by the gas station cameras, but did not find his daughter. It appeared that Augustina never arrived. However, the footage revealed the same old silver car that Brian had previously described. It had passed the gas station around the same time that Augustina was walking down the street. It was a Renault car, and Daniel determined who the owner was. Pablo Trianfini, 39, is a municipal employee, or more specifically, a garbage man who lives less than a kilometer from the gas station. He had no prior criminal record but had drawn police attention on several occasions. The first time, his ex-wife reported him to the police for beating her. This resulted in a court order prohibiting Trianfini from contacting his ex-wife. He was arrested a second time for violating the order. Both of these incidents occurred in 2017. Police officers arrived shortly after Daniel reviewed the footage from the gas station security cameras, also wanting to see the footage, but unaware that Augustina's father had already done so. They were able to identify the silver car after reviewing the surveillance footage. When they discovered that Daniel had watched the video before them, they became concerned that a lynching would occur and went straight to Pablo Trianfini's home. When the police arrived, they discovered that people had gathered in front of the house and were shouting, but Augustina reported that the crowd dispersed after the police arrived, and one of the people present informed the officers that Trianfini was inside the house. When he heard the shouting, he looked out, but when he saw the hostile crowd, he fled inside and bolted the door. The officers lacked probable cause to justify an unauthorized entry into the man's home, so they requested a search warrant. While awaiting the warrant, the house was cordoned off to deter the suspect from attempting to flee. Around midnight, one police officer decided to investigate the yard and discovered that Pablo Trianfini had died. The police officer rushed to help, but it was too late. Trianfini had died. Such a turn of events revealed his involvement in Augustine's disappearance. But despite searching his home and car, the police discovered no evidence. Pablo Trianfini used the rope to free himself from further trouble and proceedings. As the police were searching the house, Finna's neighbor approached them and said that Pablo had stopped by during the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for earthworms because he was fishing. A half hour later, he returned the shovel and told his neighbor that he had noticed something strange. Trianfini thanked the man and said tentatively, "Thank you. I am not sure if I will ever see you again." Witnesses saw Trianfini leave the house several times on Sunday while riding his bike and holding a shovel. This could indicate that Augustina had passed away. On Monday, January 14, 2019, a search began at dawn with the assistance of drones and police dogs. Augustine's half-stained body was discovered about 500 meters from his club at 9:15 a.m. It had been hidden in a ditch filled with dense vegetation. As word spread about the discovery of Augustina in Winkelried's body, her friends and family began to send her heartfelt farewells on social media. This included a touching post from her boyfriend who, well, posted 2 photos of himself with Agostina on his Instagram account and wrote, "I wish I could wake up and this was all a dream. I'll miss you so much. My love will never leave my heart. Fly hello, my queen. I know we'll see each other again." The forensic examination revealed that Agostina fought desperately for her life. Her hands were covered in defensive wounds, with pieces of her attacker's skin under her fingernails. A DNA test confirmed that the man who assaulted Agostina was Pablo Trianfini. Forensics determined that the cause of death was strangulation. We may never know how Agostina ended up with Pablo Trianfini, whether he forced her or simply offered her a ride. We can only speculate because only 2 people knew the truth and will never be able to speak about it again. The police searched the tree on Finis's phone and found no evidence that he knew Augustine. Hundreds of people came to the funeral to say goodbye to Agostina in Winkelried. Meanwhile, according to Argentine media reports, Pablo Trianfini's relatives did not attend his funeral. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandria planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandria. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose Macaulay, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies. It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandria or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2020. 1. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonards, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, He stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints in a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these two cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account, twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back. Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card. Brown responded, I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead. Atkinson asks if we're running away. Ms. Where's the money? Were you? You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her, Brown responded. I'm not sure what planet you live on. Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious. Brown responded, Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a death escort on my workshop floor. How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexandra's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere. Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double. When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, "Who?" The answer should have been no one. Brown responded, "The answer should have been yes." But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did. They were both mothers and daughters, among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case, with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term, or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored, on January 13, 2023. The court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence, after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The police didn't know they were entering a house of horrors when they started looking into a murder case on February 16, 1981. There was something really strange about the house. The nightmare that started inside those walls, however, would not stay contained. Indeed, it was on the verge of seeping into reality. Although the nation would be shocked by Alan Bono's murder in Connecticut, Arnie Cheyenne Johnson's terrifying allegation of demonic possession would garner the most media attention. Supported by Ed and Lorraine Warren, paranormal investigators, this case was unheard of. But were the demons inside, or the supernatural really to blame? Many believe David was just suffering from a mental illness. The true crime behind the film, The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, is presented to you this Halloween. The first illegal killing in Brookfield's history had occurred on the evening of February 16, 1981. With dense woods on either side, Brookfield Police Department Sergeant Gordon Fairchild slowed his patrol car when he saw a man stumbling down the road. The figure looked confused, as if intoxicated, and his appearance suggested a straightforward case of public intoxication. One particular detail, however, would lead to the most contentious case of the decade. Tiny blood droplets were scattered all over the man's clothing. He didn't appear to be in a state to describe the bloodstains or his location. He admitted to the officer that he had a drinking problem and needed assistance. The man was captured by Fairchild, who escorted him back to the cruiser. The sergeant didn't know the man, but that night would be the beginning of the most bizarre case he would ever work on, one that would ultimately rock the foundations of the American legal system. A call came in as he was getting the man settled in the car. 2 miles away, a horrific murder had been attempted. According to reports, the suspect had escaped into the woods. Detective Fairchild knew then that the man they were searching for was Arn Cheyenne Johnson, who was seated next to him. They took him in to question him. Investigating the horrifying murder attempt further, they found that Alan Bono, 40, was lying in a pool of his own blood. A 5-inch knife had stabbed him several times in a gory manner. One of the stab wounds extended from his stomach to the base of his heart, which made the situation worse. The autopsy had completed the case, the fingerprints on the knife had been positively identified, and there were eyewitnesses to the assault. The proof was unquestionable. Investigators were certain that Alan Bono was murdered by Arn Cheyenne Johnson. However, it was the why, the reason for the action, that would transform this otherwise straightforward case into a riddle that defied reason and has sparked debate to this day. Alan, the victim, was still receiving medical attention at a hospital on the day Arne was captured. Arne was told that he would now face murder charges after Alan passed away from his injuries. Arne's unexpected reaction was to take a 25-minute power nap. Police Detective Sergeant John Lucas formally charged him with first-degree murder after reading him his rights when he awoke. Arn's only response during the interrogation was that he had no memory of the murder's time and that he didn't intend to harm anyone. Before the murder, he last recalled being out to lunch with his landlord Alan Bono with his wife Debbie Glatzel, her cousin Mary, and his own sister Wanda Johnson. His memory went blank after that. Debbie, Arn's wife, was called in to answer questions about what happened that day and to fill in the blanks her husband had left. The detectives had no idea that her story would lead to a barrage of the strangest explanations they had ever heard during questioning. She started by giving a description of the deceased, Alan Bono, an Australian who had offered Debbie a job and rented his house to them. For the young couple, he was more of a friend than a landlord or boss. The beginning of that afternoon was pleasant, full of laughter and family, but Alan's attitude changed as he drank too much. In addition to taunting Arn about a sinister past that had been buried but was now resurfacing, he started making offensive comments about the girls. Alan kept pushing Arn's buttons, but there was something about his past that disturbed him, something so sinister. Alan provoked Arn more and more with each taunt until he lost control and got to his feet. But there was a problem. A low, guttural sound escaped Arn's throat as his body tensed and his expression twisted. He was growling, not just angry. It became evident that a physical altercation was unavoidable. Despite Wanda, Mary, and Debbie's best efforts to diffuse the mounting tension, Wanda flung herself between the two men. But Arn suddenly produced a knife, and the women watched in horror as what transpired. As though possessed, Arn repeatedly and wildly stabbed Alan until he was lying in a pool of blood. Then Arn suddenly jerked to her feet and fled. Debbie said it wasn't just different from Arn. It wasn't Arn at all. He wasn't acting alone, supposedly. During this strange interrogation, renowned paranormal investigator Lorraine Warren called the Brookfield police station because they believed that an outside force, which they dubbed the Beast, was silently pulling the strings. She was going to say something so out of the ordinary that it would make the case even stranger. It was a malicious demon within Arn, she thought, and he was innocent. Despite the fact that the detectives clearly didn't believe her, she persisted and requested that they look over their earlier records. The police were astounded by what they saw when they examined the documents from a few months prior. Lorraine had called, and she had already told the detectives that a murder like this one was bound to happen. Neither Ed Warren nor Lorraine Warren had attained their later prominence at this point. However, it was becoming evident that Debbie and Arne had a strong ally in the Warrens, who were willing to support their bizarre allegations with their contentious knowledge, if they were lying to get away with murder. If there was a demon, why would it attack Alan? How could he have caused such a violent reaction? The demon that lived in Arn allegedly took control and showed Alan where he belonged because Alan had constantly made fun of and taunted him. Lorraine implied that the demon had a purpose and was connected to something much more profound than just a random force. She claimed that the solution was found in the troubled past of Debbie's family, which included not only the Warrens, but also her brother David Glatzel, who was 11 years old. The clock was running out as the investigators got ready to delve into this sinister past, and the story was only going to get stranger by the second. The realities that awaited them were more horrifying than their worst fears. It started in Bridgeport, Connecticut, during the summer of 1980. Arn and young Debbie were searching for rental properties to move in together after becoming engaged. At that point, they discovered a house close to a well. They made the decision to move in since the house was roomy and better than others in their price range. Debbie's family provided assistance with the move. However, their idyllic reality would soon be shattered by the dream home. David, Debbie's younger brother, had been asked to sweep the master bedroom, but after a while she discovered him outside in the yard, clearly shaken. He insisted on going home without cleaning the room. Debbie gave the assignment to her older brother Alan after realizing something was amiss. However, Alan also felt uneasy shortly after beginning and promptly requested to leave. During dinner at their mother's house that evening, David and Alan both related disturbing tales about what had happened to them that day. These tales would soon be woven into something much darker. David said a man shoved him back onto the bed and threatened to hurt him and his family. Alan said he had had a similar experience. The door suddenly slammed shut in his face as he felt a ghostly presence watching him. The family believed in the supernatural and was very religious. They were therefore certain that the house was haunted. They started looking for other options after giving up the rental property. The family's encounters with the paranormal did not end there, though. David started exhibiting alarming symptoms of an unidentified cause right away. He frequently communicated the beast's messages to the family because he thought he could hear it in his ears. He thought the beast had come through the storage beneath the house and was at their door one day. Each of these incidents then added to the others, and the family was unable to turn back. David claimed to have had the impression that someone was following or watching him. He was terrified and unable to sleep as a result of his intense nightmares, which were full of images of hideous people. Family members started to see David's distress firsthand. Some reported that he would speak in deep, strange voices or show unusual strength. David's family sought assistance from famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren after realizing how serious the situation was. Famous for their work on a number of haunting cases, the Warrens thought David was under demonic possession. They documented the strange events through a series of investigations and interviews with the Glatzel family. David reportedly had violent outbursts during one particularly intense session, claiming that a malevolent entity was torturing him. The Warrens thought that this ghost had taken hold of David and was attacking him physically and mentally. The Warrens and a number of priests performed several exorcisms at the Glatzel residence in an effort to rid David of the alleged demon. David frequently screamed, convulsed, and displayed strange behaviors during the rituals, making these sessions tense and frightening. The Warrens claimed that David's suffering was so intense that he would physically attack family members and anyone else who was around when the exorcisms were taking place. During these sessions, the exorcists claimed to have seen odd things like moving objects, cold spots in the room, and a sense of an oppressive presence. David claimed to have overheard voices mocking him during this period, claiming that he was helpless and would never be able to escape its hold. The young child suffered a severe psychological injury, becoming scared and perplexed, and frequently doubting his own reality. Following months of suffering and several unsuccessful attempts, a team of priests, assisted by Ed and Lorraine Warren, performed David Glatzel's last exorcism. Among the rituals carried out, this exorcism is frequently characterized as the most severe and hazardous. David's behavior peaked in a terrifying way during the session. It was reported that his voice sounded unnaturally guttural. "You are repulsed by Jesus," the priests chanted, "Leave this child alone." Those involved claimed that David had demonstrated supernatural strength well beyond his physical capabilities and had levitated off his bed. Following what felt like hours of fervent spiritual struggle, David's condition abruptly changed. His body, which had been stiff and tense during the exorcism, began to loosen up. David was calm for the first time in months as his screams stopped. The priests and the Warrens thought that the demon had finally been expelled at this point. David didn't display the violent and unpredictable behavior he had previously displayed. Instead, he looked tired but lucid. Witnesses to his ordeal, his family described the moment as a relief, a weight being taken off their lives and their home. Nevertheless, although the exorcism was terminated, the demon continued to exist. Everything would be completely upended at this point. Here, the startling link between Arn and the eerie case of demonic possession started to emerge, exposing facts that nobody could have predicted. Ed and Lorraine Warren, as well as the Glatzel family, said that Arn had grown impatient with the demon's seeming control over David. During one of the exorcism sessions, Arn confronted the entity thought to be torturing David in a show of defiance and concern. He yelled at the demon, demanding that it abandon David and take possession of him instead. They said, "Take me on," Arn said. "If you're so strong, leave David alone and come into me." These words were meant to be a taunt, challenging the evil force to target him instead of young David. This challenge that Arnie presented to the demon deeply troubled Lorraine. She thought a horrible thing might happen, so she called the Brookfield police to express her fear that something terrible was going to happen. And it did. As events transpired, investigators were certain that Arnie and his followers had a story that was both frightening and humorous, but unquestionably implausible. From the investigators' point of view, the day's events were simple. After consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, Arn and Alan ended up with young girls. Alan's offensive comment about Arn's sister-in-law pushed Arn over the edge, escalating the tension. Under the influence of alcohol and his tumultuous past with the Glatzel family, Arn either lost his mind or used this as an easy excuse to confront Alan physically before leaving. The charges against him were based on this. However, what would Arn's defense entail? Did he have a crime? He would make a plea that would catch the attention of everyone on the planet, not just one of simple guilt. Ed and Lorraine Warren said during the trial, which started in October 1981, "We're going to take the devil to court." Martin Minella, Arn's defense lawyer, claimed that because Arn was under the influence of a demon at the time of the murder, he was not accountable for his actions. Such a defense was employed for the first time in American history. Minella attempted to have the Warrens testify regarding the alleged possession by Johnson and the exorcisms. Additionally, he intended to subpoena the priests who were performing the exorcisms. The defense team maintained that Arnie's actions could only be explained by demonic influence. However, the defense of demonic possession was promptly dismissed by the case's presiding judge, Judge Robert Callahan. Because it was not verifiable by any legal or scientific standards, he decided that such a defense could not be used in court. Supernatural claims are not admissible under the American legal system, which is founded on observable facts and logical reasoning. After the demonic possession defense was rejected, Arn's legal team turned to self-defense. Judge Callahan said, "The courts have dealt with the existence of God. Now they're going to have to deal with the existence of the devil." The next question on the trial was whether Arnie had acted in self-defense during an altercation with Alan Bono while intoxicated. According to testimony given during the trial, Alan started the deadly altercation by grabbing Mary Glatzel, the sister of Arnie's girlfriend, and refusing to let her go. Although the specifics of the altercation were unclear, witnesses stated that Alan had been drinking excessively and had become agitated. Assistant State's Attorney Walter Flanagan led the prosecution's argument that Arn stabbed Alan on purpose. Although the prosecution argued that the murder was the consequence of a heated argument rather than any supernatural influence, Johnson had a history of good behavior and no violent tendencies. The jury deliberated based on the evidence presented in court, despite the case's sensational nature and the initial defense's reliance on the demonic possession argument. On November 24, 1981, the jury found Arn Johnson guilty of first-degree manslaughter. Following 15 hours of deliberation, the jury agreed with the defense's arguments of mitigating circumstances, such as the fight between Arnie and Alan, and rejected the notion that the murder was premeditated or that Johnson had acted with malice aforethought. Due to his good behavior, Arnie was released from prison in 1986 after serving only 5 of the 10 to 20 years that he had been sentenced to. The case has had a long-lasting impact on popular culture, in addition to the legal field. Its status in paranormal lore has been solidified by Ed and Lorraine Warren's involvement with the case. Standing by their assertions that Arn Johnson had been influenced by a malevolent force and that the devil was the one who forced him to do it, they continued to write books and give interviews. The case further cemented its place in the history of the paranormal in America when it was dramatized in the popular movie The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, in 2021. As a result, the February 16, 1981 case, which was initially thought to be an open and shut case, has been a source of fascination and wonder for many years, and is still one of the most fascinating cases to be remembered on Halloween. Why did the demon, if it was responsible, attach itself to David in spite of multiple exorcisms, but lay dormant in Arne both before and after the murder? Did Arne get away with the most egregious excuse in criminal history? How did Lorraine Warren alert the Brookfield police prior to the actual murder, if it wasn't paranormal? Those who read this terrifying story are still plagued by these questions. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was only the start of a call in which Derek Rosa, a 13-year-old son, would divulge information so startling and unthinkable that even the experienced dispatcher would find it hard to believe what she was hearing. Officers arrived at the horrific scene within minutes. Unaware that they were going to come across one of the most unsettling cases they had ever come across, the police carried on with their investigation. Derek shockingly called 911 on October 12, 2023, to report that his mother, Irina Garcia, was hurt at their apartment in Hialeah, Florida. The most horrifying crime they could have ever envisioned began with that unsettling 911 call. Derek appeared to be experiencing intense grief during the call, as he told the authorities that his mother, Irina Garcia, had been confirmed dead. A 13-year-old son reporting the news to the dispatcher would have been a heartbreaking moment, but everyone was about to be shocked by the horrible secrets concealed behind this call. "I shared some pictures with my friends," he told the dispatcher. What images would he have been able to show his friends? Derek quickly gave the answer when he disclosed yet another startling fact that caught everyone off guard. It was shocking to hear Derek tell the dispatcher that he killed his mother. Derek's motivations are still unknown, but he was going to divulge information that would only make matters worse. The apartment was occupied by 3 people. Given that Derek and the newborn baby were in the apartment, the dispatcher recognized the urgency of the situation right away. To protect the infant, the police had to move quickly. To find out what had happened, detectives raced to the crime scene. Everyone in the area was shocked when the police arrived and took Derek into custody. Derek was standing with bloody hands and no remorse at all. Without any delay, the detectives got to work on their investigation. They found Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby covered in blood, and they also found a pool of blood on the floor of her room. Derek had committed the heinous crime of stabbing his mother more than 40 times. After attempting to collect all of the evidence discovered in room 201, the authorities were taken aback when they came across a crucial piece of evidence that left the entire team in shock. Just before Derek dialed 911 on the evening of October 12, 2023, they first discovered the doorbell camera footage. When Irina was last seen, she was nursing her newborn child, according to the footage from the doorbell camera. A moment later, Derek showed up and hurried off. Derek asked why Irina always told him to run slowly after she told him, in Spanish, not to run too fast. Then he walked out of the apartment and then came back in. What might have caused that horrific crime? Derek might have been annoyed by his mother's worry, but the question was still unanswered. In addition to remembering Derek's 911 call exchange with the dispatcher, the detectives needed to figure out how he was carrying a weapon. Furthermore, just as he was about to reveal yet another unexpected development, the dispatcher asked if he had any weapons at home. He soon disclosed a startling reality. He acknowledged that after killing his mother, he intended to use the gun he had to end his own life. The fact that Derek had attempted self-harm shocked the detectives. It exposed his unstable mental state at the time of the murder. They were uncertain, though, whether it was the product of mental illness or a deliberate act. The video of Irina's murder was the first important piece of evidence the detectives were about to see, and they were shocked to find it. The video clearly showed Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby gently comforting her. However, in a subsequent clip, Derek was seen standing over Irina with his hand in motion, suggesting that he'd attacked her while she was asleep. The knife that Derek claimed he used to attack his mother was also discovered by the authorities. Luckily, he didn't hurt his sister. but these pictures were sufficient proof that Derek killed his mother. In addition, he admitted that after killing his mother, he had sent 2 pictures to his online friend, one of himself and the other of his mother, who had passed away. His hand was obviously covered in blood in the picture he sent to his friend, which amply demonstrated the gravity of the situation. The revelation of a 13-year-old son who not only murdered his mother, but also dared to show pictures of the crime to someone was startling. Once the detectives gathered sufficient evidence, they became certain that something was wrong with Derek. The investigators recognized the importance of comprehending the family's history, as it could reveal information about Derek too. Without any delay, the investigators began their investigation to ascertain the precise cause of his behavior. They focused on investigating Derek's background and his family. Derek Rosa, a former model student, consistently made the honor roll and excelled academically. According to the teachers, they described him as a good boy and an intelligent one. He was very close to his mother, Irina Garcia. In the family, the one who received the most caring attention from Irina was Derek. For his emotional life, the relationship was therefore important. But when Irina became pregnant with a girl in early 2023, everything changed. The newborn's arrival somewhat altered the dynamics of the household. Derek was left feeling defeated on the sidelines as Irina instantly turned her focus to the baby. Derek was more emotionally affected by the shifts in family dynamics, which made him more shy and envious of his younger sister. According to some people involved in the case, Derek might have felt abandoned and believed that the new baby was receiving the same amount of love that his mother used to give him. Adding to the emotional strain mentioned earlier, Derek's father, Frank Ramos, was a truck driver who was often away from home due to his rigorous delivery routes. Irina had to take care of all the housework and childcare because he only came home a few times a month. Even though there were no overt signs of severe family strife, the investigators later came to the conclusion that Derek might have felt lonely and emotionally deprived as a result of the lack of a father figure and a newborn child. Derek became more and more resentful as the months went by. Over the course of the evening of October 12, 2023, it became violent. The video from the baby monitor that showed Derek standing over his mother while she slept was found by the police. This terrifying incident occurred shortly before Irina passed away. According to the police, Derek acted out of jealousy, displaced aggression, and a desire to win back his mother's affection and control over the family. The investigators felt compelled to question Derek in order to obtain a more thorough understanding. The investigators took extra care when questioning him because he was only 13 years old and might be dealing with psychological problems. Detective Gonzalez started asking Derek straightforward questions so he wouldn't feel threatened. They began by posing straightforward queries to Derek regarding his daily schedule. In order to learn more about Derek's whereabouts and mental state before the incident, the detectives immediately focused on the events of the morning of October 12. As he interacted with the authorities, Derek seemed composed and helpful, demonstrating a solid grasp of his family's dynamics. He talked about spending weekends with his stepfather, Frank Ramos, and the family didn't seem to be having any problems. After that, detectives turned their attention to what had happened that evening. Derek appeared to hesitate before answering this question when detectives asked it. Derek had been giving accurate information up until that point, but the detectives were about to ask a crucial question when he gave them an unexpected response. When the detectives asked him what weapon he used to stab his mother, he gave them an unexpected answer. Derek casually brought up the size of the murder weapon. He seemed to be casually speaking with the authorities, displaying no remorse, and he was not aware of the grave consequences of his crime. The detectives carried on their discussion. He disclosed yet another startling fact. He had stolen the gun from his stepfather's closet and tried but failed to shoot himself. They were hoping to learn more about his friend, with whom he shared the crime photos, and the conversation was going well so far. It was important to mention that he spoke with Sweden, an online friend, virtually every weekend. Additionally, Derek confided in him enough to share pictures of the crime, suggesting that they may have discussed something significant. As a result, the detectives quickly turned their attention to Derek's conversation with his friend. Detective Gonzalez noticed something on Derek's shirt just as he was about to mention the 911 call. He remained unaffected, even though the officers were appalled by the evidence of his crime on his shirt. Rather, he calmly held up his bleeding hand. Derek was clearly emotionally detached as he explained what he had done. The investigators asked the crucial question, and shortly after, the graphic depiction of Derek's crime surfaced, frightening them. It was genuinely terrifying when Derek described the crime in detail, demonstrating each stage of his assault on Irina with hand gestures. Derek was obviously fully conscious when he committed the crime. He was clearly uncomfortable when the detectives questioned him about why he killed his mother, and he quickly came up with a reason to use the restroom. Still, the investigators persisted in asking the same question. Derek asked for a lawyer after becoming uncooperative. Without Derek Rose's confession to explain his actions, the case was still being investigated. Nevertheless, detectives gathered enough evidence, such as CCTV footage, a knife found at the scene, and photos from the crime scene, to create a case. Given that Derek chose the best time and location to carry out the murder, this evidence demonstrated that he was a premeditated killer. Derek was charged with first-degree murder and made his first court appearance on October 15, 2023. He showed no remorse for the charges against him and remained emotionless and icy throughout the hearing. Derek's defense attorney asked for a postponement of the hearing, claiming that they had not yet received the state attorney's notice of intent. They also asked whether psychological factors might have been involved and talked about the part that some mental health conditions may have played. Evidence quickly refuted this, demonstrating that Derek had searched for prohibited items on Google at 6 p.m. on October 12, 2023. At 6 p.m. on October 12, he did conduct Google searches. He entered the following search terms: Is a small knife good for killing? What is the best place to stab someone? And the carotid artery image diagram. This search history revealed evidence of planning, which bolstered the prosecution's claim that the act was planned rather than spontaneous. Derek was moved from the adult jail to a juvenile detention facility at the request of Derek's defense lawyers. They claimed that Derek needed a psychological test that could only be performed in a juvenile facility because of his age. The prosecution, however, disagreed, claiming that Derek's search history demonstrated premeditation and that this offense was extremely serious. But the defense also brought up his mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with ADHD by a psychologist and on the autism spectrum by another specialist. They further supported their case for Derek's placement in a juvenile detention facility by highlighting the fact that he had threatened to hurt himself. It was evident to the psychologists who examined the case that Derek's actions on that fateful night were the result of a well-thought-out plan rather than an impulse. He had planned what he was going to do because he was captured on the baby monitor above Irina. The most concerning evidence of Derek's mental illness also surfaced after the crime, when he shared a selfie and a picture of his mother's lifeless body with a friend. This conduct revealed a lack of any fundamental humanity, which is a trait frequently lacking in psychopathic people. Throughout the trial, Derek's family steadfastly supported him in spite of the overwhelming evidence against him. One particularly poignant instance was when Derek's grandmother, representing his family's steadfast support, waved at him and blew him a kiss from the courtroom. At this point, more than 50 people were shouting Derek-supporting slogans while holding banners outside the court. On November 7, 2023, the organizers presented him as an innocent teen and a former honor student. Regardless of the offense, Derek's supporters argued for his opportunity to change. A hearing regarding the admissibility of evidence was held on December 15, 2023. Citing the premeditated nature of the crime, the judge decided, after considering the facts, that Derek would continue to be held in adult custody. His supporters criticized this decision, claiming it disregarded his age and mental health conditions. Derek's defense team keeps arguing for a lighter sentence as the case progresses, claiming that life in prison without the possibility of release would be unfair to a child of his age. The trial has come to represent the complexity of juvenile justice, bringing up tough issues for society to consider. Do serious crimes committed by minors deserve life in prison, or should they be given an opportunity to change? The court will further evaluate Derek's mental health and determine his ultimate sentence at the next hearing, which may be set for December 2024. Derek is currently being held in adult custody under 24-hour supervision while his family and the general public await the outcome. Traditional ideas of guilt, innocence, and rehabilitation in the legal system have been called into question by the case, which has had a long-lasting effect. What elements, in your opinion, might have contributed to Derek's choice to carry out this crime? His actions could have been motivated by a number of things. including jealousy, specific psychological issues, or the possible influence of his online friend. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was a mass killer confessing his darkest intentions, but the real horror was the cold, calculated execution of his crime, captured in real time. On June 5, 2014, Ybarra brutally entered the Seattle Pacific University lobby and took his first victim. He had planned a massacre, but that was not what happened. During one of Seattle's worst crises, a single small mistake set off a series of events that would change everything. There were a number of horrifying facts that were just waiting to be revealed. June 5, 2014, started out like any other day until, shortly before 3 p.m., a string of calls from the same location flooded the Seattle Police Department's helplines. The city would be thrown into an unimaginable crisis and chaos in a matter of minutes. A nightmare started when a man carrying a gun entered SPU. With each call, more terrifying information surfaced. The description initially appeared ambiguous and unremarkable, but the details were beginning to come together. He wasn't an aspiring pupil. His purpose for being on campus that day was darker. But why was he there, and who was he? They would soon find out more about his nefarious schemes. The white pickup van he was driving was seen parked on the street close to the Seattle Pacific University campus in Washington. This man, whoever he was, had no intention of going away quietly. And just as police closed in, something far worse was about to happen. Paul Lee, a 22-year-old random student, was struck by the first bullet. The question was no longer who he was. The van belonged to 26-year-old Aaron Ybarra. Now the only question was, how far would he go? A massacre was in the making, and the police seemed like they might be too late to stop it. Officers moved in, sirens heightening the tension across the campus, but no one knew what they were truly walking into, or how the standoff would unfold. Even before the police arrived, the action had already taken place, captured on camera as it all played out in real time. The man, whose identity was now confirmed to be Aaron Ybarra, could be seen walking into the hallway calmly, as if he belonged there. The CCTV captured everything, every step, every glance, but no one knew what was coming next. There, sitting innocently at the desk, was 22-year-old Tristan Ruth, unaware his life was about to hang in the balance. The man leaned in close and threatened him. "Don't move, or there will be consequences." But it wasn't just Tristan in the building, unaware of the danger. Sarah Williams, 22, had just reached the bottom when Ybarra turned and shot without thinking. Sarah was shot at close range in the chest. Tristan saw his opportunity then, and he took desperate action. The gunman would not be as fortunate, though, as his next move would be the demise of his entire scheme. Aaron's statements were obviously more than just threats. He was shooting people, and he had a clear plan that was only a few seconds away from causing total mayhem. However, he then committed a critical error. A security guard caught the gunman as he stopped to reload his weapon. A 22-year-old student and security guard named John Mice came up behind the shooter. Everything suddenly changed in a split second. He wrestled the shooter to the ground, wrenched the gun out of his hands, and pepper-sprayed his eyes. Aaron, the shooter, was on the ground with his eyes burning, and Sarah, the injured girl, took the opportunity to step aside. John moved away with the weapon to keep it out of the shooter's reach, but when he returned, he'd find a surprise. Aaron had produced a knife from his pocket. Next, John would engage in a physical altercation with the pepper-sprayed Aaron to remove the weapon from his grip. He was going to have unexpected help. Suddenly, a second hero, Justin Sarah, kicked the weapon out of Aaron's reach, ensuring it would do no harm. What was seconds away from becoming a massacre was stopped in its tracks, thanks to their courage. But the tragedy was nowhere near an end, and what came next was going to expose the harsh reality that changed everything. By 3:29 p.m., paramedics and officers from the Seattle Police Department flooded the campus. Officers immediately apprehended Aaron after finding John Mice and Justin Sarah holding him down on the hall floor. One team of police officers took Aaron into custody, while the second took hold of his van. Paramedics treated several students for shock, while Paul Lee, Sarah Williams, and John Mice were all transported to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. Paul was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. Sarah was taken to surgery right away because her condition was critical. Despite Thomas's critical condition, medical personnel managed to stabilize him, and he was admitted to the hospital. After receiving treatment for the cuts he sustained during his fight with Aaron, John was allowed to go. However, this was not the end of the story. They thought the worst was over when the police showed up to remove the gun. They were unaware that the shooter was hiding something much darker than anyone could have predicted. After being brought to the homicide and assault unit of the Seattle Police Department, Aaron was informed of his Miranda rights. Detectives Dana Duffy and James Cooper then brought him in for an interview. What secrets was he concealing, and what was his true motivation? The truth was finally going to be revealed in the interrogation room, where the answers were hidden. Aaron was still recuperating from the pepper spray, so detectives Cooper and Duffy took a while to begin the interview. They started by inquiring about his private life. Janice and Ambrose Ybarra welcomed Aaron into the world in July 1988. He grew up in Seattle's Mount Lake Terrace neighborhood with his younger brother Joel and older sister Brandy. From the start, Aaron's life was described as turbulent. Ambrose, his alcoholic father, was a frequent source of conflict for the family. Aaron discussed his psychological issues, including his severe OCD, as he became more at ease during the interrogation. As the investigators spoke with this profoundly disturbed individual, they discovered that his OCD was only the beginning of his psychological problems, which started when he was 13 years old. Innocent students were suffering on the SPU campus because of a sin that only existed in Aaron's troubled mind and about which they knew nothing. When Aaron was little, his family made the decision to rearrange the furniture in his bedroom. Aaron claims that he became fixated on the status quo and that this changed him. Aaron had realized that respect could be gained by using fear. The mass murderer Eric Harris served as his initial source of inspiration. But there was another reason why he preferred using guns to cause harm. Aaron loved firearms just as much as his father and brother did, and he even spent 8 years working at a Mount Lake Terrace gun range. He was a competitive shooter who was said to be extremely proficient with a firearm. Aaron was characterized as pleasant, shy, and humorous by some of the people who had met him at work. People were unaware, however, that the quiet young man was harboring demons. The theft of Aaron's firearms was the last straw. The compulsive Aaron couldn't get over it, and was convinced that he detested everyone. According to Aaron's delusions, the evil side was ready to take control. Perhaps the fatal outcomes could have been avoided if he had received therapy sooner, but that was not to be. Aaron had only begun therapy as a result of pressure from those close to him to get help. After quitting therapy, he brought his unsettling mission to SPU within a month. The next thing Aaron would say to investigators would make it impossible for it to be anything other than a premeditated crime, something he and his attorney would sincerely regret in court. Aaron's plans for July 5, 2014 were well defined. He aspired to end his life, just like one of his heroes did. It was supposed to be a declaration, but the students never took Aaron seriously, and were unable to comprehend the full scope of what they had to deal with that day. He claimed that he was treated disrespectfully and that to be respected was to instill fear. Paul Lee, a 19-year-old student, was standing there. He took Aaron lightly, which was a fatal error. Aaron told the two detectives that he kept his plans a secret from everyone. Nevertheless, he documented everything in his journal and hoped that if he were killed in the shooting, others would comprehend his motivations. Aaron talked to Detective Duffy one-on-one during the interview, telling her that he had realized something was wrong with him, but that his hatred eventually got the better of him. Aaron appeared to have accepted his fate and realized that his actions would have a severe impact on his life and future by the end of the interrogation. As investigators got to work on their case against Aaron Ybarra, students began to return to campus life and resume their regular activities in the wake of the tragedy. Aaron had only managed to kill one person, but his goal was much more deadly: to cause widespread devastation. However, the prosecution was aware that the defense was preparing for a tough fight as they worked tirelessly to create a strong case. The real battle was only getting started. Aaron Ybarra was put on trial for his crimes on October 10, 2016. Prosecutors weren't going to let Aaron's defense team get away with a lesser charge or sentence, even though they were already ready to use the insanity plea as their argument in the case. According to defense lawyer Ramona Brandis, Aaron experienced crippling bouts of mental illness and depression, which caused him to hear the voice of God, who urged him to go on a murderous rampage. She also questioned his upbringing and his unstable home life, claiming that he never got the support he actually required. Aaron's victims' testimonies were crucial to establishing the case as it actually was. Paul Lee was the worst hit, followed by Sarah Williams. Before she could resume her regular life, she spent days in the hospital. She made an effort to describe the pain she endured in court. The entire scene in the SPU lobby where he and John Mice had overpowered Aaron was described by Justin Sarah. Ramona, the defense lawyer, also contended that Aaron's actions were influenced by his upbringing and unstable home life, because he had sought professional help for his years-long mental illness. Under the direction of Senior Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Kristen Richardson of King County, the prosecution team was ready for the insanity defense. Aaron's own words were going to be used against him by the prosecution. They provided evidence that Aaron had voluntarily stopped taking his medication and quit therapy in order to allow his dark side to take control, shattering the notion that he did not receive assistance for his mental health problems. The assertion that Aaron was getting assistance from at least one family member was supported by testimony from his mother, Janice. His journal also provided evidence to the prosecution that he had premeditatedly planned and executed the shootings. Additionally, the recorded interrogation by detectives Cooper and Duffy was made available to the jurors, demonstrating Aaron's complete awareness of his actions and the repercussions. Aaron tells detectives in the video that he was inspired and motivated by Sung Hui Cho and Eric Harris, but he makes no mention of hearing the voices of God or Satan. Although the prosecution acknowledged that Aaron had serious mental health problems, they made it abundantly evident that Aaron planned and chose to carry out the shooting. Now that the sentence was just a few seconds away, everyone was wondering if the jury would feel the same way. Following weeks of testimony and arguments from the prosecution and defense, the jury returned a guilty verdict on November 16, 2016. Aaron was convicted of 1 count of assault, 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and premeditated first-degree murder. Judge Jim Rogers sentenced Aaron Ybarra to 112 years in prison on February 17, 2017, for the shooting at Seattle Pacific University. Aaron spoke to the courtroom full of SPU employees, students, family members, and surviving victims during his sentencing. Aaron was the center of attention, but nobody was emotionally ready for what he said next. He apologized for the horrible crime he had committed. In addition, he expressed regret for killing Paul Lee, whom he hoped was still alive. Speaking to the survivor of the attack, Sarah Williams, he told her that she did not deserve the events of that day. Aaron expressed his desire to go back and change everything, but he acknowledged that it was too late. He will be housed at the King County Adult Detention Center for the duration of his sentence. John Mize was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor in 2015 for his valiant efforts to apprehend the SPU shooter. Since the 2014 shooting, Aaron Ybarra's family has stayed out of the spotlight. The public and social media spheres still contain scant if any information about his family members and their lives. Paul Lee's legacy endures in the lives of his family and friends. Soon after Paul's memorial service in June 2014, the Lee family established the Paul Lee Foundation. The goal of the foundation was to carry on Paul's work of supporting those who experienced mental health problems and depression. It was cruelly ironic. He wanted to help people with mental illnesses, but before he could complete his education, he was harmed by someone he would have preferred to assist. The foundation has made it its mission to raise money to support groups that conduct research and create solutions to assist people with mental health conditions. Many people will be discussing what caused Aaron Ybarra to become a school shooter in this case today. Seeing young lives lost so needlessly and murderers succumbing to their own mental health problems is heartbreaking. Could something have been done to prevent this tragedy, considering Aaron's family life was, to put it mildly, turbulent? Or was he destined to become a killer? Before he committed suicide, he was troubled, mistrustful of people, and desperate to be remembered. However, he chose to target the helpless students instead of exacting revenge on the innocent or facing down actual villains. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two roommates, Lori Lister, age 21, and Melinda Aguilar, age 18, were the victims of a horrific attack in their Houston, Texas apartment on Sunday, May 23, 1982. They appeared to be the target of a man who was obviously trying to kill them. He restrained them and tried to drown Lori in the bathtub of their apartment. Melinda managed to get away, though, by feigning fainting and then plunging headfirst from her balcony. She asked for assistance, and she and her roommate were saved with the help of a neighbor. As he tried to escape, the offender, Coral Watts, 28, was taken into custody. Nobody could have predicted that he was suspected of killing nearly 100 other women, in addition to being involved in these two attempted murders. In 1982, he admitted to the murders of 13 women and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Then, in a startling turn of events in the early 2000s, this man, who had committed multiple murders, was about to be released from prison. He was reclassified as a nonviolent felon as a result of a contentious court decision. Remarkably, well-behaved nonviolent felons could have 3 days taken off their sentence for every day they served under Texas law. Model inmate Watts had accrued enough time deductions to be eligible for release on May 9, 2006. The public, police, and relatives of the victims were all in complete shock and terror. Everyone was plagued by the unanswered question, why? How could a murderer like him be freed against all logic? What possible reason could there be for releasing a serial killer who has killed numerous people? Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young were the parents of Carl Eugene Watts, also known as Coral, who was born in Killeen, Texas, on November 7, 1953. His mother was a kindergarten art teacher, and his father was a private first class in the Army. Watts was raised by his mother after his parents divorced before he turned 2. After they moved to Inkster, Michigan, Dorothy Mae married Norman Caesar, a mechanic, in 1962. The two of them had 2 daughters. Watts and his sister fought meningitis when Watts was 8 years old. He was held back in school for an additional year and missed the 3rd grade because of the illness, which almost took his life. Watts was temporarily housed at Herman Kiefer Hospital, where he required isolation from other patients and spinal taps. Journalists reported that Watts' body temperature rose to dangerously high levels, which raised questions about possible brain damage. His family observed a change in his personality after his illness. His memory deteriorated, his attention span was shortened, and he became shy, quiet, and introverted. Having been held back a grade and experiencing chronic insomnia, Watts struggled to keep up academically. His sleep cycle was disturbed by violent dreams in which he battled and killed the evil spirits of women. At the age of 12, Watts started to enjoy his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. When asked later about his crimes and the reason he killed his victims, Watts explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they had evil eyes. Watts began stalking girls at this time, still a teenager, and it's believed he may have killed his first victim before turning 15. Police identified Watts as the attacker in the July 29, 1969 attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave when she was 15 years old. Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door while delivering his newspaper, and when she opened it, he attacked her severely. He carried on with his delivery route as if nothing had happened, with no remorse. Coral was arrested at his residence as a result of Joan's quick reporting of the incident to the authorities. He was then ordered to receive mental health care at a mental hospital in Detroit called the Lafayette Clinic. A psychiatric evaluation indicated a delusional thought process and a full-scale IQ of 75, indicating mild intellectual disability. He did poorly in school, but a police officer later said he was very, very intelligent and had a great memory. On November 7, 1969, Watts was discharged from the Lafayette Clinic. Watts received a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, after graduating from high school in 1973, despite having academic difficulties. After 3 months, though, He was expelled on charges of stalking and assaulting women. Watts' expulsion was also influenced by suspicions surrounding his ruthless killing of a female student, even though there was not enough evidence to convict him. He moved to Houston, Texas after being expelled. Coral and his girlfriend Dolores Howard welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts, in 1979. Coral and Dolores, however, went their separate ways and broke up soon after her birth. Following that, Coral married Valeria Goodwill. Not long after they were married, Valeria saw that Coral was acting strangely. He broke candles, melted them on a table, rearranged furniture all the time, chopped up houseplants with knives, and strewn trash all over the floors without cleaning up after himself. Furthermore, he would abruptly depart after intimate moments, going missing for a few hours. Sadly, they were only married for 6 months. Although there are hints that Watts may have had more victims before this, his murders officially started in 1974, when he was 20 years old. After abducting his victims from their homes, he tortured them until he killed them. His victims were mostly slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44, and he struck in different states. Watts killed his victims by a variety of means, such as drowning, bludgeoning, stabbing, and strangulation. 10:45 a.m., Coral knocked on the door of Lenore Knizacki's apartment on October 25, 1974, saying she was trying to find Charles, one of his siblings. He carried on a conversation with Lenore. Coral asked if he could leave a note when she opened the door, the chain still fastened. He unexpectedly attacked Knizacki and strangled her until she passed out as she went to get paper. Lenore later called the police, but they couldn't find her attacker. Gloria Steele, 20, was thought to be Watts' second victim and was brutally murdered and tortured 5 days later on October 30, 1974. Gloria was a mother and a Western Michigan University student. She was discovered with 33 stab wounds to her chest from a wooden carving tool, as well as a crushed windpipe. Because there was insufficient evidence, Watts was not charged with direct murder. Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager and the sole witness, saw a black man looking for Charles throughout the apartment building. Coral grabbed her when she saw Williams, pried open her door, and pulled her inside. Williams' phone rang during their struggle, so she knocked it off the hook and yelled for assistance. Williams saw her assailant getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix as he ran away. Both Williams and Knizacki recognized Coral in a police lineup. Coral had been arrested for stealing plywood from the campus of Western Michigan University. On November 16, 1974, he was arrested and charged with assault and battery in connection with the Knizacki and Williams cases. Watts was moved to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan after being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting suicide with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital. When asked about Gloria Steele's death in 1975, he confessed to attacking about 15 other young women and acknowledged being close to her the day before she passed away, but he denied being the cause of her death. Under a search warrant, Detroit police searched Watts' home and found a wooden carving tool, but no evidence connecting him to Gloria's death. Watts was given a year in the county jail after entering a no-contest plea during his trial for the assault and battery of Knizacki and Williams. When Watts was evaluated by psychologists, they described him as incredibly dangerous, lacking regret for his crimes, reckless, careless, emotionally distant, and prone to relapsing. Following that, he killed 5 women in a series of attacks that took place in the Detroit area over the course of a year. One odd finding was that most of his crimes took place on Sunday mornings. An Ann Arbor newspaper gave the offender the sinister moniker, Sunday Morning Slasher, because of this peculiar pattern, which added to the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrific attacks, which all took place at approximately 4 a.m. On April 20, 1980, Shirley Small, then 17 years old, was fatally stabbed twice outside her Ann Arbor, Michigan home. On July 13, 1980, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was the target of a similar attack. Although there was not enough evidence in either case to convict, Watts' traits were evident. On September 14, 1980, 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was discovered dead after suffering about 50 stab wounds, the first murder that can be directly linked to Coral. On October 6, 1980, a 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack, but he suffered serious injuries, such as muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Agnes, a 30-year-old woman, raised the alarm on her way back from a Halloween party on November 1, 1980, and barely avoided being attacked by a hooded man who looked like Watts. She recognized Watts from pictures, but there was still some doubt because of the dark surroundings. When Watts became the focus of local homicide investigators in July 1980, a task force was established to investigate the Sunday slashings. Watts was intermittently monitored, and in November, a court order permitted officers to equip his vehicle with a tracking device. Around 5 in the morning on November 15, 1982, Ann Arbor patrol officers were near Main Street when they noticed a suspicious man in a car following a woman as she walked home. When the woman realized she was being followed, she tried to escape by hiding in a doorway. When the police stopped Coral's car for having out-of-date license plates and driving with a suspended license, they arrested him because he was upset about losing sight of the woman. When police inspected his car, they discovered a package with several screwdrivers and wood-filling tools. The most important item they found was a dictionary that belonged to Rebecca Huff and had the carved words, "Rebecca is a lover." Despite this, there was not enough evidence to connect him to her murder. Coral moved to Columbus, Texas in the spring of 1981 and found work with an oil company. On weekends, he would make the more than 70-mile journey to his next hunting location in the Houston area. Watts murdered scores of women, including dozens, between 1974 and 1982. Watts avoided being identified as a serial killer for almost 8 years in spite of the long list of victims. This elusiveness was caused by multiple factors. The fact that Watts operated in multiple jurisdictions and even states made it more difficult to link the crimes. His method of operation also deviated from the norm because, in contrast to many other serial killers who prey on women and girls, he never had physical contact with his victims. As a result, connecting the crimes was difficult, even after DNA testing was developed. Law enforcement did not recognize Watts as a possible criminal until his arrest in 1982. And those who knew him did not view him as a suspect. Watts broke into the Houston apartment of Melinda Aguilar, then 18, and Lori Lister, then 21, on May 23, 1982. Watts strangled Lori down the steps outside the apartment after she returned from work. He then went into the apartment and strangled Melinda, who feigned unconsciousness. Melinda was able to avoid being fully strangled. Watts intended to drown Lori, so he wire-tied her hands behind her back. He filled the bathtub with water and carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, but Melinda took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the window to get assistance. Watts first attempted to elude capture, but was caught, and Lori was saved. Investigators began connecting him to recent murders of women while he was in detention. Texas prosecutors felt there was not enough evidence to convict Watts of murder despite the connections. After Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister were attacked, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea deal in May 1982. Watts would be charged with burglary with intent to murder in exchange for his complete admission of guilt and immunity from prosecution for murder. For this offense, he consented to a 60-year sentence. After Watts agreed to the terms, investigators found the remains of 3 victims. At last, Watts admitted to assaulting 19 women and killing 13 of them. While he acknowledged that he killed some victims, he did not confess to the deaths of others. His cases in Michigan, however, remained open after Michigan authorities refused to take part in the agreement. When the Texas Court of Appeals decided shortly after Watts' prison sentence that he had not been told that the bathtub and water he used to try to drown Lori Lister were deadly weapons, the hope for justice took a tragic turn. Due to this ruling, he was eventually granted early release and reclassified as a nonviolent felon. This was due to Texas law at the time, which allowed nonviolent felons to have 3 days taken off their sentences for each day they behaved well. As a model prisoner, Watts accrued time deductions that resulted in his potential release on May 9, 2006. There was little comfort in the early release law's subsequent repeal, which was brought about by public outcry because the Texas Constitution prohibited its retroactive application. As Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox looked for evidence to convict Watts of murder and stop his possible release in 2004, a call for justice reverberated across the country. Westland, Michigan resident Joseph Foy courageously came forward to describe the horrific scene of Watts-like man killing 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1970. 12 stab wounds had claimed Helen's life. Foy recognized Watts by his eyes, which he described as evil and emotionless in a haunting way. Michigan had no such agreement, even though Watts was exempt from prosecution for the 13 confessed murders in Texas. Law enforcement officials begged the trial judge to admit the Texas confessions into evidence as the 2004 trial drew near, and he agreed. Watts was found guilty of killing Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele, and he was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of release in a Michigan jail. He was given a sentence on November 17, 2004, to serve his time in an Ionia, Michigan, maximum security prison. But a few years after this sentence started, on September 21, 2007, he died in a Jackson, Michigan hospital from prostate cancer. Ultimately, his dark story came to a somber conclusion when he managed to avoid serving his entire sentence for the lives he took. A vicious serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts terrorized the nation with his numerous murders. Despite his confessions, he was nearly released due to legal loopholes that allowed for a reduced sentence. The extent of his darkness was revealed by his subsequent conviction for Helen Dutcher's murder in 1979. In April 2379, Watts' legacy is haunted by the fact that he left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, a terrifying reminder of hidden evil. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 13, 2015, around 5 p.m., firefighters extinguished a raging fire in a garage by the road in the village of Sand Lake, Michigan. At that moment, a terrified woman dashed up to their car, screaming that her neighbors had died. Several firefighters accompanied the woman to her neighbor's house. 2 lifeless bodies lay on the bedroom floor in a pool of blood. It appeared that they'd been shot. To preserve the evidence at the crime scene, the firefighters avoided touching anything and immediately informed the police that they had discovered 2 bodies and needed investigators and forensic experts. Forensic experts had been at the crime scene for about an hour, collecting evidence and photographing the bodies of 46-year-old Martin Durham and 47-year-old Glenna Durham, when one officer noticed a small movement in Glenna's chest. He rushed to her body and attempted to feel for a pulse, but Glenna's eyes opened wide and she sat up abruptly, screaming, "What are you doing, Marty?" The officer immediately summoned paramedics, who transported the injured woman to the local hospital. Marty and Glenna met as teenagers in the early 1980 SS. Marty invited the girl on a date to a local open-air theater, where they both lost their virginity in the same evening, with little interest in the film itself. Their relationship progressed quickly and passionately, but it ended after a few months, in part because Glenna, 17, married soon after. Marty started a family on his own. Christina Keller was 14 years old when she met Marty, then 19, at a party at his house. The young man appeared charming and amusing to the girl, but also a little strange because he immediately declared that he would marry her someday. Marty arrived on her doorstep the following day. He must have made a good impression on Christina's parents, because he has never left her life since. Their friendship turned into a romantic relationship, and Christina, then 16, discovered she was expecting their first child. Within 2 years, she was carrying their second son, prompting the young couple to marry. Christina and her husband had a daughter 11 months later. Christina was 19 and Marty was 24 at the time. Initially, the young family lived with relatives, but in early 1995, Marty secured a higher-paid job at a factory in Michigan, and the family of 5 relocated. However, Marty was involved in a car accident on the evening of February 16, 1995, on his way home from work. Another vehicle speeding through a red light collided with his vehicle. The larger vehicle nearly crushed Marty's car, trapping him inside. Marty was transported to the hospital, where he had been clinically dead for approximately 5 minutes. He suffered severe injuries to his left side and was in a coma for more than 3 weeks. When he regained consciousness, he had no memory of his wife, children, or much of his previous life. He spent a year and a half learning to walk, speak, eat, and care for himself again. Christina provided physical support for him during this time. Marty began to resemble his former self, but psychologically he had changed. He became enraged as a result of the brain trauma. He never fought with his wife or children, but he became a domineering figure. Even his sense of humor grew darker. Christina filed for divorce in 2000, nearly 5 years after the accident. She still cared deeply for her husband, but her feelings had shifted to a more maternal nature, as she had taken on the role of his caregiver and could no longer relate to him in any other way. Marty purchased his first home in May 2001 using funds from the insurance company and a bank loan. The house was located in Sand Lake, Michigan, a small village with a population of 500 people. Marty was overjoyed with his new home, which he had moved into with his 2 sons and an African gray parrot named Bud. 2 months after moving in, Marty received a knock on his door from a 16-year-old girl claiming to be his daughter. Marty inquired as to her mother's identity, and Glenna, his first love, revealed herself. The girl knew her mother had an affair early in their marriage, and she was born a few months after. She wished to establish her paternity for certain. A DNA test confirmed that the girl was Marty's biological daughter, born outside of marriage. Clearly, Glenna had never forgotten Marty, as she had a tattoo of his name on her arm throughout their marriage. Glenna divorced her husband and moved in with Marty. They were very happy together, and they quickly had a new wedding ceremony. Glenna's new husband was everything to her. The couple spent their entire time together, visiting family and going to the local casino once or twice a week. Glenna would sit in the car and read a novel while Marty went hunting. Glenna was paid $3,200 per month to care for her husband, after officially taking on the responsibility. Marty received more than $1,000 in disability benefits each month. Glenna also sold Marty's excess medication, bringing their total monthly income to around $5,000. When Marty's sons moved out, this income was enough to support them in the small village. However, by 2010, Marty's mental and physical health had deteriorated significantly. The couple continued to spend their entire time together and with their friends, including Connie and Keith Ream, another neighboring couple. On Monday, May 11, 2015, Marty offered to mow Connie and Keith's backyard. He enjoyed the work and did it for free. Later that evening, Connie, Keith, Marty, and Glenna sat on the neighbor's terrace, and the Durhams returned home around 9 p.m. Keith sent Marty a message the next day, Tuesday at 8:26 a.m., asking how he was feeling, but he did not receive a response. This was strange because Marty was always quick to return calls and messages. Throughout the day, Keith sent several more messages to his friend, all with the same result. Later that day, Connie approached her neighbor's door and knocked. She heard the Durham's dog bark, but no one opened the door. Keith even sent a joking message to Glenna, asking, "What did you do to Marty?" But she didn't respond either. On Wednesday at 7:30 a.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house again and rang the doorbell. The only response she got was the dog barking. She walked around the house, checking for any open doors or windows. Everything remained locked as usual. Throughout the day, Connie and Keith attempted to contact their neighbors, growing increasingly concerned. After work, around 4:30 p.m., Connie approached the neighbor's house for the 3rd time and knocked. She assumed she'd have to break the door, but when she touched the handle, she discovered it wasn't locked. This time, Connie cautiously opened the door and called out for the neighbors, but she was only greeted by the Durham family pet, who led her into the living room, which was a gruesome mess. Documents and photographs were all over the place, along with a broken lamp and other miscellaneous items. Connie followed Shelby into the bedroom and discovered the homeowners lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Marty was only wearing underwear, whereas Glenna was fully dressed, her legs covered by a blanket. Connie dashed out of the neighbor's house and ran toward a fire truck she saw further down the road. Marty did not have the same luck as his wife. He was shot 5 times in the back, forearm, and chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. He'd been dead for a few days. Glenna was shot twice, both times hitting the area behind her right ear. Blood was discovered not only in the bedroom, but also on a chair in the living room and a pillow with 2 bullet holes. Under the chair, a gun and 2 empty shells were discovered. In the bedroom, there were 5 more shell casings, 1 near the door and 4 near Marty's body, for a total of 7. However, the gun found near the chair was designed to fire 6 bullets. This indicates that the perpetrator had time to reload the gun before continuing to shoot. Aside from the living room and bedroom, the rest of the house appeared to be in perfect order. There were no signs of forced entry, and the kitchen table was set with a bowl of spaghetti and a piece of garlic bread. Later that evening, when Glenna was taken to the hospital, Marty's children were allowed to bring the family pets, a dog and a parrot, to their mother's home, Christina. Despite the fact that the children were only allowed to take the pets, the trio took advantage of the opportunity to search the house and discovered a sealed envelope labeled "Personal." Inside, they discovered letters from Glenna addressed to her children and ex-husband. In the letters, she expressed her love for the children and apologized for not being the best mother. She also asked her ex-husband to care for the children. In Glenna's drawer, they also discovered a packet of unpaid bills. They handed over all of their findings to the police. The investigators began questioning the family's relatives and friends about their personal and financial situations. They enjoyed spending time together and became completely absorbed in each other's company. However, it quickly became clear that they were having serious financial difficulties. Glenna was in charge of the family's finances, and relatives suspected Marty was unaware of the gravity of the situation because he was so frugal. On the other hand, Glenna had developed a serious gambling addiction. She would buy hundreds of lottery tickets and lose thousands of dollars at the casino. But whenever her husband approached her, she pretended to be playing with $1 bills. Glenna played every week, and in 2010, she spent $75,000 on her addiction. The family had fallen behind on tax payments, had credit card debt, and Marty's car was about to be repossessed. However, their most pressing concern was their home. Glenna hadn't made mortgage payments in over a year, and they owed $48,000. Marty's mother saw a list of homes that would be seized due to debts in early April 2015, a few weeks before the family was attacked. Marty's address was on the list. She called Glenna, who assured her that the newspaper had printed the incorrect address and that she would resolve the issue. Of course, it turned out that their home was being repossessed. Despite the fact that Marty had taken out a mortgage, Glenna received notice on April 28 that their home would be auctioned if they did not pay $5,000. Interestingly, the auction was scheduled for May 12th, just 1 day before Marty and Glenna were discovered by their neighbor. The investigators concluded that Marty was unaware of the impending loss of their home because he had been renovating it for the previous 2 months. He painted the bathroom just 2 days before they died. Glenna was able to regain consciousness after 3 days in intensive care. She had no recollection of the day of the murders or the days before. She couldn't remember writing the letters to her children or ex-husband. Because the eyewitness couldn't provide any useful information, the police had few leads or clues to work with. Marty, an avid hunter, frequently showed his firearms to friends, so the weapon contained multiple DNA samples. Glenna and Marty did, however, sell drugs for cash, and large sums of money were kept in envelopes in a safe. Could it have been an unplanned robbery? The living room was in disarray, as if someone had been looking for something and the money from the safe was missing. This version of events appeared to be the most plausible, but finding the killer among their illegal clients was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It took a full year before an unexpected witness helped solve the case. Bud, a 19-year-old parrot, had been living with Christina for the previous 12 months. Bud was an African gray parrot with the unique ability to mimic not only sounds and words in his environment, but also human voices. Originally, he was Christina's beloved pet, but Marty took him, presumably to retaliate against his ex-wife for leaving. When Bud returned to his beloved owner, he began repeating various conversations he had overheard while living with Marty, such as how Marty interacted with the dog. However, at some point, he started repeating an argument between a man and a woman. They were clearly arguing with one another, raising their voices and occasionally mixing profanity with everyday words. At the end of the conversation, a male voice said loudly, "No, don't shoot." Christina recorded this scene performed by the parrot on video, but did not report it to the police because she assumed it would be laughed off. However, a year after Marty's murder, a local journalist interviewed his mother, and she mentioned the video. The journalist became very interested and broadcast it on the news. The video quickly went viral, prompting the police to reopen the investigation and narrow their focus on one suspect, Glenna Durham. They examined Marty and Glenna's phones and discovered that Marty's last action on his phone was to search for information about lawnmowers on the evening of the 11th after returning home from the neighbors. The examination of Glenna's phone proved to be far more intriguing. It had been used until the 13th, when the bodies were discovered. Since 3:32 a.m., someone used the phone 5 times between 4 and 4:48 a.m. to learn more about the gun used in the shootings, including how to reload it. The final message was sent to Glenna's mother at 4:48 a.m. and said, "I love you, please forgive me." Glenna was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. She maintained her innocence, and her lawyer attempted to show that another family member or a stranger had broken into the house to steal medication, cash, or Marty's weapons. However, the forensic experts found no evidence of forced entry into the house. What about the money from the safe? Marty's children had taken it while they were searching the house for Glenna, who had been taken to the hospital, and their father to the mortuary. When investigators discovered this, they claimed that no one had asked them about the money at the police station, so they did not say anything. In any case, the version of a robber was abandoned because nothing was stolen. The prosecution's version of events seemed much more plausible. They believed Marty was killed on the morning of the 12th because he was wearing underwear. When the man realized he was going to lose the house, he became very upset, and a heated argument ensued. Marty attempted to flee into the bedroom after Glenna grabbed the weapon. She shot him in the back. Marty was still on his feet, reaching for another weapon from the bedside table. Glenna fired again, striking his forearm. Only then did he turn to face her, and she fired 3 more shots into his chest. Marty lay lifeless on the bedroom floor. Glenna spent the entire day completing paperwork. She wrote letters to her ex-husband and children and made spaghetti for lunch. Glenna was still engaged in these activities when the neighbor first arrived at her house on the evening of the 12th. Glenna planned her next steps, knowing that her and Marty's neighbors would become concerned regardless. She needed to act fast. She sat in a chair in the living room, placed a pillow against her head, and fired. However, nothing occurred. The pillow absorbed the impact of the shot, and the bullet only grazed her. She had to look up how to reload the pistol because it was down to its last bullet. This means she didn't try again until the early morning of the 13th, when she sent a message to her mother. Perhaps she still had doubts when Connie knocked on the door again at 7:30 a.m. and found it still locked. But after Connie left, Glenna must have unlocked the door, sat in the chair, grabbed the pillow, and tried again. This time, the injury was more severe, but her doctor later explained that she did not strike any important veins or arteries or penetrate the skull. It's difficult to imagine what condition she was in, but because head wounds always bleed profusely, she may have decided to simply bleed out. She made her way to the bedroom, where her husband's body had been lying all along, and collapsed on the floor, a blanket covering her legs. It's unclear whether she staged a scene when the police officer touched her or simply regained consciousness at that point, and we may never find out, because Glenna continues to claim memory loss. The jury believed the prosecution's version. On Wednesday, July 19, 2017, after 9 hours of deliberation, they found her guilty of murder. Glenna Durham was sentenced to life imprisonment. Of course, the parrot named Bud was not called as a witness in court, and it's not because he swears a lot. It is simply impossible to prove that he did not hear that particular dialogue on television or radio, let alone take an oath on the witness stand. In other words, if Bud had been involved in the process and it had been less than 24 hours since Glenna's guilty verdict, her lawyer would have filed an appeal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A freshman at a prestigious university vanished without a trace after a sporting event, leaving her car and keys in the parking lot. The police did not investigate the case, believing that the young woman had simply fled, but her parents and friends were aware that something terrible had occurred. The mystery remained unsolved for 12 years, and it wasn't until the end that the truth was revealed. Shannon Melinda was born on October 20th, 1974, in Miami, USA, and her parents welcomed a second daughter, Monique, 5 years later. From a young age, the girls were taught that their first priority should be to obtain a good education. This approach had a significant impact on Shannon. She excelled academically from the start of her school career while also making time for various clubs and sections, where she outperformed her peers in every way. Shannon made it clear in high school that she wanted to pursue a career in politics or law. She led the school debate club and, in her final year, even gave speeches in the United States. Congress and the General Assembly of the United Nations are part of special training programs. Following these events, she decided she wanted to work for the Supreme Court. To achieve this goal, she required a solid legal education. Shannon submitted applications to several of the country's top universities. Given her perfect grades and extracurricular accomplishments, all universities and colleges were eager to accept her, but she chose Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. In addition to being one of the top 20 universities in the country, Emory offered her a $15,000 annual grant for the first 4 years of study, which covered the majority of her tuition. She moved to Atlanta after graduation to pursue a degree in political science. The university made a strong impression on her. She quickly adjusted and made many friends. Shannon was able to find a part-time job despite receiving the grant. A few kilometers from her dorm was a softball field that needed employees, and her responsibilities included keeping track of the game's score. Shannon was forced to quit her job on March 26, 1994, due to an error made by her supervisor. That morning, another employee was supposed to keep score, but Shannon was accidentally added to the roster and agreed to work the game. Shannon arrived at the stadium around 8:40, and her shift ended 4 hours later. Usually after work, the young woman would stop at a nearby gas station to get a soda. That day, she also left, but no one saw her again. The stadium management had expected her to return after halftime to turn in her scorecard, but she never did. Her friend and roommate, Athena, was the first to sound the alarm. Shannon's absence from her dorm in the evening initially alarmed her. She had no other place to sleep and was unlikely to stay with anyone after not waiting for her roommate. The next morning, Athena decided to call Shannon's parents and see if they had heard from her in the previous 24 hours. Shannon's parents were at work at the time, so Monique, her younger sister, answered the phone. Monique informed Athena that she hadn't spoken with Shannon in a few days and promised to ask their parents when they returned home. Athena became increasingly concerned and told 2 mutual friends about Shannon's disappearance. They decided to look for her on their own. They got into their car and drove around campus. They eventually made it to Shannon's stadium, where they were met with a disturbing discovery. As they approached the stadium, they noticed a gas station nearby and were surprised to see Shannon's car. Her parents gave her a black Nissan 280SX as a gift. When they arrived at the gas station, they found the car empty, with the keys in the ignition and the doors unlocked. Shannon would never leave her car in such a state, which added to their anxiety. Her friends called the police because they suspected something terrible had happened. Unfortunately, the officers who arrived did not take the situation seriously. They took a quick look at the car and determined there was no evidence of a possible crime. Because there was no blood or signs of a struggle, the officers told the friends not to worry. They did not even collect fingerprints from the steering wheel or doors. Furthermore, they asked Athena to drive the car to the university parking lot, which she did. The officers spoke with the gas station attendants, who confirmed seeing Shannon around noon the previous day, but saw nothing suspicious. Shannon had most likely fled at the age of 19, according to the official police version. The case was not treated seriously. Shannon's parents decided to travel to Atlanta right away to join the search for their daughter. When they discovered that the police were unwilling to investigate, they did everything they could to change the situation, and their efforts were successful. Shannon was accepted into a non-profit organization by former President Jimmy Carter as a result of her connections after speaking in Congress. Shannon's parents had brought her disappearance to his attention. Carter and Senator Bob Graham secured FBI involvement in the case. Shannon's parents flew to Atlanta and started looking for their daughter. With the assistance of other students, they printed and distributed thousands of flyers about Shannon's disappearance. Later, her father rented a billboard and announced a $10,000 reward for any information leading to Shannon's location. The young female detectives identified several suspects among Shannon's acquaintances, but were quickly convinced of their innocence. 3 days after Shannon vanished, something interesting occurred. An unidentified man called the police hotline number listed on the flyers to report Shannon's appearance. He stated that the reporters made a mistake when reporting on the young woman's disappearance. Shannon was said to be wearing green shorts on the day she went missing, but they were actually blue. Furthermore, the caller stated that he had Shannon and would keep her as long as he wanted. Despite this distressing call, law enforcement continued to believe Shannon had simply fled somewhere. This assumption persisted for several days until April 6th, when an unidentified man made a second call. This time, he called the university's counseling center to inform them that Shannon was at his residence and was fine. He promised to call later and demand her return. Finally, he stated that he would leave Shannon's ring for the police near where he was calling to confirm his statements. This time, the FBI quickly traced the call and discovered that it originated from a payphone near a Burger King restaurant in suburban Atlanta. When detectives arrived at the location, they discovered the ring in a cloth baggie wrapped in duct tape. Shannon's parents confirmed that the ring belonged to her. This news brought them relief because it gave them hope of seeing their daughter alive again. Since then, they had been waiting for the perpetrator to call back and make his demands. This event prompted law enforcement to reclassify the disappearance case as a kidnapping. The police department appointed a new lead detective, who immediately pointed out his predecessor's lack of professionalism. He said that almost all of their actions were flawed. They did not take Shannon's fingerprints and instead asked a stranger to drive her car to another location. They also did little or nothing to investigate the case, believing that the young woman had simply run away and would return shortly. With this in mind, the investigators decided to rework every possible lead from scratch. The first thing they looked for was the softball field where Shannon was last seen the day she vanished. The fact that the young woman had been missing for several weeks added to the confusion. In addition, a championship game was held on the field that day, bringing the total number of visitors and participants to over 100. The detectives attempted to question as many people as possible, urging them to recall any suspicious incidents during the game. To their surprise, many people shared the same story. The only oddity in that game was the referee's behavior. According to the players and stadium staff, he was extremely dismissive of his job and was constantly distracted, even during important events. Instead of doing his job, he kept trying to talk to Shannon and ask her out. The referee's name was Calvin Hinton, but he preferred the nickname Butch. The 33-year-old man worked as a mechanic for Delta Airlines and refereed matches as a hobby. He had a wife, taught Sunday school at the church, and appeared harmless. The detectives dug deeper and discovered that Butch had left the softball field around the same time as Shannon. After speaking with his co-workers, they discovered another strange detail the day before the game. He had asked the other umpires to fill in for him because he was supposed to have a date. They were all aware that Butch was married, but he explained that his wife was out of town for a few days. When all of his co-workers said no, he called his boss and requested to leave the game early, explaining that his brother's wife was in the hospital and they had no one to leave the children with. Butch returned to the stadium 2 hours after leaving, still wearing his officiating uniform. He went into the locker room, changed, and then left. 3 hours later, he returned to the stadium and was spotted by a colleague. When asked what he was doing there, Butch explained that he had forgotten to deliver his paycheck to the accounting department, but he didn't have it with him. Furthermore, Butch asked his colleague if he had seen where his car was parked for a man who had just arrived at the stadium. That question seemed strange. Investigators questioned Butch, who denied any involvement in Shannon's disappearance. He said that after leaving the stadium, he went straight home. As proof, he showed detectives several outgoing phone calls made within 40 minutes of leaving the stadium. He agreed to a polygraph interview, but failed. Almost all of his answers were found to be false, but they were insufficient to warrant his arrest. It was, however, enough to obtain a search warrant for his home, which was conveniently located near the Burger King where the police discovered Shannon's ring. Detectives discovered 2 additional intriguing facts. His neighbors claimed he lit a fire in the early morning hours following Shannon's disappearance. Later, Butch called his father and requested a handsaw, claiming that a tree had fallen on his car. Detectives went to his house with their service dogs but found no evidence of Shannon's presence there. However, they noticed 3 areas with overgrown soil. When they dug them up, they discovered something extremely creepy. There were dozens of women's clothing and shoes beneath the ground, as well as a sleeping bag and softball field scorecards. Experts examined the excavated clothing, showed pictures to Shannon's parents, and determined that none of it belonged to the young woman. Butch admitted he had no idea where these items on his property came from. He assumed they were left by the previous owners of the house. In the end, the police were in a difficult situation. A number of facts pointed to Butch's involvement in Shannon's disappearance, but there was no direct evidence against him. They hoped that a more thorough examination of Shannon's vehicle would yield results, but they were out of luck. Because the police did not collect fingerprints or DNA samples on the first day of the investigation, the experts were unable to locate them. However, they came to an interesting conclusion: someone had thoroughly wiped down the car, erasing any potential traces. In an attempt to gather hard evidence against Butch, one of the detectives discovered an intriguing fact. He examined the bag containing Shannon's ring and discovered that such items are not made for retail sale. He contacted the manufacturer and discovered that Delta Airlines was the only buyer of such bags in Georgia. According to the company, mechanics used the bags to store small airplane parts. As we recall, Butch was a mechanic for that company. The detectives thoroughly examined everything and discovered another tiny clue. In Butch's car, they discovered a piece of the same duct tape used to wrap the pouch. On the tape itself, the experts discovered microscopic particles of the same metal. After analyzing its composition, they determined that this compound is only used in the aviation industry. Despite this, the case remained frozen for several months. The police and Shannon's parents were certain that Butch was responsible for the young woman's disappearance, but no one could prove it. All evidence was circumstantial. When the airline learned of the suspicions against him, they fired him immediately. Previously, he had managed to mockingly boast to his colleagues that he was a suspect in a kidnapping. After reviewing his background, investigators discovered Butch had a lengthy criminal history. They were unaware of this at the start of the investigation because advanced criminal databases did not exist in the 1990s. It turned out that he had committed his first crime while a minor. He worked part-time and one day went to his boss's house, where only his wife was present. Butch attempted to tie her up but failed. The woman persuaded him to leave by promising not to tell anyone, but she then called the police. Butch was arrested but, due to his age, was only ordered to receive involuntary psychiatric treatment, despite admitting to intending to abuse the woman. When he was in his 20s and married, he was arrested again for kidnapping a 14-year-old girl. He called his younger brother's ex-girlfriend and scheduled a meeting, assuring her that his brother would accompany him. However, he arrived alone and, claiming to have a gift from his brother, tied her hands and led her to his home, locking her in the basement. Butch's wife discovered the victim and contacted the police. The girl told investigators that Butch had molested her, but he only received a 4-year sentence. She also revealed disturbing information: Butch had threatened her with the same fate as 2 previous victims. Butch was released early, less than 2 years later, and remarried, his new wife unaware of his criminal history. The police suspected he had other victims whose remains were never discovered. Investigators were never able to charge Butch in Shannon's case, so they continued to search for evidence without success. Butch was released from prison in December 2003 after serving an 8.5-year sentence. During that time, police were unable to connect him to Shannon's kidnapping, but they struck lucky. Butch frequently hinted to his fellow inmates about his involvement in the case. Detectives interviewed about 10 inmates, and one, Adonis Cornwell, remembered Butch's late-night confession. Butch claimed that Shannon was killed by the demons inside him, not by him, and that her body would never be found because it had been scattered to the wind. This testimony, combined with previous circumstantial evidence, enabled investigators to take the case to trial. Butch was arrested in August 2004 and charged with kidnapping and murder. According to the investigation, Butch saw Shannon at a gas station and lured her into his car using false pretenses. He threatened her and drove to his home. He then returned to the stadium, parked Shannon's car at the gas station, left the keys in the ignition, wiped away the prints, and left. When he returned home, he most likely abused, killed, and disposed of Shannon's remains. Many questioned whether the court would convict Butch without a body. At the time, there had never been a case in Georgia where a person was convicted without a body. Investigators worked hard to get the most out of the circumstantial evidence. They even brought in inmates to testify on Butch's confessions. Despite this, Butch maintained his innocence. Following the trial, the jury was unable to decide. Butch was found guilty of murder after 3 days of deliberation. Consequently, the court sentenced him to life in prison. He was 43 years old at the time, and in theory he should have spent the rest of his life in prison. But there was one unsettling detail: the perpetrator was eligible for parole every 7 years under the statutes in effect at the time of the murder. Butch attempted to challenge the court's decision but was unsuccessful, and 2 years later, in 2006, something very unexpected happened. He decided to confess to the murder. His story was almost identical to the prosecution's. He saw Shannon in the parking lot and suggested she go to Burger King for a meal. Shannon agreed, so they drove there in his car. After lunch, they returned to the field, but Butch missed the right turn, came to a halt, and complained that his leg was cramping. He asked Shannon to drive and sat in the back seat. He pulled out a prepared knife and threatened to make the young woman drive to his house. He tied her up and told her he would not hurt her. Butch stated that all he wanted to do was sell her car and then let her go. She remained calm and did not attempt to scream or fight back. Butch returned to the stadium and drove Shannon's car to the gas station, leaving the keys inside. He did this in the hopes that someone would steal it, which would throw the cops off guard after thoroughly wiping the steering wheel and other areas where he might have left fingerprints. Butch returned home, abused the young woman, and then left for the movie theater with his nephews and their parents. Apparently, this family outing was planned as an alibi. When he returned home, he continued to abuse Shannon while repeatedly promising to let her go as soon as he sold her car. He then allegedly began to realize the gravity of his actions and attempted to figure out what to do next. He went to bed, awoke a few hours later, and began to panic. He then went down to Shannon's house, wrapped a tie around her neck, and strangled her. According to Butch, she was sleeping at the time, and everything happened quickly. Next, he spent hours debating what to do with the body. By morning, he had decided to burn it, so he started a large fire and added fuel before putting the body in. He changed his clothes and attended the church service. When he returned home, the fire had allegedly consumed all remains. The man claimed that the unbearable weight of guilt forced him to confess what he had done, but it was difficult to believe. First, he made 2 taunting phone calls to the police and the university, claiming Shannon was still alive after having already disposed of her body. Second, he intended to kidnap another woman, his wife's closest friend. That day, as soon as his wife left town, he called her and invited her over, claiming that he and his wife wanted to meet her, but the friend declined, saving her life. Knowing this, can we speak of Butch's remorse and guilt? In addition, he claimed that the fire reduced the body to ashes in a matter of hours, which appears impossible. The man stated that when he returned home from church, there was no trace of Shannon. He allegedly waited for the ashes to cool before gathering and dumping them on the railroad tracks. Most likely, he lied and needed to bury the remains, including the bones, somewhere. But why would he do this? Butch's only option was to realize he might never be released and play the remorse game. However, if he had pointed out where the body was buried, his sentence could have been altered, denying him the opportunity to petition for release. Despite the fact that experts discovered traces of fuel, he continued to insist that the fire in his house was caused by a broken vacuum. He is currently in prison, and his next petition for parole can be filed in 2025, when he will be 64 years old. Shannon's parents are still fighting to prevent his release. The only question that remains for investigators to this day is whose belongings were buried in Butch's backyard. Was he involved in the deaths of other young women? Possibly in the dozens? Please leave your thoughts on this story in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannan Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomew's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannan Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannan's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress when it seemed like there was no way to solve the case. How could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe, after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bittroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costilla and Jessica Taylor, 2 additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020 for. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heuermann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heuermann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costilla, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Heuermann is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Heuermann to the killings. Heuermann's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bitroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costilla's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Huerman as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Huerman to Costilla's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Huerman's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Huerman may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Huerman's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Huerman's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Huerman's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Huerman and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Salsion, immediately focused on Ross Willox because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willox informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Moncton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willox, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dashcam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willox's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, You can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Woolocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Woolocks chose not to participate. Sarah Falls, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Woolocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Woolocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Woolocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Woolocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Woolocks purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Woolocks' movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Woolocks' cell phone was examined by digital forensic specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Woolocks' Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Woolocks guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Woolocks was the sole suspect in the Emma Falls disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Woolocks' best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Woolocks requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Woolocks was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan, in the search of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Woolocks' Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel Forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willix was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willix. In addition, Willix is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willix asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Faulds' toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willix's DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willix's father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willix had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willix's attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was. Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willicks's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willicks of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willicks, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willicks showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willicks received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willicks was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willicks was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel, on behalf of my family, that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine spending your entire life believing you know everything there is to know about the people in your life, only to discover that they have been keeping a terrifying secret for 25 years. Unbeknownst to us, family secrets have the power to influence our lives and occasionally prevent us from achieving true happiness. It can seem like your entire world is about to fall apart when the truth is revealed. For me, it's a dangerous gamble to believe what someone says after all these years. It's difficult to picture coexisting with someone, being aware of their sinister secrets and remaining silent. But were there private interests involved? Together, let's dive in and discover the truth. A chilling tale of love, treachery, and a complex mystery involving unsolved crimes that rocked the sleepy town of Holland, Michigan, to its foundation, will be covered today. Every resident had their own theories about what might have happened because the incidents were so shocking. The suspect was finally put on trial after years of investigation, but was the right person held responsible? Gail Weingarten, the 8th child in a large and close-knit family, was born on April 24, 1965, to Wendell and Dorothy Weingarten. She was raised in Michigan's Ottawa County. Despite their lack of wealth, the family was well known for their close ties and concern for one another. They were the epitome of what it meant to be a loving, cohesive family. Notwithstanding their cozy home, financial hardships were frequent, and Gail had a childhood dream of a job that would enable her to buy the things that all children desire. She saved up money and shared with her older sister, Cheryl, that she planned to work hard so she'd always have enough to buy anything she wanted. As a teenager, Gail landed her first job as a waitress. Although the pay wasn't much, she made good money through tips and worked tirelessly. Her charming, friendly, and warm nature meant she never left anyone in her circle indifferent. At 18, Gail experienced her first true love. The relationship moved fast. The young couple moved in together, dreaming of having their own home and starting a family. They lived together for about a year. In 1984, when Gail was 19, she started a new job where she met a 25-year-old contractor named Rick Brink. At first sight, it was love. Gail ended her previous relationship and threw herself completely into her new romance. Rick was so captivated by her that on the very first day they met, he told his mom he had found the woman he wanted to marry. He was head over heels, and their relationship blossomed with beautiful dates and romantic outings. Rick went out of his way to make Gail happy, fulfilling her every wish, and the two of them were deeply in love, feeling absolutely fulfilled together. They were truly a perfect match, both hardworking, ambitious, and full of energy. They shared the same dreams for the future, wanting to work hard and eventually raise a family in the home they hoped to buy. One summer, they visited Rick's family lake house at Lake Michigan, where he had a boat. Gail tried water skiing, and everyone who knew them said they looked like the perfect couple. On April 25, 1986, just one day before Gail's birthday, they got married in a small church ceremony, surrounded by family and friends. They had a long and happy life ahead of them. Garrett Brink, Rick's father, assisted them in locating the ideal house they had been envisioning. It was an old house on Ransom Street, on the outskirts of their hometown of Holland, Michigan, on roughly 20 acres of land. The newlyweds were excited to begin remodeling so they could move in, and Garrett got a great deal. Rick was prepared to take on the renovation of their house because he was a trained carpenter, a skilled handyman, and a former employee of a furniture company. They recorded their progress on video as they moved into their partially renovated home by October 1987. As they cleaned, painted, demolished walls, and fixed floors, the once ancient house was being given a new lease on life. They had been married for roughly 18 months when they moved in. They were prepared to move forward with their lives and start a family, so Gail told her sister that the next room to be remodeled would be a nursery. Rick and Gail had a terrific time at one of Rick's high school friends' weddings on November 21, 1987, but neither of them showed up for work the next day. Rick was employed at the time by Trendway, a large furniture company. It was totally out of character for him to not show up for work without telling anyone, as he was known for being dependable and hardworking. When Rick's boss tried to call his house, no one picked up. Then, worried, he contacted Rick's parents to find out why he hadn't shown up for work. The manager truly cared about his staff members' welfare. Rick's folks were just as concerned. They knew their son well enough to know that he would never go silent about anything. When they made the decision to call Gail's place of employment to see how she was doing, they discovered that she had also failed to arrive that morning. Rick's parents were worried and anxious, so they hurried to check on their son and daughter-in-law. They saw Rick's car parked in the driveway as soon as they got to Rick and Gail's house. They were relieved and hoped the couple was at home, possibly sleeping in or simply feeling ill. However, they noticed Rick inside the car in an odd position as they got closer. His head was resting against the passenger side door, his body hunched over, and he was seated on the driver's side with his knees on the floor beneath the steering wheel. Garrett, Rick's father, approached and yelled his son's name, but no one answered. Rick was unconscious when Garrett reached in and tapped his shoulder, and he could see blood dripping from Rick's head. Rick's parents were horrified, and they refrained from going inside out of concern for what else they might discover. They got in touch with the Ottawa County Sheriff's Department right away. Upon their arrival, the deputies entered the house. They checked the bedroom and discovered Gail. Initially, it appeared that Gail was just sleeping with a pillow over her face, but when the officers lifted the pillow, they found that it was bloody and that Gail had passed away. 3 close-range shots had been fired at her. After backup arrived in a matter of minutes, detectives started going through the house in an effort to find any hints or proof that might point to the culprit. They meticulously examined the area, attempting to piece together what had transpired. The officer's first hypothesis was that this might have been a premeditated act against Gail, and that Rick hurt himself because he was upset. But after conducting a thorough search of Rick's vehicle, they discovered no evidence or weapon that would indicate he was responsible for the attack on his wife prior to his suicide. Without a clear motive or suspect, the idyllic romance that had started at work and inspired hopes of a happy family life abruptly ended in tragedy and violence. The inquiry went on. It was determined that a .22 caliber revolver was the weapon used in the crime. Later on, it was established that Rick had been shot in the head, which was the cause of his death. He was shot at close range twice. Investigators discovered a bullet hole in Rick's car's passenger side window. Authorities thought the perpetrator was someone the victims knew because the window was broken and the driver's side window was partially rolled down. This led them to speculate that Rick probably knew the individual and did not perceive any imminent danger because he had rolled down the window to talk to them. Furthermore, it was evident from examining the house that this was not a robbery. There were no indications of a struggle or forced entry. Everything was in its proper place, the door had not been broken into, and nothing had been looted. Cash and credit cards were still in Rick and Gail's wallets, which were discovered on the kitchen table. There were pieces of jewelry all over the house. No weapon, shell casings, or other important evidence was found in the house, and both victims were still wearing their wedding rings. The fact that the recovered bullets were still inside the victims suggests that the suspect came with the sole intent of killing them. Physical evidence that could be used for analysis was either non-existent or insufficient. In the house, 6 fingerprints were discovered. 2 of them did not match any records in law enforcement databases, and the other 4 were victims. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Rick and Gail were murdered early on November 22. The case was the subject of rumors and conjecture, but not all suspects were prepared to come forward or alert the authorities. The investigators were unable to identify any possible suspects or make any arrests due to the lack of evidence, but it was determined that Rick and Gail were last seen at approximately 11 p.m. when they were departing their friend's wedding reception on November 21. Their deaths took place between then and the next day, almost a full day before they were discovered, the autopsy revealed. Investigators kept interviewing friends, family, co-workers, and anyone else who knew Gail and Rick in the hopes of learning more about the couple's last known contacts. They started by talking to Ryan Weingarten, Gail's brother. He brought up Gail's former boyfriend who had once confronted her in public and declared his love and jealousy for her. Gail was already married and content, but he had tried to get her to return to him. Gail's ex-boyfriend was located by the police and taken into custody for interrogation. He even consented to take a polygraph test, which he passed, and denied any involvement. The authorities ruled him out as a possible suspect because he also had a strong alibi. The police got another lead about 3 or 4 days into the investigation. According to the former owner of Rick and Gail's home, who came forward to the police station, the criminal may have been searching for him and was unaware that he had moved out. Former owner Shotgun was a motorcycle rider who had been a member of a motorcycle club. He had previously engaged in the trafficking of weapons and prohibited substances. Shotgun, however, eventually turned informant because he opposed the sale of illegal drugs to minors. He primarily provided information about people involved in this type of illegal activity while working with federal agents. The investigators followed up on this lead. They spoke with members of different Detroit motorcycle clubs and conducted interviews with other informants. They searched for evidence, but were unable to connect these groups to any criminal activity or the double crime that involved Gail and Rick. A month or so later, this theory was also rejected. When another crime happened close to the Brinks house on Christmas Eve, a new lead surfaced. Deborah Wilson was discovered dead from a fatal assault in her own backyard. She had been attacked and suffered a serious neck injury. Gail and Deborah had attended the same high school and were in the same class, it was found during the investigation. Because of their similar ages and overlapping social networks, there was instant conjecture that the crimes might be related. The people of the little town were afraid. Fear spread that a possible suspect was still out there, and the community was on high alert. Because of the crime's irrationality, people began to fear for their personal safety and wonder if there would be additional victims. But as time passed, investigators failed to discover any link between the two incidents. Eventually, the young married couple's double crime case was put on hold. For the next 20 years, all of the documents and supporting documentation were kept in storage. Family members and friends gradually lost faith that justice would ever be done. It taught the families to accept the fact that they may never find out the truth about what truly happened to their loved ones. However, after 20 long years of waiting, the truth was finally revealed, exposing dark family secrets in addition to an unexpected suspect. No one was taken into custody after Rick and Gail Brink died. To look into unsolved crimes, the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office established a cold case team in 2009. By 2011, the 24-year-old Brink couple's case had been reopened by detectives Venus Repper and David Blakely. To make progress on these cold cases, they began going through old documents and interviewed more than 200 people. For roughly 7 or 8 years, the detectives collaborated and came up with their own plan. They used time as an advantage in their strategy. They worked from a different angle, in the hopes of capturing information that might have been missed in the initial inquiry. Detective Repper explained, "Loyalties change, friendships change, and people who might have kept a secret back then may no longer feel the need to do so, or they may have held on to it for so long that they just want to let it go." The detectives returned their attention to Rick and Gail's case after closing the Deborah Wilson case, in which the suspect had already died. They started interviewing some family members almost a year later. They came across some perplexing information when they talked to one of Gail's aunts and her sister, Cheryl Murphy. Over the years, both women said strange comments made by Ryan Weingarten, Gail and Cheryl's brother, had upset them. The aunt claims that these remarks started at the couple's funeral. She remembered Ryan asking her, "Do you think I could have done it?" She was shocked and wondered if it weren't for a family quarrel the night before the tragedy, and that Gail and Rick might still be alive. On the 20th of November, Gail called her aunt. Gail began by complaining to her aunt about her brother Ryan, claiming that he owed her money and was not in a rush to repay it. Ryan also called their aunt shortly after, expressing his annoyance over Gail. He was upset, saying that Gail refused to let their parents park their camper on her driveway, acting superior to the rest of the family. Gail's aunt was aware that the Weingardens had a history of having trouble parking the family camper. The aunt later clarified that the elder Weingardens were temporarily residing in their camper on Ryan's driveway after selling their house for an unknown reason. They were unable to remain there for very long, though, because this arrangement was against county codes. Gail refused to let their parents park close to her house, despite Ryan's efforts to find a solution in their conversation. Ryan was furious about this. "Sometimes I wonder if I did it because of that argument," Ryan said, obviously alluding to the crime, according to the aunt and Cheryl. The detectives were intrigued but perplexed after talking to Cheryl and the aunt. They discovered that Ryan and his girlfriend Pam had been questioned at the scene of the crime after going through the case files again. They said they had laundered at a laundromat and then at a friend's house during the evening, but the detectives saw that no one had ever gotten in touch with this friend to confirm their alibi. Later, it was found that Ryan and Pam were still together when the investigation was reopened, after getting married a few years after the crime. The mystery was further compounded when they were both summoned for further interrogation in October 2012. Pam acknowledged the falsity of their 1987 alibi during the initial interrogation. In reality, they hadn't visited the friend's home. She maintained, however, that she was positive Ryan was innocent. On January 15, 2013, she was brought in for another interview. Ryan had insisted that Pam not speak to the police without an attorney, so this time there was a personnel specialist. 3 days later, detectives visited Pam's workplace to question her further because they thought she might be hiding something. Pam refused to have a personnel specialist present this time. The detectives decided to continue the interview at the police station after she began to open up. That's where Pam finally came clean. Ryan had told her many years ago that he was to blame for his sister's and her husband's deaths. Pam disclosed even more information a few months later. She acknowledged that Ryan had taken her to the Brinks' house the day after the crime, but before the bodies were found. In fact, Pam saw their blood-covered bodies. She had been silent for 25 years because she loved him, but she was also afraid because Ryan had threatened her time and time again, telling her that if she ever spoke up, she would suffer the same fate. Before the bodies were discovered, Ryan confessed to the crime because he was envious of Rick Brink's success and happiness. Pam Weingarten also told investigators. Additionally, he was concerned that Gail might disclose a sinister family secret, that he and Gail had once been romantically involved. Ryan Weingarten was taken into custody and charged with first-degree murder after Pam testified that he killed his sister and her husband. He recounted 3 incidents of intimate contact with his sister Gail during their adolescence while testifying. He asserted that during their most recent encounter, they merely touched one another. Ryan testified in his own defense during the trial. He gave an explanation when the subject of his private conversations with Gail was raised. He said they were both merely interested in one another and nothing else. He admitted that they might have explored more if they had had more time together, but their mother quickly entered the room and nothing more came of it. He went on to say that after they discovered some marijuana in their father's truck, they started touching each other while intoxicated. Although he claimed that a similar incident occurred later, he maintained that it was the final instance. He insisted that he never did anything more than touch, and that these incidents were consensual. Pam was the main witness for the prosecution when Ryan's trial started in March 2014. Ryan's sister, Cheryl, and his aunt were among the other witnesses who were called, and they both related the odd remarks he had made over the years. Jim Meacham, a friend of Ryan's, was another witness. Jim said he frequently came over to Ryan's house for coffee in the mornings, just to sit and talk. According to Jim's testimony, when he visited Ryan's home early on November 23, Ryan informed him that his sister and her husband had passed away. Jim assumed it was some sort of routine issue and didn't inquire. He did point out, though, that Ryan had disclosed this information a few hours prior to the body's official discovery. In an effort to cast doubt on Jim's memory, the defense contended that his chat with Ryan may have happened the day following the body's discovery rather than earlier. Although they couldn't say for sure, they were certain that there was cause for skepticism, considering the more than 25 years that had passed since the incident. Other important points were also brought up by the defense. Their main contention was that Ryan was innocent, and that Pam's testimony, which lacked any concrete physical evidence or corroborating evidence, was the only evidence against him. Ryan Weingarten was convicted by a jury on 2 counts of first-degree murder on March 28, 2014, for the deaths of Rick and Gail Brink. It took only 4 hours to deliberate. Cheryl Murphy, Ryan's sister, said after the verdict, "We're done. We finally got him." Judge John Hulsing sentenced Ryan to 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole less than a month later. He said, "This was a cruel crime. You are a cruel, cold-blooded criminal." Ryan insisted on his innocence right up until the very end and never confessed to the police. Both the defense and the prosecution centered their arguments on their theories over the course of the following year. The defense argued that rather than Ryan killing his sister and her husband out of jealousy, or because of an alleged relationship he wanted to conceal, the crime was more likely to be a case of mistaken identity directed at the home's former owner. They emphasized that Ryan had no problems with Gail's past partners, and that Rick was neither her first serious boyfriend nor her first roommate. The defense contended that the idea that the couple was murdered to conceal a sibling relationship was flimsy. In an attempt to undermine Pam's testimony, the defense asked why she had waited more than 20 years to share her version of events. In summary, Pam and Ryan had only been dating for a few months prior to the crime. She testified in court and told investigators that the day before Rick's parents found the bodies, Ryan approached her immediately after the crime, confessed, and then took her to the crime scene. He threatened to hurt her if she ever mentioned it after showing her the bodies. Although Pam was not yet his wife at the time and they were childless, she says she knew he had killed his sister but still stayed with him, eventually getting married and starting a family. People, I'm in shock. Although the defense was right to point out that there was no forensic evidence and that the motive appeared weak, the prosecution made a number of counterarguments, some of which were indirect evidence. Initially, they emphasized that each victim had been shot in the face and head, which is frequently a sign of a private motive for the crime. In the end, Ryan Weingarten received a life sentence without the possibility of release. The court considered Ryan's appeal in August 2015. The defense requested a new trial or the overturning of the conviction. They argued that Pam's testimony was the only evidence against Ryan, and that the jury ought to have seen her police interviews to show how investigators had allegedly coerced her. However, the court disapproved and maintained the conviction. The length of time that had passed since the crime, which went unsolved for an excessive amount of time, was one of the case's difficulties. No weapon was found, no forensic evidence was found, and the prosecution's motive appeared to be conjectural. Jurors frequently base their verdicts on motive, even though it isn't a legal prerequisite for a conviction. Presenting a believable motive, such as a conflict between Ryan and Gail over their parents or the camper situation, might have been more persuasive. However, before this crime, Ryan had no criminal record. Naturally, we are aware that innocence is not always implied by a spotless record. Some people simply escape detection. Furthermore, other people's testimony, mainly that of his wife, was the only solid evidence against him. Although his aunt and sister's claims regarding Ryan's odd remarks over the years may seem dubious, they are not concrete evidence. Was Pam truly manipulated by investigators, as the defense alleged? She may have been a woman contemplating divorce and managed to permanently separate herself from Ryan, even though she was able to divulge important information during her interrogations. Although this isn't confirmed, it does seem dangerous to sentence someone to life in prison based only on the statements of someone who says she has feared her husband for 25 years, even though she has never displayed any signs of that fear to others. Why didn't Pam call the police when she could have easily ended the relationship and wasn't yet married to him? And why didn't anyone else come forward if she had confided in someone else? People's allegiances can change over time, according to one of the detectives. Years later, people who once kept sinister secrets might change their minds. They may no longer have the same attachment to the person they once protected, or they may wish to allay their conscience. This case, in my opinion, is too complicated to reach a definitive conclusion. Without enough proof, relying only on Pam's testimony casts doubt on the conviction's fairness. Was the jury's verdict correct? Or was the prosecution's case based on unsubstantiated claims? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleón Norte de Santander department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quillo, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Kashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, All that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell left work one warm summer evening in 1975 in the quiet town of North Webster, Indiana, she disappeared without a trace. Her dead body was discovered floating in a nearby river the following day. Who could have done something so heinous? Her murder went unsolved for almost 50 years, leaving the community haunted and her family devastated. However, a discovery in 2023 finally clarified the sinister mystery surrounding Laurel's premature passing. Who was to blame for what happened to Laurel that fateful night? You might be surprised by the answers. Now, let's explore the narrative. Do you know those places where people know your name and things are a little more laid back? That's North Webster, Indiana, to put it briefly. This small town in Kosciuszko County, which is encircled by serene lakes and beautiful scenery, is a place where neighbors become family. As families enjoy the outdoors and friends pause to talk, life moves at a leisurely pace. North Webster's allure goes beyond its lake view, with Friday night lights bringing the community together. The town proudly supports its Whipco Wildcat sports teams. North Webster's love of basketball is unrivaled, even though Indiana is well known for its basketball heritage. Who knows, this hoops-loving town may produce the next Gordon Hayward or Larry Bird. But there's more to this story than meets the eye. This close-knit community has experienced its fair share of tragedy and heartache. The community's resilience has been put to the test, and severe wounds have been caused by crimes. The murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell is one heartbreaking instance. Her life was cruelly ended, leaving her neighbors, friends, and family in shock. Laurel Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, into a loving family as the second child of Richard and Wilma Mitchell. Her younger sister, Sarah, was only 5 years behind her older brother, Bruce, who was in California serving in the Army. Every part of their home was filled with laughter and family time, as Laurel grew up surrounded by the warmth of a loving family. Through family customs and adventures, Laurel and her siblings created lifelong memories while laughing and crying. The ability to truly connect with people was Laurel's unique gift. She became well-liked in the community because of her easy charm and kind disposition. Laurel's passions were dance and music. She was a committed dance student who honed her skills at a nearby studio. She also had a lovely voice and sang in the choir at her church. For Laurel, dancing and music were more than just pastimes. They were a way for her to express herself, find joy, and celebrate life. Her future appeared to be extremely bright. As she neared her senior year at Wawasee High School, her dreams seemed to go on forever, full of possibilities and adventure. She accepted a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a quaint eatery on the shores of Webster Lake, to add even more excitement to her summer. For a teenager, it was the ideal job, and Laurel enjoyed her job. She became very friendly with her co-workers and made customers happy with her upbeat demeanor. For the Mitchell family, that August day started out just like any other. Laurel, her younger sister Sarah, and a guest got up early and got to work on their morning tasks. The kitchen reverberated with the familiar sounds of laughter and breakfast preparation. Unaware that the day would soon turn into an unthinkable tragedy, Richard and Wilma hurried to finish their tasks and got ready to leave for work. With a cheerful smile and a positive attitude, Laurel left for her shift at the Cokesbury Inn by mid-afternoon. She enjoyed interacting with her coworkers and serving customers at her job, which she loved. She added warmth to the bustling restaurant as she moved about, laughing and joking with the regulars. Unaware of the horror that would soon be revealed, Laurel settled into the steady pace of the evening shift. Adventureland, a nearby amusement park only 0.5 miles from her place of employment, was where Laurel intended to meet up with friends following her shift. With her sights set on the exciting evening, she graciously declined a coworker's offer to drive her home after the restaurant closed. Laurel left the office at 10:15 p.m., bid farewell to her coworkers, and ventured out into the balmy summer evening. The sounds of summer filled the streets. Unaware that it would be her final moment, Laurel ventured into the darkness. Nobody saw her again after that. Laurel's parents thought she was out having fun with friends when they got home. They thought she was at the amusement park as scheduled and had no reason to be concerned. Her friends, meanwhile, believed she had left work to go home. For a responsible girl like Laurel, it was a fair assumption. Unbeknownst to everyone, though, the group had decided against going to the amusement park and instead would be attending the county fair in Warsaw. They would think about this misunderstanding a lot in the days ahead. Fear took hold as the night grew darker. Her heart raced when she realized Laurel hadn't arrived home when one of her friends came back to the Mitchell residence at around midnight. Being a responsible person, Laurel would never stay out past curfew without informing her family. Panic set in and their hearts started to race. The Mitchells made the decision to wait a little while longer in the hopes that Laurel would arrive at any moment, despite their mounting anxiety. They engaged in tense conversation in an attempt to block out the depressing thought that something was seriously amiss. But as the minutes passed, and the minutes became hours, their fear became a pervasive dread. Uncertainty weighed down the once friendly and cozy house, and shadows appeared to grow in the recesses of their thoughts. They ultimately made the decision to report Laurel missing to the police at around 4 in the morning. In the close-knit community, word of Laurel's disappearance quickly spread, causing anxiety to permeate every home. In order to find Laurel, neighbors, friends, and even complete strangers banded together and combed through streets, roadsides, and woods. As they brought ropes, flashlights, and a strong will to find any sign of Laurel, their voices filled the still night. Officers were sent to conduct a canvass of the area after the police took the report seriously. But as the hours passed, Laurel was nowhere to be seen. A growing sense of dread took the place of hope. When Sarah awoke at home, she saw her parents upset, their faces marked with anxiety. Unspoken fear pervaded the air, and the morning routine had been upended. Sarah felt that something was seriously amiss, even though she was meant to be at a softball practice that morning. In an attempt to protect her from the growing panic that had swept the house, her parents encouraged her to leave anyhow. With a forced smile that did little to conceal her own nervousness, her mother said, "Just try to focus on your game." Sarah departed for practice with a heavy heart, but she couldn't get rid of the thought that her sister wouldn't be returning home. As she made her way to the field along the same route, the unsettling thought persisted. About 15 miles from Laurel's place of employment, Glenn Dixon and his son Hager started fishing on the Elkhart River. Instead of a calm morning as they had hoped, they discovered something terrible. A fully clothed body was spotted floating in the river. They were stopped in their tracks by the sight, and they quickly realized that they were not witnessing an accident. It was obvious that this was no accident because the body had been in the water for a while. They phoned the police right away. Glenn and Hager made a desperate call, and officers swiftly arrived. Officers quickly filled the once serene riverbank, their radios blaring with urgent calls. Knowing they were going to break the heartbreaking news to a family, they retrieved the body with a combination of professionalism and solemn respect. There was a noticeable tension in the air as they attempted to identify the victim. Laurel Mitchell was the one. The news was like receiving a kick to the stomach. Her life ended suddenly, and the intelligent, vivacious girl who loved dancing and music was gone. The news was devastating to the Mitchell family. Richard sobbed when the officers came to deliver the heartbreaking news because he couldn't believe his beloved daughter was no longer with him. Wilma was distraught, her sorrow so deep that it seemed to consume her whole being. Known for their close ties and mutual laughter, the family felt disoriented and broken all of a sudden. Sarah felt a wave of dread when she saw the police cars parked outside their house after practice. She had a gut feeling that something was seriously amiss. Her heart was pounding as she entered, each beat echoing the fear that was building inside of her. The truth of their loss started to set in, and their world had been irrevocably destroyed. When the autopsy report was delivered a few days after Laurel's body was discovered, it brought a terrifying sense of closure. Although Laurel had drowned, the report also mentioned that she had fought back against her assailant, as evidenced by the bruises on her hands and shoulders. The confirmation of sexual assault was the most shocking discovery. Questions about how this could occur in their small town caused conversations to become heated and urgent. Who would do such a horrible thing to Laurel, who was so innocent and kind? The community's hearts were troubled for years by the case's unresolved status. The community was left feeling frustrated and hopeless as the investigation stalled despite the police's best efforts. People wanted justice for Laurel and answers. However, everything changed almost 48 years later in 2023. The community was rocked by the arrest of two elderly men who had lived in the same neighborhood and were teenagers at the time of the incident. With a mixture of grief and relief, this moment rekindled hope and was a pivotal moment in the healing process. How did this occur? It's difficult to think that after all these years, a breakthrough would eventually occur. Usually used to calm and serene days, the little town of North Webster was thrown into a state of chaos. Frank Overmeyer, one witness, remembered hearing a car's trunk slam close to when Laurel vanished. He believed the vehicle to be an Oldsmobile at the time. He didn't think it would be important later, and it didn't seem like a crucial piece of information. Investigators diligently gathered all of Laurel's possessions, including her favorite sweatshirt, shoes, a silver necklace, one earring, and clothing. The fact that her blue jeans were discovered unbuttoned and unzipped among these items added to the mystery surrounding her passing. But nobody knew what could be done with the evidence, and the technology at the time was very limited. No one in the town would soon forget the solemn occasion that was Laurel's funeral. Friends, neighbors, and classmates filled the large church, all grieving the untimely death of a young girl. With their hands clasped together, Sarah sat between her father and her older brother, Bruce. She only remembered the excruciating pain that overcame her. She had few memories of the service itself. She was struck with the realization that her confidant, her sister, was no longer there. There was no longer any sense in the world. The case was abandoned. Weeks became months, and months became years, but no answers were found despite the community's efforts and detectives' diligent work. It seemed as though Laurel's murderer had disappeared, leaving an enduring mystery in their wake. Laurel's loving parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, never gave up on pursuing justice. In the hopes that someone would eventually come forward with the truth, they kept the case in the public eye. Unfortunately, their health started to deteriorate, and they both died in 2012, 4 months apart. Unfortunately, they never found out who killed their daughter. The case sat on a shelf for years, gathering dust and losing its significance. But in 2007, Captain Kevin Smith of the Indiana State Police was put in charge of the inquiry. He was committed to giving Laurel's family justice. He jumped right into the cold case, carefully going over all the interviews and supporting documentation. He did not, however, discover any new leads, just like his predecessors. Only in 2013 did a woman named Renee Sexton come forward, giving the case the much-needed bombshell it needed. She described a frightening encounter she had in 1975 with a man named John Lehman. Lehman had admitted to helping his friend Fred Bandy commit a murder. Even though he didn't give any information at the time, Renee's disclosure gave the investigation new life. The community started to dare to hope that justice might finally be within reach, after this new lead gave new life to a case that had previously seemed hopeless. A year later, a man by the name of Bill McDonald provided yet another important tip. He remembered that in 1975, at a party, Fred Bandy had admitted to a crime close to the river where Laurel's body was eventually found. Fred Bandy seemed more suspicious the more detectives looked into his past. They were unaware of Bandy's problematic criminal history. Red flags were raised when he was found guilty of abusing a minor in 2001. This information was sufficient to enable investigators to delve further into his background and relationships, even though it was not proof of his involvement in Laurel's case. According to a report on July 3, 2014, Bandy claimed to have committed the crime at Mallard's Roost, a public access location next to the location where Laurel's body was discovered. The Noble County Sheriff's Department was notified on September 25, 2019, that Bandy claimed he and Lehman had killed Laurel together at a high school party years prior. In 2019, Captain Smith made the decision to take a new look at the evidence in Laurel's case. He sent Laurel's clothes for DNA testing since, by that time, forensic technology had advanced. Smith believed that the answers they had been looking for decades might finally be found thanks to scientific advancements. Forensic scientists examined the clothing in great detail for weeks. Their perseverance eventually paid off, as a male DNA profile was found on the fabric. Detectives were able to rule out a number of possible suspects thanks to this discovery, which revitalized the investigation. Two men were the main focus of the detectives' attention: John Lehman and Fred Bandy. The investigation was now more precisely directed by the detectives, but they still required more hard proof. They went to Fred Bandy's home on December 5, 2022, in order to get a DNA sample. Unexpectedly helpful, Bandy, who is now 67 years old, gave the sample without hesitation. He obviously didn't realize how serious the situation was. On January 13, 2023, the results were given to the authorities. According to a certificate of analysis, Bandy had a 13 billion-fold higher probability than any other unidentified individual of contributing to the DNA discovered on Laurel's clothing. Before proceeding with Fred's arrest, the detectives knew that questioning John Lehman was an essential first step. They were aware of the urgency, but they also knew that more information was needed because Fred was strongly implicated in the crime by DNA evidence. It was imperative that both men face consequences for their heinous deed. Detectives learned that Fred had owned an Oldsmobile in 1975. As the investigation went on, Frank Overmeyer, a witness who claimed to have heard someone violently close a car trunk the night Laurel vanished, made an intriguing connection between this detail and his testimony. Fred Bandy and John Lehman were taken into custody and accused of first-degree murder on February 6, 2023-3. The news brought both relief and sadness to Laurel's family. The fact that justice was at last within their grasp gave Sarah and Bruce a sense of closure, but they were deeply troubled by their parents' absence at this time. Sarah felt a range of emotions when Captain Smith called her to tell her the news. Despite both men's not guilty pleas in court, the evidence against them was indisputable. The detectives' meticulous investigation, witness accounts, and DNA matches painted a somber picture of what most likely transpired on that fateful night in August 1975. Investigators thought that Laurel had been kidnapped, beaten, and then driven to the river where she was drowned by Fred and John. The courtroom was rocked by the disturbing details of the crime. Laurel's family prepared for the lengthy journey ahead, while Fred and John awaited their trial. Although justice was on the way, Laurel would not return. Sarah would always feel the anguish of losing her sister. Now that justice was at hand, the reality of it all felt almost unreal after decades of waiting for answers. The first hearing between Bandy and Lehman was originally set for Wednesday, February 8, 2023, in the Noble Circuit Court. Fred Bandy Jr., now 68, was charged with first-degree murder and was set to go on trial by jury for 5 days. Bandy's last pretrial conference was also set for July 29, 2024, at 3 p.m. However, no outcomes have been made public as of yet. On February 5, 2024, he attended another pretrial conference in Noble County, where trial dates were scheduled for October 7 to 11, 2024. John W. Lehman, his 68-year-old co-defendant, is involved in his own legal proceedings. At 1 p.m. on February 26, 2024, he had a pretrial conference. A hearing for a change of plea was also scheduled for June 18, at 11:30 a.m. in the Circuit Court of Noble. It was anticipated that Lehman would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him at this hearing, renouncing his not guilty plea. Lehman recently agreed to a plea agreement on August 15, 2024, which could drastically lower his sentence. The deal would sentence him to 8 years in a state prison in Indiana and drop the first-degree murder charge in favor of conspiracy to commit murder. However, this agreement is contingent upon a judge's approval, which will be decided at a hearing on October 11th. This development could provide closure to the impacted families and represents a significant turning point in the case. The hearing's outcome, which will decide whether Lehman's plea agreement is accepted or if the initial charges remain, will be closely monitored. The trial for Bandy is still set for October. There is an unfillable void left by the tragically short life of Laurel Mitchell. But because of Captain Smith and his team's unwavering commitment, her killers will not escape punishment. For a community that has been waiting far too long, their unwavering efforts have ensured that justice is served. The impact of Laurel goes well beyond her sad destiny. She will live on as a testament to tenacity, optimism, and an inspirational spirit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The tragic death of Barbara Faye Villarreal occurred in Garland, Texas, on November 7, 1986. A large kitchen knife was found embedded in her body after she was brutally stabbed and murdered in her own home. There were bloodstains all over the crime scene, which was horrifying and gory. Despite detectives' efforts, the case remained unsolved for almost 40 years. The killer had been hiding in plain sight, leaving a trail of unsolved questions until 2023, when advances in DNA technology revealed the truth. What sinister motives drove Barbara's horrific fate, and who was the mastermind behind it? You'll be amazed at the response. Let's examine the specifics. Garland is a city with a tale of resiliency and hope located in the center of the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. The city was named in honor of Attorney General Augustus H. Garland, and was established in 1887 as a result of the merger of Duck Creek and Embry. Garland eventually became Dallas County's third most populated city. However, there were difficulties along the way. The city, which is in Tornado Alley, had one of its worst days in May 1927, when a terrible tornado ripped through the streets, killing 17 people and leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Even though the city was brought to its knees, its spirit was unwavering. A feeling of solidarity and resilience surfaced as the residents of Garland rebuilt their homes and lives. They banded together and helped one another through the difficult times. One family's joy and love served as an example for others. They were so cherished and admired by everyone that nobody could have predicted the heartache that would soon ensue. Everyone was delighted by Barbara's radiant smile. Her family's love was evident and strong, and her presence brightened the space. However, life had other ideas, and this family would soon experience a tragedy that would upend their entire way of life. On December 23, 1958, Barbara Faye Villarreal was born in Peru, Indiana. She was the youngest of her mother's first marriage's 4 children. Barbara suffered a terrible loss when her father died when she was a little child. The family circle grew after her mother remarried and had 2 more children. 12 Mile, a tiny community a few miles north of Peru, Indiana, was where Barbara grew up. She was surrounded by warmth and love there, which helped to mold her into the kind and sympathetic person she is today. Her early years were characterized by adventure, laughter, and a strong sense of familial values. She loved the little things, like swimming in the local lake and riding her bike to her grandparents' corner store to buy candy. Her extended family, which included many cousins with whom she enjoyed sharing recipes and making memories, was always present on Sundays and holidays. At home, Barbara loved spending time with Kami, her faithful Pomeranian friend. As she matured into a young woman, her compassion, warmth, and understanding nature became increasingly apparent. Her heart was always willing to lend a helping hand to others, and her radiant smile could light up any space. Barbara married Domingo Diaz Villarreal on February 25, 1979, and the two of them created a life full of promise, love, and laughter. Barbara had made a name for herself in the accounting division of DeGolyer and McNaughton in Dallas, Texas, by the time she turned 27. She and Domingo settled in Garland, where they were surrounded by friends and neighbors in the 3600 block of Colbath Street. One of them was Barbara's best friend, Lisa Nugent, who loved her for being a kind, considerate, sweet, and wonderful person in general. A feeling of unease descended upon the tiny New Mexico town of Lovington on the evening of November 7, 1986. In stark contrast to the horror taking place inside the Villarreal residence, the sky was a serene shade of pink and orange. Domingo Villarreal was standing at a neighbor's door at 8:52 p.m., his hands shaking, his eyes wide, and his voice trembling. Slightly lucid from shock, he begged for assistance. "There's a problem with Barbara," he managed to say. After the neighbor promptly dialed 911, emergency personnel reached the location in a matter of minutes. The house was illuminated by the flashing lights of the police cars and ambulances that occupied the street. Officers entered and were greeted by a sight that chilled them to the bone. Barbara was brutally stabbed several times, and a large kitchen knife was still embedded in her body as she lay lifeless on the floor. As a brutal reminder of the evil that had killed her, the knife appeared to mock the scene. In his first statement, Domingo claimed that two men had broken into their house, bound him, and pulled Barbara into a different room. He stated that when Barbara's screams shattered the night air, he was in the backyard. She was being held captive by two armed men when he hurried inside. Barbara was led to a different room by one man, and Domingo was able to flee after the other man made him perform a sexual act at gunpoint. The police listened carefully, but every second that went by made them more skeptical. Domingo's face looked emotionless and his story sounded scripted. Fueled by doubts and questions, the investigation got underway. What actually took place that fateful evening? Did Domingo commit the crime or was he a victim? Although paramedics responded quickly, Barbara's injuries were obviously serious. Although it was later discovered that she had been dead for more than an hour prior to their arrival, she was declared dead at 9:50 p.m. The full scope of the horror was disclosed in the medical examiner's report. She had numerous stab wounds all over her body, each of which was a testament to the attacker's violence and rage. An investigation into a homicide was started. For the Garland Police Department, the initial investigation into Barbara Villarreal's murder was a difficult and complicated procedure. It was evident as soon as they got to the crime scene that this case would call for painstaking attention to detail and unwavering resolve. With furniture overturned and personal belongings strewn all over the floor, the house was in a state of chaos that suggested a violent struggle. Several areas had bloodstains, indicating Barbara had put up a valiant fight against her assailant. To record the scene, investigators collected blood samples, removed fingerprints from different surfaces, and took a ton of pictures. A big kitchen knife that was thought to have been used in the murder was sealed as evidence and sent for forensic analysis. Nevertheless, the technology available at the time made it difficult to draw firm conclusions from the evidence. It simply wasn't adding up. Something was missing. Police interviewed a large number of neighbors, friends, and family members in the days after the murder. Barbara was described by close friends and family as a loving, kind person who had no known enemies. Nonetheless, some claimed she had been involved in a few family conflicts, which made police wonder if there might have been a personal motivation for the crime. As investigators continued their investigation, they discovered startling information about the family. Although many saw Barbara and Domingo as a happy couple, others witnessed them fighting regularly and dealing with serious problems. Their relationship was viewed differently by those who knew them. At first, the police thought Domingo might be a murderer. He was exonerated following a rigorous interrogation, but the investigation came to a standstill because Domingo was no longer a suspect. They had no additional suspects, no evidence, and no fresh leads. The investigation stalled, and the police had no idea what to do next. A faint blood trail discovered outside the house was the only hint, but it didn't belong to Barbara or Domingo. Detectives were left wondering who could have committed such a horrible crime, because this enigmatic blood was the only indication that a killer was present. The loss devastated Domingo and Barbara's family. They struggled to find peace, as the graphic picture of her death tormented them. Fearing that anyone could be the victim of such a horrible crime, the community was also rocked. The suffering and uncertainty were exacerbated by the lack of answers. It took a pivotal discovery to reveal the truth about her untimely death, so the case remained a mystery. It was challenging for investigators to make meaningful progress because of the dearth of eyewitnesses and hard evidence. Blood samples provided no useful information, and fingerprints taken from the crime scene did not match anyone in databases that were currently in use. The police were left with a number of unsolved questions and dead ends. The case started to lose steam as the weeks stretched into months. The investigation's initial enthusiasm faded, and it encountered many difficulties. Despite their continued cooperation with the police and their intense desire for answers, Barbara's family's optimism for a speedy resolution started to fade. The case was never entirely dropped, even though there was no progress. Regular reviews were carried out by the Garland Police Department, which went over the evidence again and spoke with important witnesses again. The case was still unresolved, though, and there were no fresh leads or discoveries. 2 years later, in 1988, Domingo lost his life in a shootout in Mexico, bringing tragedy once more. Detectives learned a startling fact after his death. Domingo Villarreal had been using a stolen identity. Fingerprint analysis revealed that his true identity was Jesus Canales. Barbara's parents told police in 1994 that weeks after the murder, Jesus Canales had called them from Mexico and said he had killed one of the victims and was pursuing the other, Liborio Canales of Rodeo, Mexico. Domingo was charged with orchestrating Barbara's murder with the assistance of 2 family members, but because there was insufficient evidence, police were unable to draw any firm conclusions. Detectives also spoke with a neighbor who claimed to have discovered Domingo in her kitchen a month prior to the murder. Later, she realized her kitchen knife was gone. She verified that the missing knife was the same one when detectives showed her a picture of the murder weapon. The Villarreal case became one of many unsolved murders as the years went by. The police department, however, was adamant about solving the case and refused to give up. Public assistance was requested through media appeals. The investigation was given a much-needed boost when a cold case team was brought in to offer new insights and creative expertise. Every tip, no matter how small, was followed by the police department, which worked tirelessly. Over the years, Garland police detectives and the FBI followed up on a number of leads in Mexico and the United States, officials said. However, no noteworthy discoveries were made until 2022. A major development in 2022 was brought about by advances in DNA technology. Detectives were able to re-examine the evidence with new eyes thanks to this creative tool, which gave the investigation new life. Investigators were able to use extensive public genetic databases to find possible relatives of the suspect through investigative genetic genealogy, which blends DNA testing with conventional genealogical research. Detectives could gradually identify the criminal by comparing DNA samples taken from the crime scene with these databases. The potential reward was huge, but the process was time-consuming. Barbara's family and everyone else who had suffered the loss of a loved one to violence had hope because this potent tool had already solved a number of cold cases across the country. Police reopened the Villarreal case in 2022. The case was about to take a drastic turn, and the possibilities seemed endless with the development of DNA technology. Now, investigators could examine small samples, make connections between disparate pieces, and find buried clues. The Garland Police Department used cutting-edge DNA technology to solve the long-standing mystery in 2023, a year filled with revelation. Surprisingly, a DNA sample from the crime scene was matched to Liborio Canales after police retested every sample. Investigative genetic genealogy, which followed Canales' family tree and helped identify him as the suspect, made this discovery possible. An incredible twist came to light after more research. Domingo Villarreal had a brother named Liborio Canales. Even more startling was the fact that Domingo had never told Barbara or the police that he had a brother. Liborio Canales was taken into custody by the Lovington Police Department on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, without any opposition. On a federal murder warrant, he was arrested and checked into the Lea County Detention Center. It was found by the police that he had left the country 2 days after killing his sister-in-law, Barbara. He had come to the United States from Mexico to celebrate his birthday with his family, not realizing that he was being pursued by police, which is why his arrest was successful. Authorities in New Mexico and the Garland Police Department worked together to make the arrest. Investigators had been following Canales around, and they quickly caught him when he crossed the border. Canales was taken into custody without incident and did not resist arrest. After that, he was taken for additional interrogation and processing. Laborio Canales eventually broke under the strain of interrogation and admitted to the horrible crime that had remained unsolved for almost 40 years. He came clean about the shocking reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day, because the weight of his secrets had become too much to bear. Canales claims that a family argument that had gotten out of hand was the driving force behind Barbara's heinous murder. Even though the specifics of the conflict are still unknown, it is clear that tension had been rising for a while before a tragic altercation. Authorities were able to assemble the evidence and create a compelling case against Canales thanks to his confession. Later, he was accused of killing Barbara. The legal proceedings proceeded swiftly because of his advanced age and the overwhelming evidence against him. Canales would ultimately be held accountable for his deeds, providing Barbara's family with closure and the community with justice. Given the seriousness of the accusations, the judge set Canales' bond at $1 million. After being deported to Texas, Canales was subjected to additional legal proceedings. An important first step toward taking responsibility for his actions was his booking into the Dallas County Jail on August 18. Canales received a 20-year prison sentence after his extradition and booking. This sentence probably means he will be incarcerated for the rest of his life because of his advanced age. After waiting for justice for almost 40 years, Barbara's family felt a sense of closure after the sentencing. The case demonstrated how crucial cold case units are, and how DNA technology can be used to solve even the most difficult cases. It also gave families of other unsolved crimes hope. According to Barbara's mother, the way the Villarreal case was resolved had a big influence on how investigations were conducted. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as an example of the effectiveness of tenacity and creativity in criminal investigations. Through the unwavering efforts of law enforcement and the revolutionary potential of DNA technology, a cold case that appeared destined to go unsolved was turned into a tale of justice. The knowledge gained from this case will continue to direct and motivate those committed to cracking cold cases and providing closure to families as we move forward. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Bethune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in All ASU Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Dabia asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Dabia requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Dabia represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Dabia dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Dabia appeared to calm down completely. and she and her friends spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Debbia was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Debbia's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious, and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Debbia was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Debbia became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Debbia had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Debbia refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Debbia admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Debbia assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Debbia went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Debbia abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child, and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, she returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debbia stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Debbia, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debbia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debbia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debbia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debbia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debbie with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debbie's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debbie submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debbie's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debbie had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debbie had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carrie Swenson never would have thought that biathlon would become her life's work, but she most likely learned to ski before she could walk. This sport just didn't exist before for women. Women were finally permitted to compete in biathlons in 1983. The USA squad competed in the first Women's World Championship in Chamonix, France, but did not qualify for the first Women's European Cup, even though many of them had undergone years of intense training. Carrie Swenson, a 22-year-old American, began with the customary 10-kilometer race. She came in 5th place, directly behind the Soviet athletes, who were regarded as the sport's unbeatable leaders. She finished 13th in the 5-kilometer sprint, the best among her teammates. But the relay was where the team, and Carrie personally, truly triumphed. Carrie and her teammates became the first American medalists, while the Americans finished in 3rd place. Following the conclusion of the biathlon season, Carrie went back to Montana and organized the summer of her dreams. She worked at Lone Mountain Ranch, a well-known tourist ranch, and ran trails in the backcountry in her spare time. Carrie let the night air into her bedroom by opening the window. She had earned her microbiology degree from Montana State University that morning. Her parents celebrated her graduation and her brother Paul's 21st birthday with a party after the ceremony. Just the summer before, they had relocated to the Lone Mountain Ranch in the Big Sky region to practice and take in the mountains, just like they had as kids. She had dreamed since she was 5 years old that she would leave to pursue her dream of studying veterinary medicine after one more year of competitions. Unaware that her dreams would soon be dashed by the self-centered schemes of two recluses, Carrie turned off the light in her room and contentedly fell asleep. Carrie was unaware of the two men's conversation that was going on in the mountains a few kilometers away. The younger man was clearly irritated. Though he felt lonely in the mountains and yearned for female companionship, he generally enjoyed living away from people and their rules. "Do you recall the plans we talked about to find a woman for ourselves, Dad?" After giving his 18-year-old son a close examination, the father questioned. Do you believe the time has come?" The son confidently nodded in response. Carrie ran around Old Ray's Lake on Sunday, July 15th. Bob Sharp, the proprietor of the snack bar where she worked, had informed her that he had spotted a grizzly bear nearby, and she was keen to see one for herself, so she decided to take this route. Carrie ran pretty fast as usual, paying attention to her breathing. She only realized there were two men in front of her at the last second. The strangers appeared disheveled. The younger one had a knife and a pistol in his hands, and neither of them was grinning. The hunting season was long over, but there were still rifles lying by a tree. The men made it clear to Carrie that they had no good intentions without taking their eyes off her. Regretfully, she saw them too late to turn around and flee. An adrenaline rush brought on by fear caused Carrie to run even faster, attempting to get past the strangers as fast as she could. But her plan didn't work. On the trail, the older man leapt directly in front of her and took hold of her wrist. He took hold of her other hand before she could respond. Unable to escape their hold, Carrie chose to keep her composure and use her cunning. She was scared by the wild expression in the older man's eyes. Remain composed. Avoid upsetting them, she thought. She pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No, we don't often see attractive girls like you. We would like to speak with you. What is your name?" He held Carrie even closer as he asked. He started questioning her about who she lived with, whether she was married, and other things. Carrie tried to scream, but the man quickly silenced her after realizing she wouldn't be easily freed. After letting go of her left hand, the stranger hit her in the face and tied her up with a rope. The men promised to hold her for 4 or 5 days before releasing her if she didn't enjoy living in the mountains, but she could tell by their smirks that they were more likely to exploit her weakness and end up killing her. She kept telling herself, "It's just a nightmare," hoping to wake up at any second. However, she knew it wasn't a dream because of the throbbing pain in her face and wrist. Carrie attempted to reason with them by stating that her friends and family would find her. The older man retaliated by threatening to shoot anyone who attempted to save her. In order to avoid being seen, the men rushed on, hoping to get deeper into the forest and away from the lake. All Carrie could do was let them pull her along on the rope. In order to make sure she wouldn't run in the wrong direction when she had the opportunity to flee, she covertly memorized the area while feigning submissiveness. As though kidnapping girls were a daily occurrence for the men, they strolled alongside each other, engaging in casual conversation. They talked about how they felt about the mountains, laws, and society. The elderly man voiced his displeasure with the way the area had developed, especially the fact that farmers were permitted to graze their animals on his property. He assured the younger man that he could acquire all life's necessities without going back to school or abiding by social norms. Carrie came to the conclusion that her captors were probably mentally ill as a result of these discussions. Carrie requested water and said she needed to rest in an effort to slow their pace. They decided to take a rest. As they got closer to a swamp, Carrie was horrified to see the older man start drinking from it. She attempted to alert him to the harmful bacteria found in the swamp, but he dismissed her worries, claiming to have never heard of it before. She also took a few sips, reluctantly. She observed that when she pretended not to be afraid of the kidnappers, they acted less violently. Carefully, Carrie began asking them how long they had been residing there without being aware of the risks associated with drinking water from the nearby swamp. They responded that although they had lived in the mountains for 12 years, they were still relatively new to the area. Carrie felt even more uneasy when the younger man smirked and added that they were in dire need of female companionship. Then they went on their journey. In an attempt to leave hints for her loved ones who would be looking for her, Carrie tried to step on soft ground and break twigs. Sadly, the older man saw her attempts and stopped them. Carrie, however, obstinately continued to make marks, and the older man continued to erase them because she had nothing to lose. They went on in this manner, and Carrie noticed that no one had yet begun searching for her when she looked at her watch. Only 4 o'clock in the afternoon had arrived. Alan Goldstein, Carrie's friend and co-worker who instructed visitors in shooting at the ranch, started to question why her run was taking so long. He was worried that she might not have been able to return home by herself because she might have run into a bear or twisted her ankle. Carrie was being led farther and farther from the ranch by the strangers in the meantime. They asked her whether she could walk 60 kilometers in a day. After talking about how far they needed to go, she declined to respond. It was impossible for her to tell her captors that she could run 50 kilometers in hilly terrain while training. They might go more slowly if they believed she was weaker than she actually was. Now she was certain they would not allow her to survive. Not today. Not in 4 or 5 days. They wouldn't give up their valuable independence for her. Carrie kept studying the men quietly. They were remarkably similar to one another in addition to having a similar philosophy. Her suspicion that they were father and son grew. Carrie was aware that people would soon begin searching for her, but nothing had scared her more than the idea of her parents or friends becoming the victims of her captors. Making an escape was one way to avoid this. She changed her strategy after pleading fail. "Change your tactics when you're losing," her tennis coach would often say. "When you have the chance to alter your approach, why keep playing a losing game?" Before deciding to take a night's rest at around 5 o'clock, the men chained her to a tree, drastically reducing her chances of escaping. Carrie was the centerpiece of the feast that the black flies and mosquitoes were enjoying. She was tired, thirsty, hungry, and afraid for her life. Now chained close to the tree, she saw a number of rocks, one of which might be used to break a chain link. It was time to try the new tactic. At night, Carrie made the decision to become intolerable. "Hey, standing by the tree is getting old to me," she insisted. "Leave the chain loose so I can sit down." Despite their confused expressions, the men let her sit. She tried to reach for the rock in private, her eyes closed as though she were sleeping. Sadly, the younger man saw her attempt and took away every rock within her reach. She kept acting rude and demanding feminine products at around 8 p.m. because she was freezing and the mosquitoes were driving her crazy. The older man began discussing how they had many of his ex-wife's belongings in the underground cave where they lived after the younger man, whom the older one called Dan, gave her a shirt and socks. He continued by saying that those caves were very comfortable and that they would never be discovered there. In the distance, Carrie heard a voice. Regretfully, her captors also heard it. A plane appeared in the sky at the same time. Carrie was unaware that the plane was looking for her, but the men were startled and put out the campfire right away. It is obvious that they were surprised that someone would look for the hostage so quickly. The plane circled the forest for about an hour before taking off. Carrie waited anxiously for the night to come and to see what they would do to her. But as they sat quietly by the smoldering fire, they left her alone. When night fell, they lay in one sleeping bag and gave her the other. Carrie's coworkers became increasingly concerned as the sun started to set. They began looking for her 2 hours after she was expected to arrive at work. Carrie's friends and family split up into 4 groups and were each given a specific area to search. In order to get assistance flying over the forest, Carrie's father, Rob Swenson, contacted a friend who was a pilot. He was filled with fear when Bob Sharp told him that Carrie might run into a grizzly bear on that trail. For several hours, the teams combed the areas where Carrie was likely to run while calling her name. However, they had to halt the search as night fell. When their father got back from the airstrip, Carrie's brother Paul discovered him at the ranch. His father appeared pale and anxiously restless. Paul went to his room and asked his father to notify him as soon as there was any update on Carrie because he needed some alone time. After a hasty shower, he collapsed on his bed. Then he caught sight of Carrie. Like a captive animal, she was chained to a log. Nearby, the men sat around the campfire. His sister was in tears. Paul hoped it was only a bad dream when he woke up from this terrible nightmare, not knowing what it might mean. They would resume their search as dawn broke, and they would undoubtedly locate her in the morning. To Carrie's surprise, the captors only moved the camp roughly 50 meters from the original campsite when they made the decision to move it. Dan didn't think twice about using his gun to go hunting and shoot a squirrel for breakfast, in spite of the continuous search for her. The older man insisted that Carrie turn over her shorts while Dan was making breakfast, claiming that their vivid red hue drew too much attention. After taking them, he returned to the former campsite. This gave Carrie a chance to speak with Dan alone. By claiming that he was too young for such crimes, she attempted to convince him to allow her to return to her family. Dan said, "No, you're cute, and you'll stay with me," after giving her a close look without showing any signs of regret, worry, or a smile. Carrie received her shorts, which were smeared with soot from the earlier campfire, from the second kidnapper when he returned. Carrie began putting on the shorts in her sleeping bag while fighting back tears. She was nearly finished when she noticed someone flat on the ground and heard rustling in the bushes to her right. Dan sprang to his feet and pulled his gun from its holster. Carrie yelled, "Remain back! Keep your distance! They will shoot because they are armed!" "Stop talking!" The older man grabbed his rifle and gave an order. "Get out! They will murder you!" Carrie yelled once more. Abruptly, a loud noise reverberated and she was flung back. She smelled the gunpowder and felt the searing pain pierce her chest. "I didn't mean to shoot her," Dan said again, startled. "I didn't mean to." Amazingly, Carrie believed she had been shot right before rescue arrived. No attempt was made by the kidnappers to assist her, but someone else appeared from the bushes to the left. It was Jim Schwalbe, another ranch worker. Evidently, he was unaware that the kidnappers were criminals and thought they were a rescue team attempting to assist Carrie, possibly hitting her by accident while frightening off a bear. Jim dropped his backpack on the floor and hurried over to Carrie. Only then did he realize the truth when he noticed the chain around her waist beneath the sleeping bag. While he was still being threatened with the rifle, he insisted that the older man take Carrie's chain off of him. Dan dropped his gun to the floor and removed the chain's key. Jim then told Alan Goldstein, one of the kidnappers, to flee for assistance. However, it seems that Alan had already discovered their true nature. The kidnappers were surrounded by 200 people, so he yelled that he was armed and told them to surrender. Carrie let out a painful scream as Dan yanked the chain violently. The older man pointed the rifle at Alan as Jim turned to face them. "No!" Carrie let out a gasp. Everyone heard something fall in the grass and heard a shot. The kidnapper had already vanished from view when Jim hurried to the fallen friend. Jim was already too far away when the older man reloaded the rifle and pointed it in his direction. With haste, the abductors stuffed their things into their backpacks, removed the chain, and even threw Carrie out of her sleeping bag, claiming she would no longer require it. Carrie and Alan lay on the cold ground, and they did nothing to help them. Carrie could hear Alan's radio crackling, but she dared not try to get to it because he was lying too far away. Her whole body felt cold, and she tried to crawl toward the extinguished fire with what was left of her strength. Hoping there were still warm logs to help the leaves catch fire, she tossed some leaves and twigs toward the fire while lying on her stomach. Carrie lost consciousness when she attempted to blow on them because she was too weak. An army of black ants raced toward her blood-soaked shirt as she awoke. No, she chased them off. She was reminded of her desire for life by these ravenous insects. Alan had fallen too far away for her to help him find the radio, but then she saw Jim's backpack close by. After struggling to unfasten the backpack with her icy fingers, she discovered a sleeping bag, a chocolate bar, and a water bottle inside. There was no radio. After successfully inserting her legs into the sleeping bag, Carrie opened the water bottle to find some warmth. She took a sip of what turned out to be warm lemonade and nibbled on the chocolate bar. Carrie attempted to approach Alan once more, but this time she had to pull the sleeping bag with her. She couldn't help but think of her brother Paul's reaction when he saw her crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. He would most likely chuckle and encourage her at every turn. She laughed at the absurd ideas that crossed her mind during these times. Unaware of the situation, other search teams carried on their work about 1.5 kilometers away from the shootout. Jim Schwalbe, breathing heavily, abruptly cut them off. To those around him, he yelled, "There were 2 guys. When Carrie yelled at us to keep away, they shot her and tied her to a log." "Is she alive?" Bob asked him. "She was when I fled, but she was shot by that scoundrel, and Alan was struck in the head by the elderly man." Carrie was losing life with each breath. The bleeding worsened as breathing became extremely challenging. She instinctively made a choice. She closed her eyes and found herself back on the biathlon track, where, like speed and accuracy, athletes systematically practice their breathing technique. Carrie was able to slow down her bleeding and heart rate by focusing and breathing very slowly, almost like in yoga. Strangely, the annoying flies that buzzed around her kept her awake. Jim was on her mind. Unless he encountered the kidnappers once more, he ought to have brought assistance by now. A few hours later, that grating buzzing noise was back. Searching for the source, Carrie noticed a helicopter hovering over the treetops. People were looking out of it as it paused right over her. "Please, locate us as soon as possible," she begged in silence. She heard the sound of a radio and the crack of branches as the helicopter took off. "Aid!" With all the strength she had left, she let out a cry. "She's right here," someone yelled. "We located her. Carrie, are you all right? Do you hear me?" "Yes," she said in response to a man's question. All she could do was smile, wishing she could yell, scream, or thank them for finding her. It was difficult to see what was coming next because her eyelids felt heavy, like they were made of lead. The police worked tirelessly to track down Carrie's kidnappers while she was being transported to the hospital. They had no idea that it would mark the start of a months-long search. The two fugitives are the only ones who are familiar with the hundreds of kilometers of local mountains and forests. For 5.5 months, the kidnappers were able to successfully elude the police, and the media romanticized their image, portraying Dan as a handsome prince and the other man as a strict and affectionate father. A local businessman even expressed interest in selling T-shirts featuring their pictures. The victims of their crimes were ignored by the journalists in the interim. Then, roughly 2 weeks prior to Christmas, Sheriff Johnny Franz got a surprise tip. In the woods on his ranch, one of his family members spotted smoke. Franz knew every inch of that ranch, having grown up there. The radio had sporadic signals in the mountains. It was dark, and the criminals might vanish at any time. The sheriff, however, hurried to their camp. Years later, he joked, "Why did I go there alone? Because that's what I was paid for." He came as fast as he could on a snowmobile, found the father and son, and was aiming for them. Without hesitation, the father drew his rifle and vowed to shoot. The sheriff responded by threatening to shoot his son twice. To get the father to listen, he had to use the boy's influence. The sheriff persuaded them that they could at last take a shower, eat healthily, and warm up. The sheriff had complete control of the situation in a matter of minutes. Dan and his father, Don Nichols, were taken into custody and charged with kidnapping. Don was also accused of killing Alan Goldstein. It was disclosed during the trial that the men had plotted the abduction for a number of years. About 5 or 6 years ago, Don Nichols bought a chain for his future bride because Dan wouldn't live in the mountains without a woman, and not all girls would accept their lifestyle. Carrie was meant to be the mother of his son's future children, and he had aspirations of starting his own clan and living apart from society. Don was released in 2017 after receiving an 85-year prison sentence. Dan only spent 6 of the 20 years he was sentenced to in prison. With his marriage, education, and decision to assist those with disabilities, it appeared that the young man had changed his life. He was, however, arrested once more in 2012 in relation to illicit substances. After spending 8 days in the hospital, Carrie started pushing the limits of her physical capabilities and conquering pain to hasten her recuperation as soon as she was released. Carrie recovered sufficiently by 1,986 to compete in triathlons in Oslo, Norway. Despite her 4th-place finish, the 3rd-place finisher acknowledged her abilities by inviting her to join her on the podium. Although it might have appeared to others that she was completely recovered, Carrie was aware that the injury and kidnapping had left a permanent mark that would never go away. During intense physical exertion, she still felt pain from scar tissue and the bullet shrapnel that was still embedded in her body, affecting nearby nerves. She therefore made the decision to give up competitive sports and concentrate on becoming a veterinarian, moving to Colorado to pursue her studies. Carrie Swenson, who has loved the outdoors since she was a young child, is a veterinarian in Bozeman, Montana, and still enjoys it today. She has turned into a harsh critic of the media's coverage of the kidnapping and hardly ever discusses what happened. She felt that the romanticization of the murderers and kidnappers as rugged mountain men skilled in wilderness survival was particularly inappropriate. Additionally, she thought that the media greatly minimized the emotional trauma of the kidnapping by making it seem more romantic than it actually was in the hands of the mountain people. The Nicholses may have lived in the mountains at times, but they couldn't survive there. At least, not without theft and robbery. Often leaving the woods for months and buying modern equipment, in the end they were so easy to catch because they froze, starved, and grew tired of mountain life. They are no true mountain men, Carrie wrote in a 2012 article for the local newspaper after Dan was arrested once more. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Laken texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Laken's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Laken hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Laken, but no one answered. Allison texted Laken again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Laken's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Laken's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me, I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Laken's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Laken's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Laken's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Laken Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma, according to an autopsy. She suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Laken's ordeal. Laken texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Laken was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Laken had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Laken's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Laken was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Laken's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Laken had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity, where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Laken, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Laken was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Laken made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, "Note the word illegal in that quote." Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, "Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name." Allison also wrote, "Amen," beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as a illegal. "I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented," said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, "Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal," to furious booing and jeering. "Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer." He compared his words to Biden's. "I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant," and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. "There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure," Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. "This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life," said Allison. "We are asking the same be done to him." Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. "This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend," the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. "I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again," she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. "I cannot walk around my own college campus. because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra, she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. "To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be," Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. "The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered," Kirby stated. Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history. So the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contain Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations, said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens-Clarke County within her circuit. No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community, she said. Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss. The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On a typical Sunday evening in Dallas, Texas, a young woman named Zoe Hastings went missing on her way to church class. Her disappearance prompted a disturbing investigation and trial. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, to Jim and Cheryl Hastings. So she was an excellent big sister, spending a lot of time with her younger brother and sisters. Zoe Hastings' parents described her as someone who made it a daily goal to make others happy. She was extremely talented in the spring of 2014. Zoe Hastings graduated from Booker Washington High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. Her interests centered on visual arts and theater. While studying there, she dabbled in acting and costume design. He was also very proud of her work as a lifeguard at the pool. And by the end of the summer, she had been promoted to supervisor. Zoe Hastings was also a graduate of theological seminary at the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ and was deeply committed to her faith. She considered an offer from 6 top Texas universities, which included the opportunity to serve on an 18-month mission trip for the church. She genuinely cared about others, sometimes neglecting her own needs. She liked to give small gifts. Zoe Hastings aspired to be a doctor and to assist people in gaining theoretical knowledge by watching documentaries and surgical videos. On that fateful Sunday, October 11, 2015, Zoe Hastings set out to attend a Bible study class at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Dallas, Texas. Zoe, a young and enthusiastic 18-year-old, had recently graduated and was looking forward to a mission trip with her church in November. Her departure that afternoon was no different from any other day. She bid her parents farewell and promised to return home for their traditional family dinner. Dinner together was a treasured tradition. But Zoe's excitement about her upcoming mission trip caused her to prioritize the Bible study class that day. So we left her house around 4:30 p.m., driving the family minivan with the Bible study class beginning at 5 p.m. Her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. And became increasingly concerned as time passed with no sign of their daughter. Not only was her absence unusual, but she also missed the 5 p.m. Bible study class, which added to their concern. They are anxious. Jim and Cheryl attempted to contact Zoe Hastings via text messages and numerous phone calls. However, their efforts were met with silence. They contacted friends in the hopes of finding out where she was, but none of them could provide any information. To make matters worse, the Hastings family discovered that Zoe Hastings did not show up for the Bible study class. As the hours passed and there was no sign of Zoe, her parents decided to contact the police at 10 p.m. However, by midnight, the authorities had not responded to their call. Fearing for their daughter's safety, they took action and filed a missing persons report while continuing their search. The breakthrough came in the early hours of Monday morning when Zoe's parents discovered she needed to find My iPhone app, which was installed on her phone. They used this tool to track her phone's location, which led them to a nearby creek only a 5-minute drive from their house. They rushed to the scene full of urgency. They found a scene of chaos and concern. Police paramedics and flashing lights surrounded the area, which was cordoned off with police tape. Zoe Hastings' minivan was discovered in a precarious and alarming position, nose down in the creek bed, nearly vertically submerged in water. The tragic events that occurred on that fateful Sunday evening and early Monday morning shed light on a disturbing series of incidents. The chain of events began when Kurt Rem, a concerned member of the public, was walking his dog near Easton Road and Lippett Avenue. He came across a man who approached him urgently, reporting a car crash involving a young girl in the creek. The stranger, visibly shaken, asked Kurt to join him in investigating the scene. Together, they went down to the creek, and the man informed Kurt that the girl would later identify Kurt, immediately dialed 911 after Zoe Hastings tragically died, fearing the worst. However, the mysterious man who had initially alerted him fled the scene before police arrived. Upon their arrival, the police discovered Zoe Hastings' lifeless body. She lay face down in a pool of blood about 10 to 20 feet from the driver's door of the minivan. The initial assumption that her death was caused by the crash was quickly dispelled when police discovered that she died as a result of homicidal violence. The horrific nature of the crime became clear as details emerged. Zoe's clothing had been disturbed. Her dress had pulled up above her waist, and her underwear had rolled down to her mid-thighs, indicating sexual assault. Zoe had several deep cuts on her neck. Throughout their investigation, the police thoroughly searched the area for evidence. All of the minivan doors except the driver's door were locked. They discovered a blood-covered knife at the top of the embankment, which they suspected was used to inflict Zoe's fatal wounds on her neck. So his phone, which has location services, provided a timeline for the investigation. It showed that her phone had been at the creek since 5 p.m. She remained there from Sunday evening until Monday morning, when her body was discovered. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that after leaving her house, Zoe Hastings stopped briefly at a Walgreens on Garland Road to return a Redbox movie on her way to the Bible study. The Walgreens was so close to her house that she could see it from the parking lot. She returned the movie at 4:42 p.m. However, authorities wanted to know what happened after that and why she didn't show up for the 5 p.m. Bible study. As the investigation into Zoe Hastings' tragic death continued, two key witnesses came forward. The witnesses said they saw a woman near a minivan in the parking lot outside the Walgreens store. One of the witnesses described seeing an African-American man approach the woman quickly. To their surprise, both people entered the minivan with the man behind the wheel. The second witness stated that the man appeared to be holding something in his hand during the encounter. After exchanging words with the woman, they both quickly entered the minivan, which drove away from the scene. The discovery of DNA on the knife found in the creek sparked a breakthrough in the case. The DNA evidence was linked to a man whose genetic profile had already been recorded in the law enforcement database. This individual was identified as Antonio Cochran. Antonio vehemently denied being involved in Zoe's murder. Nonetheless, based on DNA evidence and witness statements, he was charged with capital murder. The charges were based on the belief that Zoe's murder occurred during a kidnapping or attempted kidnapping. The prevailing theory among law enforcement was that Zoe's abduction and subsequent murder were random, with no prior relationship between her and Antonio. When Antonio Coltrane's trial began, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's case centered on the theory that Zoe Hastings was kidnapped from the Walgreens parking lot while returning a Redbox movie just across the street from her house on that fateful Sunday afternoon. This theory was supported by the testimony of two key witnesses who appeared in court to give their versions of events. The first witness, Lester Lee Clark, identified himself as a tattoo artist who worked near the intersection of Garland Road and PV Road in East Dallas. He testified at around 4:45 p.m. As he approached the Walgreens, he noticed a woman, presumably Zoe, near the Redbox kiosk. She appeared to be returning or retrieving a movie as she entered her minivan. A short, heavy-set African-American male quickly approached her and grabbed the car door, sparking an animated but brief conversation between the two that lasted no more than 5 seconds. Lester stated that he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he did notice that the woman at the driver's side door had moved to the passenger side. The man got into the minivan and quickly drove away. The second witness, Gary Whitman, was homeless at the time and stated that he was across the street from the Walgreens around 4:04 p.m. On Sunday afternoon, he described a stout, heavy-set African-American man who stood about 5 feet, 8 or 9 inches tall, and walked aggressively but discreetly. He thought the man was trying not to draw attention to himself. Gary reported that the man approached the woman in a minivan in the Walgreens parking lot from behind as she attempted to enter it. He claimed that the man extended his arms to block her path and appeared to pull something from his pocket. Although he couldn't see the exact object, Gary saw both people get into the minivan, with the man taking the wheel and driving away. Gary's immediate response, according to the court, was to seek help because he did not have access to a phone. He approached an employee at a nearby convenience store and asked them to dial 911. The court heard testimony from several researchers who carried out the tests. Gloria John Dimmock, a mitochondrial DNA analyst, told the court that several hairs were discovered at the scene. While mitochondrial DNA does not provide a unique identifier, it can be used to exclude people. According to the analysis, the hair found on Zoe's left arm could belong to Antonio Cochran. There was more evidence against the defendant. Copeland's DNA was discovered on the handle of a knife, which had been covered in Zoe's blood. The prosecution claimed that after abducting Zoe Hastings from the parking lot, Cochran drove her to a creek, where he raped and killed her cell tower. Data confirms that Cochran's cell phone pinged on Sunday, near the location where Zoe's body was discovered. Prior to Zoe's abduction, Cochran sent several text messages to various people. At 1:48 a.m., the first text message was sent to Gillis Pina Cochran's neighbor, Antonio, who stated that he intended to leave the house he and Gillis rented together. At 2 p.m., he messaged his ex-girlfriend, Angie Simon, informing her that Raina, who had been like a mother to him, had died the day before. He also messaged someone named Mimi at 2:25 p.m. and 3:19 p.m., telling her that he had been crying, drinking alcohol, and driving aimlessly around town. At 4:34 p.m., Antonio's cell phone communicated with a specific transceiver on a Dallas radio tower, which covered the Walgreens store. Antonio sent another text message from his smartphone. This time, it was addressed to Frank Torres, Gillis Pina's brother. "I really need you, brother. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, Frank. A lot has happened. I need you, brother." Antonio, according to the court, began working as a checker at a Fiesta Mart grocery store just 2 days before Zoe's murder. He was supposed to work the day after Zoe died, but he did not show up for his shift. The prosecutor also informed the judge that a detailed search history was conducted on Cocker's cell phone between October 13 and October 23. He searched for local and crime news 32 times, 5 of which were about Zoe's death. Prior to that, Antonio had shown little interest in crime stories, having only opened the news once in the previous month with a report on local gang crimes. The defense presented a compelling case, attempting to cast doubt on the prosecution's claim that Antonio Cochran was responsible for Zoe Hastings' murder. They questioned the DNA evidence's validity, as well as the witnesses' reliability. Paul Johnson, Antonio's defense attorney, stated that, at the time of Zoe's murder, Antonio was assisting a friend in presenting an alibi that placed him in a different location. He challenged the testimony of 2 key witnesses who claimed to have witnessed Zoe's abduction. Lester's timeline and description of the man involved were called into question, raising concerns about the veracity of his story. The defense also questioned the credibility of the second witness, Gary, who had a criminal record and a history of illegal substance use. Paul Johnson questioned how Gary could have witnessed the events from across the street and suggested that his testimony might be suspect. Despite the potential consequences for himself, Gary insisted that he had come forward to do the right thing and was later apprehended due to an active arrest warrant. The defense's challenge included the DNA evidence. They acknowledged that Antonio's DNA was discovered on the knife handle, but proposed an alternative explanation. They speculated that his DNA could have been on the knife from a previous occasion, possibly while working at a local movie theater and coming into contact with it. Furthermore, the absence of fingerprints on or inside the minivan called into question the witnesses' claims that Antonio grabbed the door during the alleged abduction. The defense also pointed out that the medical examiner found no evidence of sexual assault and that Antonio was not charged with sexual assault, implying that this information was used to incite the jury. Finally, Paul Johnson urged the jury to find Antonio not guilty, emphasizing the importance of making a decision based on the evidence presented, rather than reacting to popular sentiment. He encouraged the jury to do what they thought was right. The prosecution disagreed and urged the jury to find Antonio guilty. The jury deliberated for nearly 23 hours over several days. During this time, they requested additional information and clarification from the judge on 3 specific issues, including a photo of the Walgreens store, mitochondrial DNA, and the timeline of police interviews with the 2 witnesses. Ultimately, the jury convicted Antonio of the lesser offense of murder, rather than capital murder. Antonio was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, with a $10,000 fine. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a typical winter morning in 2006, a young woman disappeared without a trace in the busy city of Orlando, Florida, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The city, which is well known for its tourist attractions and lively neighborhoods, was quickly engulfed in terror as the disappearance of one woman turned into a mystery that would trouble many people for years to come. This is the tale of 24-year-old Jennifer Joyce Kessie, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance rocked her friends, family, and the community at large. Kessie had a bright future. Jennifer's fate is still unknown, despite a thorough investigation and a plethora of leads, including an enigmatic sighting of someone throwing a rolled-up carpet into a nearby lake months after she disappeared. Law enforcement is still perplexed by her case. Her story has been sustained over the years by her family's unrelenting search for answers, which has stoked optimism that the truth about her disappearance will eventually be revealed. On May 20, 1981, Jennifer Joyce Kessie was born in Orlando, Florida. Jennifer developed into a determined, perceptive, and compassionate young lady as she grew older. She did exceptionally well in her studies and extracurricular activities, and her family was very proud of her achievements. After graduating from Tampa's Vivian Gaither High School, Jennifer continued her education at the University of Central Florida, where she earned a degree in finance in 2003. She soon got a job at Central Florida Investments, an Ocoee timeshare company, as a finance manager. At the age of 24, Jennifer was establishing a prosperous life, living on her own, and looking forward to the future. In order to invest in her future and start a new chapter in her adult life, she had bought a condominium at the Mosaic at Millenia complex in Orlando. Jennifer was a cherished friend, sister, and daughter. She was renowned for having compassion and a cheerful disposition. She was very close to her family, especially her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. Her abrupt disappearance in January 2006 left her family and friends bewildered and devastated, as they had always been there for her. Jennifer had a typical workday at Central Florida Investments on January 23, 2006. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, she left work, called her father, and then talked to her boyfriend. They talked about her recent trip, a brief getaway she had taken with him that had been a welcome diversion from her hectic life. The last verified conversation anyone had with Jennifer was during this call. Her boyfriend was worried when he did not receive his regular call on January 24, because she had a habit of calling him every morning. Her employer called her family when she failed to show up for work, and the morning passed without any communication from her. Since Jennifer was regarded as trustworthy and accountable, her family was aware that something was amiss. In the hopes that she would be there or that they would discover some clue as to her whereabouts, her parents drove to her condo. Jennifer's condo showed no signs of forced entry when they got there. It appeared from the scene inside that she had begun her morning as usual. Her towel was still wet, and her work clothes were neatly laid out, so there was proof that she had showered, dressed, and gotten ready for work. But she was nowhere to be found. There were no obvious signs of a struggle, and nothing seemed out of place. On January 26, 2006, 2 days after Jennifer Kesse disappeared, a big lead surfaced that gave some hope. Only a mile from her own condo, her black 2006 Chevy Malibu was found abandoned at the Huntington on the Green apartment complex. Although the car had been abandoned in a parking lot, no one was immediately interested in finding it. It was the video that the complex's security cameras had recorded. The video showed someone parking Jennifer's car, quietly exiting and leaving. But the video quality was so bad that it didn't provide many hints. Any identifying physical features were blurred, and the figure's face was hidden. Although it was evident that the person was male, the video offered no specific information regarding the person's height, physique, or attire. The suspect was later referred to by one journalist as the luckiest person of interest ever, considering the scant evidence provided by the video. Based on the hazy video, the FBI was called in to help identify the person's size and gender, but they were only able to estimate that the person was between 5 feet 3 and 5 inches tall. NASA attempted to extract clearer images from the video as well, but the suspect remained a dark figure with few distinguishing features. Investigators and Jennifer's family were disappointed when no conclusive identification could be made, despite their best efforts. In search of crucial hints, investigators focused on Jennifer's car, while the surveillance footage was still inconclusive. The vehicle's forensic analysis produced very little evidence. Despite the discovery of a small DNA fiber and a latent fingerprint, the case did not advance. The car had clearly been completely cleaned, indicating that whoever had left it had taken great care to remove all traces of themselves. The car was missing a number of things, including Jennifer's briefcase, purse, keys, iPod, and cell phone. The mystery was further complicated by the fact that her phone was still off and her bank account had not been accessed, in addition to these missing possessions. Authorities were unable to provide a definitive explanation for Jennifer's disappearance, which seemed to be more intentional. Jennifer Kesse's family and close friends were the first to be questioned, as is typical in cases involving missing persons. The goal of the investigation was to find out if Jennifer's family members had any reason to hurt her. Her ex-boyfriend, with whom she had broken up before dating Rob Allen, was among the first individuals questioned. Jason Schofield was his name, and he had recently stated that he wanted to resume their relationship, but it was soon determined that he was not responsible for her disappearance. Jennifer's then-boyfriend Rob Allen was also questioned. Rob, a British expat residing in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, had met Jennifer while visiting Orlando in 2005. Rob and Jennifer had been dating for a year when she vanished from sight. Rob and Jennifer made it a point to spend every weekend together, despite living roughly 3 hours apart. Jennifer's mother, Joyce, remembered that her daughter was in love and that the couple seemed to have a close relationship. Jennifer had taken a weekend trip to St. Croix with Rob a week prior to her disappearance. Rob said the trip was a unique experience. On January 23, 2006, Jennifer called her mother on her way to work after returning from St. Croix. After the trip, Jennifer was obviously happy, excited, and full of life. Joyce remembered how she sounded elated as she shared every detail about the trip and said she was on a cloud. She continued to communicate with her family as usual, speaking with her father and brother later that day. Around 10 o'clock that night, Jennifer made her last phone call to Rob Allen. Regretfully, the discussion did not conclude favorably. The strain of the long-distance relationship was starting to get to Rob, who confirmed that they had a disagreement during the call. Rob insisted that despite their sporadic difficulties, there was no sign that Jennifer had been angry or afraid about anything while they were speaking. He had no idea that he would never talk to Jennifer again after this call. Because it was not unusual for romantic partners to be involved in missing persons cases, investigators closely monitored Rob Allen while he was being questioned. But Rob's alibi was confirmed. There was no proof that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance, and he had been in Fort Lauderdale when she vanished. The possibility that someone she knew might have been involved was nevertheless not ruled out by Jennifer's family, which included her parents, Joyce and Drew Kess. They remained watchful due to the emotional toll of the investigation and their fear of not knowing what had happened to their loved one. In particular, Jennifer's parents held out hope that someone would come forward with information that would help explain her disappearance. As investigators looked into every possibility, the investigation grew, but Jennifer's family remained committed to getting the truth. They never thought Rob Allen or any of Jennifer's family members had any motive to hurt her. Instead, as the investigation continued, they sensed that the mystery grew more complex. The investigation into Jennifer's disappearance evolved into a search for justice and the truth about what had happened to a lively young woman who appeared to have a promising future. Jennifer's condominium complex was going through major renovations when she vanished. The fact that many of the complex's employees did not speak English presented a problem for investigators. Jennifer had complained to her family that she was frequently whistled at, catcalled, and otherwise uneasy by the construction workers. Many of the employees were unable to be interviewed by law enforcement due to the language barrier, making them possible but evasive suspects. According to the surveillance footage, the person seen exiting Jennifer's car was dressed in white overalls, which are typically worn by manual laborers or painters. This made investigators question whether the person in the video was a construction worker on the property when she vanished. Nevertheless, the lead remained frustratingly ambiguous in the absence of additional evidence connecting the individual in the video to a particular employee. Jennifer's parents appeared in court in 2009 to request the case's release. Interviewing a former housekeeper who had worked at the complex gave detectives an unexpected lead. When the woman saw CCTV footage of the suspect, she surprised law enforcement by stating that the figure's gait, attire, and hairstyle reminded her of a man she knew from the complex named Chino, although she was unable to confirm that it was him. Her identification was a clue worth following up on. Chino had been employed at Jennifer's complex as a maintenance worker only a week prior to Jennifer's disappearance. He had even resided in a different complex building. It was quickly discovered by investigators that Chino was well known within the complex, and that some residents remembered him mistreating women. Although investigators had no hard proof to connect Chino to the crime, a tip from the early stages of the investigation raised the possibility that he was involved in Jennifer's disappearance. When it was revealed that Chino was already serving time in a Florida prison for the statutory rape of a teenage girl, a crime he committed 2 years after Jennifer vanished, the case took yet another unexpected turn. Chino cooperated when asked about Jennifer's case and denied any involvement. He even consented to and passed a polygraph exam. Still, the lead cooled off once more. Jennifer's family became more and more irate with the Orlando Police Department's OPD handling of the case as the days stretched into weeks, and those weeks into months. Police refused to label her case as cold, which would have prevented the allocation of more resources, despite her persistent efforts. The family felt that law enforcement could have done more, But this decision left them feeling abandoned. When the family filed a lawsuit against the OPD in 2018 to gain complete access to Jennifer's case files, their frustration reached a breaking point. The Kesse family was granted access to more than 600 pages of documents and hours of audio and video recordings following a grueling legal battle. They hoped the documents would shed light on Jennifer's disappearance and offer fresh leads. Michael Toretta, a private investigator, was hired by the Kesse family to go through the case files and return to the crime scene. Interviewing former complex residents was Toretta's first step, and he was shocked by what he learned. Jennifer's neighbor Colleen recalled that the complex used to be a secure neighborhood. She and other women, however, started to feel uneasy when workers started residing in empty apartments throughout the complex. Nothing had been done despite their complaints about the workers' inappropriate behavior to the leasing manager. Several other women who had resided in the complex were also interviewed by Toretta, and they all voiced similar worries regarding the construction workers. Tammy, a neighbor, reported that she had observed odd occurrences in her apartment, including footprints discovered in her closet, her underwear drawer being thrown, and the shower appearing damp as though someone had used it. Tammy even caught a man on her patio who she thought was one of the employees looking at her. Once more, the name Chino came up. Another woman remembered how uncomfortable it was when Chino would frequently approach her in the parking lot late at night. Suspicion was heightened when Chino moved out of the complex in the middle of the night, 9 months after Jennifer vanished. Eventually, Toretta found Chino, who had served time for statutory rape and was now at liberty. He once more denied any involvement in Jennifer's disappearance, despite his cooperation and insistence on his innocence. According to Toretta's main theory, one or more employees who had been residing in the apartment complex targeted Jennifer. Toretta said the workers, many of whom had been crammed into a single apartment, probably moved in after Jennifer locked her door early on January 23rd. They are thought to have pulled her into one of the empty apartments in the area. Unfortunately, since many of the workers were undocumented and had no long-term connections to the complex, there is no record of their identities. 10 months after Jennifer's disappearance, a person was observed throwing a rolled-up piece of carpet into a lake near her condo, according to additional investigation. Because workers had been installing carpet in the building across from Jennifer on the day of her disappearance, this discovery seemed especially intriguing. In 2019, a dive team searched the lake, but they were never able to find any carpet. In order to preserve Jennifer's memory in the public consciousness and media, Drew, Joyce, and Logan persisted in following up on every possible lead. To raise funds for the costs of a private investigation, they set up a GoFundMe page and urged anyone with information to contact a special tip line. CrimeCon appearances, social media appeals, and public awareness campaigns all helped to keep the case in the public eye, but none of them yielded the answers they so desperately needed. Jennifer's family persisted in seeking justice in spite of the obstacles. After years of advocacy, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, took over Jennifer's case in 2022. This change was welcomed by the Kesse family, who thought that FDLE's resources and experience might finally provide the answers they were looking for. Joyce, Kesse, and Drew were cautiously optimistic, pointing out that the investigation entered a new phase with FDLE's involvement. There was hope that the case might make progress thanks to the agency's sophisticated forensic tools and investigative resources. The same period saw the publication of a book by Jennifer's uncle, Bill Gilmore, which described the family's search for her. He told tales about Jennifer's life and the unsolved mysteries surrounding her disappearance through public speaking engagements and appearances at events such as CrimeCon. His efforts strengthened Jennifer's case and brought attention to the family's dissatisfaction with the OPD's initial handling of leads and evidence. Jennifer Kesse's disappearance has had a profound impact on her family, particularly on her brother Logan and parents Drew and Joyce. The lack of answers has caused them to suffer emotionally for almost 20 years. There is a sense of lost time every year that goes unresolved, such as holidays and birthdays they never spent with Jennifer. They hope for closure in spite of the heartache. Their extended family and close friends also feel the pain, and they keep helping with the search and spreading the word. Despite the uncertainty, the family is steadfast in their conviction that the mystery will be unraveled. The youngest, Logan, shares his parents' desire for justice after seeing their suffering. The Kesses are steadfast in their pursuit of the truth and in preserving Jennifer's memory. No matter how long it takes, they are adamant about finding answers and won't give up until justice is done. Their strength is demonstrated by their tenacity in continuing to search for almost 20 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. She was a virtuoso in her art and a master of tricks, never leaving any traces behind. Her lack of humanity was the only thing that made her successful. Nobody could have predicted that a quiet but intelligent girl would grow up to be one of the world's most skilled criminals, behind a long string of schemes that funded her transformation from a regular girl into a dangerous individual living in luxury. The vicious con artist, who had a taste for killing, was the epitome of evil and was always one step ahead of the police. Until they finally got a chance to confront her in person. Steve and Jane McGowan, who lived in Florida, received a letter from their sister Beverly, who was 34, on Thursday, July 19, 1990. She wrote that she was leaving them and starting a quest to discover who she was in this world. Beverly went on to say that she planned to leave right away, so she was selling her apartment and resigning from her job. The brother and sister were shocked by what they read in the letter. Beverly had put in a lot of effort and was happy with her new home and job. She worked 2 jobs to pay off the mortgage and had just bought the apartment of her dreams. When Jane rushed to the police station to report her sister's disappearance, the letter claimed that Beverly had left on her own initiative, so there was little the authorities could do. Steve and Jane went to Beverly's apartment in Pompano Beach to try to find answers to their questions after discovering notepad sheets at her house with the letter written in her handwriting. They saw right away that Beverly's red Volkswagen Fox was not parked where it usually was. Even though Beverly wasn't in the apartment, it didn't seem like she had moved out permanently. Clothes hung in the closet, a nightshirt rested on the unmade bed, and dirty dishes were in the sink. But there were also indications that Beverly had no plans to come back. Her 2 cats were nowhere to be seen, the answering machine was gone, and the phone was disconnected. After searching through drawers, Steve and Jane found that Beverly's address book, birth certificate, and passport were also gone. In addition to her part-time job at a nonprofit, Beverly worked in a bank's loan department. Steve called the bank to ask if her coworkers could provide more information. They told him that Beverly had taken a sick day, claiming to be ill, the day before he got the farewell letter. Given Beverly's reputation as a trustworthy and accountable worker, this was out of the ordinary. She asked them to sell the mortgaged property and get rid of her personal belongings that were still in the apartment during the phone call, adding that she no longer wanted to live there. In order to confirm her request, Beverly was asked to send a telegram, which she did. Steve and Jane had to accept that their sister had actually left without telling anyone why, despite the peculiar circumstances. Nevertheless, Steve closed Beverly's credit cards and persuaded the police to report her missing. Closing the cards would upset her travel schedule and make her angry enough to call the family, he thought. While Steve and Jane were checking out their sister's apartment that same evening, a fisherman and his young niece went fishing to find bait for their next trip. They reached a broad irrigation canal in a secluded part of St. Lucie County, 160 kilometers north of Pompano Beach. When the fisherman saw what looked like a bag of trash, he left his niece in the car and started to walk along the canal. He rushed back to the car and called the police as he got closer and recognized what it was. When deputies from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office got to the spot the fisherman had pointed, they found a woman's body. It was clear that in addition to killing her, the killer did everything in his power to hide her identity. But he missed something. A tiny tattoo of a yellow rose was concealed under the woman's jeans on her right ankle. The media was given the tattoo's description in the hopes that locals would recognize it. Around 10 p.m., Steve McGowan had already arrived home when the phone rang. It was his sister's missing friend. She had recently learned of the discovery in the St. Lucie Canal and Beverly's corresponding tattoo. Steve and Jane went to St. Lucie the following day to talk to investigators and show them a picture of their sister. Although conventional identification techniques had to be disregarded due to the body's condition, they were both certain that it was their Beverly. A comparison of her dental records proved it was her. No blood or suspicious objects were found during the examination of Beverly's apartment. No indication of a struggle was present. Jane and Steve were unable to comprehend who would hurt their sister. Her nephews in particular loved her, and she loved them in return. Beverly didn't have a lot of money, and she didn't have any complicated relationships. The deaths of her two boyfriends in different auto accidents cast a shadow over her life, but Steve was sure Beverly had been enjoying her life lately, even in spite of her past. Despite working 2 jobs, Beverly's income was insufficient to pay her mortgage. She began renting out one of her apartment's bedrooms in order to supplement her income. Investigators discovered a notebook containing a list of possible tenants while searching her apartment. Except for one, each entry contained the full name, phone number, and the time of the apartment viewing. Alice was the only name on the first line, which was scheduled for Tuesday at 6:30. Beverly had heard nothing but good things about Alice. She worked for the famous company IBM, was from London, drove a fancy car, and was immaculately dressed. Due to a temporary transfer to the company's Fort Lauderdale office, Alice had relocated to the area. She told her friend that Alice would be moving in on Friday, July 20th, and she had impressed Beverly enough that she decided to make her the new neighbor. By the way, Beverly said she was first introduced to numerology by Alice. Alice tried to forecast Beverly's future, but she required a number of numbers that were important to Beverly, including her date of birth, social security number, passport number, and even information from her driver's license. The odd thing is that Beverly gave her all these numbers. She shared Alice's future predictions with her friends because, all things considered, she was happy with them. Regretfully, she didn't give them her new neighbor's last name. The identity of Alice was still unknown. Furthermore, there was no proof that Alice had ever been to Beverly's apartment, let alone moved in. When the investigators contacted IBM, they were told that the company did not have any UK workers in the South Florida region. They didn't even have a Fort Lauderdale office. According to the results of the financial investigation, someone took $795 out of the $800 in Beverly's bank account on the day her body was discovered. Then, at a Miami shopping center, she used her credit card to buy books and women's clothes. The customer was described as bright blonde with a British accent by the salespeople who assisted her. The tall blonde woman who had garnered national attention at the time fit the description. Police officer Lori Bembenek had been given a life sentence in 1,982 years, 8 years prior, for killing her ex-husband's ex-wife. There had been a stir about the case. Lori was somewhat of a celebrity due to her glitzy appearance and the high-profile nature of the case. Lori had freed herself from Wisconsin prison a few days prior to Beverly's murder. The Miami salesperson identified Lori Bembenek as the person who had used Beverly's credit card after seeing pictures of her, until it was revealed that Lori had actually fled to Canada and was not in Florida at the time of the crime. The police were baffled as to how the path of a modest bank employee could have intersected with that of a convicted killer. However, Beverly's card was used once more in Miami, this time at a travel agency, on Friday, July 20, 1 day after her body was found. Interestingly, the cardholder looked like a man disguised as a woman. The individual wore oval-shaped glasses and a cheap black wig in the Cleopatra style. The man identified himself as Sam and spoke with a British accent. Sam apparently used the card to buy a ticket for British Airways Flight 2922 because he was going to London in 2 days, on July 22nd through 2922. Investigators looked through Flight 292's passenger registration records and those of every other flight that was scheduled to depart for Britain on July 22. None of them bore the name of Beverly McGowan, but after being parked there for 5 days, Beverly's car was discovered in the airport parking lot. 4 synthetic black wig hairs were found inside the car, but fingerprints inside the car did not show any significant results. On Monday, July 23rd, according to London time, British Airways Flight 292 touched down at Heathrow Airport. A traveler with oval glasses and short black hair came up to the Avis car rental desk after the plane touched down. The passenger, who was most likely Sam, provided her driver's license as identification and made a car reservation in Beverly McGowan's name. Beverly wore glasses and her dark hair reached her shoulder. She looked like the person behind the counter. Sam gave Beverly's Visa card to the clerk when she asked for a credit card to pay for the car's fuel. However, the card was turned down. They may have gone over the limit and paid in cash, Sam clarified. Actually, Beverly's credit cards had been canceled by her brother Steve by that point. Sam was long gone by the time Florida detectives found out about this botched transaction. Transactions on the credit card could not be tracked because it was no longer in use. American law enforcement agencies had no jurisdiction over Sam once he arrived in Britain. Detectives from Florida called the London police to ask for help. John Cornish, a detective, consented to assist with the global investigation. He talked to the Avis company and told their employees to tell the suspect to go to their closest office if he got in touch with them. Sam did get in touch with Avis later that week. He was asked to come to the local Avis office and asked for an extension on the rental car. Sam never arrived at the location where the police were waiting for him. On the day of the car's return, a contingency plan was developed in which officers would wait at Heathrow Airport. When that day finally came, Sam was nowhere to be seen. Without any hints, Sam's abandoned car was discovered a few miles from the airport in the early morning. Detective Cornish ordered his team to board all flights to the U.S. that day in order to check the passengers, because he suspected Sam might be trying to fly back to the U.S. However, this effort was in vain. The chance to capture the criminal was lost on the police. British Airways Flight 292 was the last lead the police had. Sam had purchased a ticket in a different name because he did not board the flight using Beverly's passport. Although it was illegal for investigators to check passengers who did not live in Florida, they made an effort to examine the 248 people on that flight. So they turned to the United States for help, State Department in Washington, D.C. The process could take years because each passenger's name had to be compared with passport information, and there was no single database that contained all of this data. The State Department didn't give the police a name they considered significant until January 1996. British national Sylvia Hodgkinson was on Flight 292. A woman with dark hair and eyebrows was shown in the passport photo. She was compelled to relocate to a women's shelter following the death of her spouse. There was nowhere else for her to go. A passport was issued in her name less than a year after her husband's passing. It was suspected by investigators that someone else had taken Sylvia's identity in order to obtain documents in her name. There was fear that Sylvia had met a similar end to Beverly's because they were unable to find her in any way. Additionally, the State Department found a fascinating link between Sylvia and two other women, Elaine Antoinette Parent and Charlotte Ray Callan. An incident that happened a year after Beverly's murder revealed that all three identities were unintentionally connected. A woman in a rental car was approached by North Miami police on May 22, 1991. It was past due to return the car, which had been rented in Los Angeles 6 months prior. To hide its origin, stolen license plates were affixed to the vehicle. A tall redhead woman, who introduced herself to the officers as Charlotte Ray Cowan, sat inside the vehicle. The woman's personal diary, 2 dogs, multiple wigs, and several documents bearing Charlotte's photo under the names Sylvia Hodgkinson and Elaine Parent were all evidently in the car with her. Charlotte's failure to return the rented car led to her arrest by the police. The following day, she posted bail after spending the night in jail. Surprisingly, the police did nothing about this issue, even though the woman was clearly using a false identity. One of the arresting officers was in the building on the day of Charlotte's court hearing for the offense. A redhead woman stood up when Charlotte's turn to appear before the court came. The officer who had arrested Charlotte, however, was taken aback to discover that the woman he had arrested was not the same one who had been called to court by the subpoena. Charlotte was perplexed as to why she had been summoned to court so abruptly. She questioned the officer about the height and red hair of the woman he had arrested. She boldly declared that she knew exactly who it was when he said yes. Almost 10 years prior, in the middle of the 1980s, Charlotte was unwinding at an Orlando bar when a well-dressed woman with a British accent came up to her. Like Charlotte, she had stunning blue eyes and short red hair. The woman offered to buy Charlotte a drink and identified herself as Anne Tremont. The offer was accepted by Charlotte, and they struck up a conversation. Anne mentioned numerology in passing during their conversation. She began by requesting Charlotte's birth date, adding that she would be pleased to make a matching matrix for her. Anne took Charlotte's driver's license information and social security number one by one. She wrote it all down on a napkin and made a hopeful forecast for Charlotte's future. Anne and Charlotte began talking and became friends right away. Charlotte met Anne's brother a few days later. He was a tall, blonde man who shared his sister's grace. The women eventually lost contact with one another, though, as they saw each other less and less. When Anne called Charlotte a few months later to inform her that her aunt had died and left her a sizable inheritance, Charlotte was taken aback. Anne claimed that her brother had chosen to have her institutionalized in order to keep all of the money for himself, even though they were meant to split it. Anne showed up at Charlotte's door at 3 in the morning, approximately a month after the phone call. She was wearing a man's shirt with a tie and a tangled wig. She broke down in tears as she described how she had gotten out of the institution where her brother had put her. She needed assistance going missing because she was hiding from her family. In order to establish a new identity for herself, Anne pleaded with Charlotte to let her take her birth certificate. At first, Charlotte declined, but after witnessing Anne's distress, she grudgingly consented. The birth certificate would be returned shortly, her friend assured her. Charlotte didn't hear from Anne for weeks. She started to worry. The birth certificate and a note from Anne expressing regret for the wait were finally sent to her. It wasn't until she was summoned to court in 1991 that Charlotte learned more about her friend. After hearing this intriguing tale, the investigators were curious to find out who the mysterious and elusive scammer was. Although not much was known about Elaine Parent's life, she was a real person like everyone else. On August 4, 1942, she was born in the Bronx, New York. Her parents were loving and reasonably well off, and she was their only child. She was a tall, slim beauty with dark hair and piercing blue eyes by the time she reached adulthood. She relocated to Florida at the age of 30, where she briefly worked at a real estate company before being arrested for shoplifting in Fort Lauderdale in 1976. They took her fingerprints and put them in the database. She then stole $40,000 worth of jewelry from an elderly acquaintance in 1985. Parent and Charlotte met at about the same time. The fingerprints of the parent and the woman who was arrested in 1991 for not returning a rented car were compared. They were identical. Elaine Parent was the woman posing as Charlotte Cowan. Naturally, it was assumed that Elaine Parent, the elusive suspect Sam, and the new neighbor Beverly McGowan's Alice were all the same person. They still had to establish a clear connection between Elaine and Beverly's murder, though. In addition to reviewing the case's evidence, the detectives looked through a notebook that contained letters that Beverly had written to her sister and brother. This specialized equipment uses an electrostatic detection device, ESDA, to find impressions or indentations left by previously written letters on paper. The notebook had been used for a number of other letters that weren't written in Beverly's handwriting, according to the analysis of the notebook. The author appeared to be a woman with a deep-seated animosity toward Beverly. Threats were included in the rather aggressive messages. Elaine Parent's handwriting samples were compared to the letters, and they matched. Parent's letters were sent to a woman in London who was the chief executive officer of a large corporation. She filled in many of the gaps in the elusive fraudster's life, but was named Witness X in the case materials for her protection. The woman disclosed that she and Elaine became friends right away after meeting during a trip to Miami in the 1980s. Elaine reportedly fled to London in 1985 while the police were looking for her in connection with the jewelry theft, and she asked Witness X if she could stay with her. However, Elaine's unstable and explosive temperament quickly made it clear to the two young women that they couldn't live together. The scammer went back to the United States in 1990, but Witness X was shocked when she left for London at the end of July. She was operating an Avis-rented vehicle. Parent stole 2 of her old friend's dogs and fled to the United States 3 months after she returned to London. She then tried to extort a ransom for her dogs by sending Witness X threatening letters. Clearly, these were the same dogs that were discovered in her possession when she was arrested in Miami in 1991. The State Department accused Parent of forging her passport by the end of 1996, but they were clueless as to where she might be hiding. Elaine Parent was featured in an episode of the television program America's Most Wanted in 1998. Patricia Evans of St. Petersburg, Florida, was watching television at home when the show started. She instantly recognized Elaine when she saw her photo. Elaine was known to Patricia Nevins, a church employee, as Sandra Little, a blonde. In 1992, Patricia met Sandra Little while she was residing in a St. Petersburg homeless shelter. Sandra lived with Patricia for nearly a year and a half after Patricia let her use her empty bedroom. Sandra sued a restaurant during this time after she hurt herself after slipping there. She prevailed in the case and was compensated, though it is unknown how much. Patricia talked about a number of odd things that happened when she lived with Elaine. She was once informed by Elaine that adopting a new identity was one way to live a dignified life. After that, at a dinner party, parent indiscriminately cut a guest's hand in order to take a gold bracelet. Elaine's psychiatrist, whom Patricia arranged for Elaine to see, told Patricia that Elaine was a highly intelligent sociopath who would leave Patricia's life as soon as she entered it. When the women parted ways in 1993, this prophecy was realized. An interesting letter was delivered to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office after the police made a public plea for the community's assistance in apprehending Elaine. There was a copy of an oil-colored painting inside. It showed Elaine parent, with pearl earrings and a teal-green swimsuit. She had gray hair that was styled the way her parents usually did. She was shown emerging from a swimming pool. This was printed on the back. "Best wishes, your chameleon." According to psychiatrist Barbara Caven, who had been helping the police with the case, parent both feared and desperately needed police attention. The painting is very telling. She sent it to the police to taunt them, as if to say, "I'm alive, I'm okay, look for me." Elaine gained international recognition after appearing in the documentary series World's Most Wanted in February 2009. People from all over the world began reporting that they had seen Parent in South Africa, Australia, France, and Turkey. The media referred to her as the most wanted woman in the world. Elaine Parent was featured in another episode of America's Most Wanted in April 2002 and Happy, and 16,000 minors in Russia. After the show, many calls were received from the wealthy Panama City, Florida neighborhood, identifying a woman there as Elaine. The address was visited by 3 police officers. When they reached a small one-story home, they knocked on the door. The door was answered by a brunette middle-aged woman wearing a beige silk pajama set. The officers gave an explanation for their visit to her. Presenting her military ID with her photo on it, the woman identified herself as Darlene Thompson. The officers had seen a picture of Elaine Parent, but she didn't look like her. She was asked to accompany the officers to the station for formalities, even though they knew the neighbors had erred. Darlene consented and asked the officers to hold off while she changed. As the officers waited outside the bedroom, one of them looked over Darlene's identification card and, as a former military man, he saw right away a vital missing stamp that verified the document's legitimacy. She replied that she was getting dressed when the officer knocked on the bedroom door to ask about this. She never emerged, despite the officers waiting for her to do so. When the officers hurried into the bedroom after hearing a gunshot, they discovered Darlene dead. The identity of Darlene and Elaine Parent was formally verified by subsequent fingerprint analysis. Elaine lived in a house that turned out to belong to another woman. She had rented a room to Elaine since August 2001. She is a nice woman who loves to cook, according to the homeowner. Elaine's Florida driver's license, which had her photo on it but the name of the woman she was staying with, was discovered during the house search. She had jotted down details about a man from the nearby town of Lynn Haven, including his credit cards and social security number, in a notebook. Elaine's closet was stocked with men's and women's clothes, as well as wigs. They also found a book on theatrical makeup and another on learning French. Elaine's laptop, which some of her acquaintances claimed she frequently used for work, was never located. When she was arrested more than a decade ago, she had her diary with her because Charlotte Cowan was also missing. The police discovered a flyer featuring a picture of Elaine and the name Antonia Racerman, which is another fascinating aspect of the portrait. It looked as though Elaine had made the flyer herself, and the local police chief later conjectured that she had done it to intimidate someone. The flyer said that she was wanted by the FBI for the murder of a government official at a hotel in Washington, D.C. Many questions remained after Elaine's death. According to the police, she used up to 20 different identities in countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Turkey, Israel, France, and South Africa. Although no other victims have been located, some believe she may have committed more murders. There are differing views on whether she worked alone or with an accomplice. Investigator Norma Pfeiffer told the media 3 years before she died, "The brutality of the McGowan murder makes me think that someone capable of this has either done it before or will do it again. She couldn't have run Beverly alone, according to some. And let's not forget about the handsome blonde man she passed off as her brother." According to psychologist Barbara Kerwin, Elaine is a virtuoso in her field, who can read people's souls and identify their weak points with ease. The reason behind her crimes is still entirely unknown, though. Why, given her high IQ, would someone like Elaine decide to commit crimes rather than excel in any other field, especially since her crimes brought her more fame than fortune? Kerwin, however, feels she is aware of the motivation behind Elaine's plots, her own inner demons. Barbara said, "I believe she impulsively stole the identities of others to fill her own emptiness." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall, Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind, and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all 3 men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all 3 of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her, but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the third attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between two halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's fifth and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the three suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the two closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. "That car is there." Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the three men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. "Fortunately," acknowledged Sarah, her mother, "the world is not without kind people." Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever questioned how well you actually know the neighbors? What's behind their warm grins and informal salutations? Psychologists and investigators concur that people with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes, but there are no clear rules for spotting potentially dangerous people among your acquaintances. The beginning of this eerie case involves Brian and Beverly Mauck, an apparently ideal couple whose lives appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. They enjoyed traveling and spending time together, were financially stable, and were incredibly in love. However, when they relocated to a different neighborhood, everything was different. Beverly and Brian were found dead in their house shortly after they had moved in. Investigators were immediately directed to a nearby residence by blood evidence found at the scene. Even the most experienced detectives were taken aback by the motivation behind this heinous act. Brian and Beverly Mauck's love story. At a party hosted by a mutual friend in the spring of 2001, Brian and Beverly first crossed paths. They were both college students at the time, but it was obvious they had discovered something unique as soon as their eyes met. They were inseparable after their initial mutual admiration swiftly developed into a strong bond. The couple visited each other's families in turn that summer, introducing their partners to their parents and being forthright about their sincere intentions. The relationship was immediately approved by both families, who noted how well the two complemented one another. From an early age, Beverly and Brian had been active and daring. They were never satisfied to remain motionless for long and thrived on sports, thrills, and novel experiences. Beverly was a gifted athlete who loved learning new languages, played guitar effortlessly, and was an excellent baseball and track star. She was loved by both her peers and her friends, and her bright smile could light up any space. Sports that were riskier and more unusual had always appealed to Brian. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A startling incident in a quiet neighborhood. Around 8 a.m. on Saturday, November 17, 2007, Brian's friend Steven showed up at the couple's home. That morning, the two were going fishing. When Steven knocked on the door, no one answered. Steven knocked more loudly and waited, thinking that Brian had likely overslept, but there was no sound in the house. Steven made the decision to wait in his car for roughly half an hour while making several unsuccessful attempts to call Brian, but his calls were not answered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Steven eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Steven decided to return to their house once again. There was no answer at the door. This time, Steven decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. He was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Steven reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Steven rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side, and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Steven immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Steven was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, the lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours. Based on initial observations, the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds inflicted by a large caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft. Personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Later, forensics verified that a .22 caliber revolver was used to fire the shots. Investigators came to the conclusion that a single perpetrator most likely shot both victims using the same weapon. The lock remained intact, indicating that the couple had voluntarily allowed the guest inside. Investigators speculated that Brian may have answered the door, identified the guest, and granted them entry. He may have turned toward the living room after inviting the individual inside, but the moment he did, the attacker produced a gun and fired 3 close-range shots into Brian's back. One of the bullets left his body and hit the TV screen, knocking it to the ground. Beverly probably came out of the bedroom because of the noise. She attempted to flee when she noticed her husband lying in a pool of blood and the attacker standing close by. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far before she was killed in the hallway after being hit in the back by 3 bullets. Later, her body was pulled into the living room and set next to Brian's. The fact that both victims were still in their pajamas suggests that the crime was committed while they were asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was still unclear why the attacker had wrapped a blanket over the bodies. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, giving the impression that someone had attempted to clean them but had instead made the situation more chaotic. It appeared as if someone had attempted to sweep away a sizable bloodstain that was close to the body. Investigators discovered a long-handled plastic broom behind the couch, its bristles matted with dried blood. But the reason the broom handle was left at the scene was because the criminal had carefully cleaned it of fingerprints. The reason for the broom's use quickly became apparent. The criminal had been carefully cleaning the floor in an attempt to remove bloody shoe prints. Similarly, palm prints and smudged fingerprints were discovered on door handles, furniture, and walls, making identification impossible. Experienced forensic investigators were aware that the longer a criminal remained at the scene, the more likely it was that they would leave behind something incriminating, even if the attacker made an effort to clean up and hide their tracks. Their intuition was right. They discovered a crucial clue: a partial boot print on the blanket that covered the victims' bodies. Because it wasn't blood-stained, the print wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather, the tread pattern showed on the fabric underneath it, and it was imprinted where there was only a thin layer of blood on the floor. After sending the blanket to a lab, forensic experts determined that the tread belonged to a rare type of heavy-duty work boots with a unique sole design. After more research, it was discovered that a Clearfield County construction company had recently bought multiple pairs of these exact boots. With this lead, investigators started questioning company employees in an effort to reduce the number of possible suspects on their list. Detectives discovered a palm print on one of the surfaces of the house in addition to the shoe print. There was optimism that the case would be resolved in a matter of days, and it appeared to be a breakthrough. Nevertheless, no matches were found when the print was scanned through law enforcement databases. This implied that the offender had no past records and had never had their fingerprints taken by the police. The initial suspect, Stephen, the friend who had found the bodies and alerted the police to the crime, was, of course, the first suspect. Suspicion was aroused by the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice that day, but Stephen clarified that he didn't call the police until later because he had thought earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were just sleeping. Stephen was shocked and furious to learn that he was a suspect. He had no alibi because he said he had been fishing by the river by himself for almost the whole day, where no one else had seen him. Nevertheless, his timeline was confirmed by investigators using traffic camera footage. As he had described, the recordings verified that he had traveled to and from the fishing site during the day. Stephen was further exonerated by fingerprint analysis, as tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing revealed no evidence, and his prints did not match any recovered from the scene. Furthermore, the boot prints were not the same size as Stevens' shoes, and he had no affiliation with the construction company that had bought the boots. All suspicions against him were abandoned, since there was no proof linking him to the crime. An unexpected observer. In the meantime, detectives interviewed neighbors extensively in an attempt to locate witnesses. They eventually received a promising lead when they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabaris, who lived across the street from the Mocks. When they called, Daniel said he was happy to answer their questions, but that his wife Jennifer was at work. He disclosed that at approximately 5:30 a.m., he now knows that the strange noises he heard from the Mocks' house on the day of the crime were gunshots. Daniel, intrigued but wary, had noticed a white pickup truck parked close to the Mocks' home through his window. He was positive the car was not the couple's. Two men left the Mocks' home a few minutes after the loud noises were heard. The low light just before dawn made it difficult for Daniel Tavares, the witness, to get a clear view of them, but he gave a thorough account of the white pickup truck's driver that was parked close to the house. Daniel reported that the driver was a white man of about 40 years of age, with a sturdy build, long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a mustache. Additionally, he saw a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he was unable to discern the design. No other neighbors reported seeing anything similar, despite the fact that this information seemed promising. Brian and Beverly's friends, family, and co-workers were unable to name anyone in their social circle who fit this description or had a truck like that. The fact that the car was not visible on any local traffic cameras further suggests that the criminals may have evaded detection by taking a detour through the woods. A county-wide alert was issued for the white pickup truck, but no leads were found. A fresh suspect surfaces. In an interview with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that a few months prior to the crime, her daughter had brought up Jeremy Flint, a neighbor. Law enforcement had been keeping an eye on Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, for dealing illegal substances. Other neighbors had made disparaging remarks about him, and his home was notorious for being visited by suspicious people on a regular basis. Because of this, investigators began to think about him as a possible suspect in the heinous double crime. Jeremy wasn't home when the police came to visit him. At first, they believed he might have run away after committing the crime. After interviewing more neighbors, it was discovered that Brian and Beverly had thrown a small party at their house just before the tragedy. Jeremy had unexpectedly arrived, uninvited and under the influence of drugs. His actions were characterized as aggressive by witnesses. He incited arguments, insulted visitors, and harassed a few of the women. He eventually had to leave, but not before promising that the couple would come to regret what they had done. A cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been kept in a pantry drawer were among the things that Brian and Beverly discovered missing from their house the following day. The couple chose to confront Jeremy because they were positive he was to blame. They visited his home and firmly but politely demanded the return of their belongings, threatening to call the police if they weren't given back. It might have been a risky error to make this rash threat against someone connected to illegal activity. Jeremy refused to return the items and denied stealing anything, but inexplicably the missing items turned up in the couple's backyard the next day. Beverly and Brian were certain that Jeremy had left them there overnight. Even though the incident seemed to be over, Beverly was still uncomfortable. She started urging her husband to think about relocating to a different neighborhood because she was afraid of being home alone. The alibi of Jeremy. When Jeremy eventually made it back to town, he was taken into custody by police to be questioned. He returned the day after the crime, but it soon became apparent that he had been out of town for almost a week. He had spent 6 days with his parents after traveling to another state to see them. He had been out drinking with friends the night of the crime, according to surveillance footage from a bar, and his alibi was supported by multiple witnesses. Furthermore, forensic analysis verified that Jeremy's palm prints and fingerprints did not correspond with those discovered at the scene. Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect because there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Recent advances in the case. The only witness in the case, Daniel Tavares, was contacted again in the hopes that he might remember something new after investigators had exhausted all other suspects and leads. Daniel's story abruptly changed during this follow-up visit. In addition to describing one of the men leaving the house with a scar on his cheek, he claimed to recall specifics about the clothing the criminals were wearing. Daniel had previously mentioned that the men's faces were hidden by hoodies, so this was a startling change. Daniel was asked to identify the window he had been looking through at the time of the incident by a detective. Despite the fact that it was daylight, the detective's analysis of the view revealed that it was still challenging to discern the specifics of a person across the street. It seemed unlikely that Daniel could have seen so much, given that the events had occurred in the early morning twilight. This disparity raised the possibility that Daniel had been lying all along. However, why? Was he personally responsible for the crime? Daniel produced a number of pairs of dress shoes, boots, and sneakers when investigators asked to see his footwear, but none of them matched the footprint discovered at the scene. Detectives began to examine Daniel more closely, however, as his story changed and his actions became more suspicious. A difficult history. The background of Daniel Tavares proved to be extremely disturbing. His life took a bad turn early on. He was born in 1966 as the youngest child in a military family. Daniel's mother took care of him and his 3 older sisters after his parents divorced when he was only 4 years old. Shortly after, his father got married again and showed little concern for his former spouse's kids. Daniel had left school by the 9th grade, started stealing, running away from home, and experimenting with illegal drugs. He was first arrested for robbery when he was 18, but then his estranged father stepped in and helped him get probation instead of going to jail. The father appeared to want to give Daniel another chance, possibly out of guilt. Even so, Daniel kept getting into trouble with the law over the years. He was always given light sentences for his offenses. Daniel's father tried to provide for him after he relocated to Florida in the late 1980s. In addition to trying to help Daniel find stable work, his father funded an expensive treatment program at a private rehabilitation clinic. However, Daniel was caught stealing and dealing drugs once more within 6 months. He was sent back to live with his mother after his father gave up this time. Daniel's dependencies had started to negatively impact his mental health by this time. He received a schizophrenia diagnosis and medication within a year, but Daniel hardly ever took his drugs as prescribed. Rather, he combined them with alcohol, which resulted in violent and hazardous outbursts. A case of violence. During a fight with his mother in July 1991, Daniel snatched up a knife and attacked her, wounding her almost 30 times. At the scene, she passed away. Daniel stated during his trial that he was influenced by voices in his head that told him to kill her. Psychiatrists appointed by the court, however, concluded that Daniel was legally liable because he had been aware of his actions. He received a 20-year prison sentence. Daniel served less time than the entire sentence and was released on parole in 2006. Daniel Tavares started communicating with Jennifer Freitas while incarcerated, and the two eventually fell in love. Jennifer awaited his release and they were married as soon as he was granted parole. Around the same time as the Mauk couple, Daniel moved into her house in Graham, a small town. Daniel broke the conditions of his parole by moving to a different state. He ought to have been taken into custody right away, but a technical glitch and police carelessness kept that from happening. Even after detectives discovered a bloody handprint at the Mauk's crime scene, Daniel managed to avoid detection because his fingerprints were inadvertently deleted from the criminal database. It was as if everything was somehow conspiring in his favor. Daniel briefly worked for a construction company that bought the rare work boots connected to the crime, according to additional investigation, but there was not enough hard evidence for detectives to make an arrest. They had to carefully construct their case so as not to alert Daniel or Jennifer, his possible accomplice. Placing the trap. Daniel was asked to come to the police station on November 24, 2007, ostensibly to help with composite sketches of possible suspects. He enthusiastically accepted and enthusiastically described and assisted in drawing portraits of people he had made up entirely for about an hour. He was preoccupied when a second officer walked in and remarked nonchalantly that in order to rule Daniel out as a suspect, they needed to get his fingerprint. After some hesitation, Daniel finally consented, certain that there would be no evidence of his presence at the crime scene. The officer casually mentioned that investigators had discovered an unidentified bloody handprint at the Mauk's residence after fingerprinting. Daniel tensed visibly, and started to explain that his prints might have been left at the Mauch's house because he had been friendly with them and frequently visited them. The officer calmly replied that there was no reason to be concerned because the handprint was bloody and obviously that of the criminal. The discussion then turned to Daniel's past by a second detective. Daniel confessed to killing his mother after he brought up the crime for which he had served time. Unexpectedly, Daniel started to describe the horrifying specifics of that crime with icy fervor. He gave off the air of a real psychopath, grinning as he explained what he had done. Forensic experts were comparing Daniel's prints to those recovered from the crime scene in the meantime. Detectives presented Daniel with the evidence after the results showed a perfect match. Anger immediately replaced his arrogant manner. However, officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest before he could lash out. Daniel was forced to confess and assist investigators due to the overwhelming evidence against him. He clarified that he had spent hours drinking and using potent drugs at a bar the night before the crime. The bar staff threw him out and threatened to call the police when he ran out of money to pay his tab. Daniel Tavares was furious when he remembered that he had given his neighbor Brian Mauch a tattoo as a friendly gesture the month before. Daniel, however, arbitrarily demanded $50 for the service after deciding that he should be paid for his labor. At 5 in the morning, armed with his revolver, he arrived at the Mauch's home while they were still sleeping together when Brian opened the door. Irritated by the early visit, Daniel's demand for money was there. Perplexed and irritated, Brian declined, instructing Daniel to return once he had calmed down. However, Daniel insisted. Brian decided it would be simpler to pay in order to defuse the situation, so he went to another room to get the money. Daniel took offense at a comment he made as he was leaving. Daniel became indignant at this. In an instant, he pulled out his gun and shot Brian 3 times in the back. Beverly was awakened by gunfire and went outside to investigate. She saw Daniel standing with a gun over her husband, who was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She attempted to flee back to the bedroom after realizing the danger, but she was shot 3 times in the back before she could do so. Upon acknowledging the seriousness of his actions, Daniel returned home and asked his wife Jennifer to assist in cleaning up the crime scene. Sadly, Jennifer didn't appear shocked by what he did. Together, they carried Beverly's body into the living room, set it next to Brian, and wrapped a blanket around them both. Jennifer proposed erasing the bloody footprints with a broom. Additionally, she carefully cleaned surfaces to get rid of fingerprints, but she overlooked one important one. After cleaning was completed, Daniel threw the murder weapon into a nearby river. The revolver was never found, despite investigators' best efforts. The fallout. Daniel Tavares received a life sentence without the chance of release. Jennifer, his wife, expressed profound regret, saying she had aided Daniel because she was afraid for her own safety. She only received a 1-year prison sentence for tampering with the evidence. A terrible discovery was made in 2015 by new homeowners remodeling the house where Daniel had previously resided with his mother. They discovered human remains when they were digging in the backyard. The remains were identified by forensic analysis as belonging to a young neighbor who vanished in 1990. Investigators found that Daniel had been attracted to the woman romantically, but had reacted violently and fatally when she turned him down. Her body was interred in his mother's backyard, where it was kept secret for many years. Daniel was given a second life sentence for this offense. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We will examine 2 cases today that you are most likely unfamiliar with. Both cases occurred in the United States of America, one in Maine and the other in New York City. 2 19-year-old women encountered unanticipated events that ended their plans and aspirations and permanently altered their families' lives. Michaela Conley, 19, lived in Bar Harbor with her mother and stepfather. The town of Bar Harbor is located on Mount Desert Island in Frenchman Bay, Maine. It provides access to the nearby Acadia National Park's mountains and cliffs. When Michaela was 4 years old, her father passed away. On May 31, 2018, Michaela picked up her friend Jalik Keene at Logan Airport in Boston and drove him back to Bar Harbor. Conley and Keene attended Mount Desert Island High School together. Before graduating in 2015, he played running back for the Mount Desert Island High School football team. According to a friend and coach, he had just finished playing football for the Krausevo Royal Crowns, an amateur team in Serbia. He is thought to have been returning from Europe when Michaela Conley met him at the airport. The same evening, she took him back to her Bar Harbor home on Eden Street, which is directly across from the Connors Emerson School. Michaela and Jalik decided to go for a walk after leaving the house at around 2 in the morning. Michaela never came home. Later, Jalik went back to Michaela's house the following morning and informed her mother that he had left his wallet and cell phone in Michaela's room and wanted to get them back. Danielle Timoney, Michaela's mother, was shocked to hear that her daughter had not spent the night at home. Jalik claimed that after a fight with Michaela, he left her alone and walked away. According to Jalik, he had not seen Michaela. Michaela's mother then reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. Court documents are the most trustworthy source of information. One such document that describes Michaela's fate will now be read to you. A detective who worked on the Michaela Conley investigation provided this testimony. Thomas Pickering, a detective in the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North, is your affiant. As of February 2012, your affiant has been a detective. Due to my own investigative efforts and the efforts of other Maine State Police detectives and other law enforcement personnel who shared their findings with me as part of the investigation, I have first-hand knowledge of the facts and circumstances that are described below. Although this affidavit does not contain all of the information we have learned during our investigation, I think it is enough to show that there is reasonable suspicion that Jalik Keene committed murder. The Maine State Police contacted your affiant on June 1, 2018 in Bar Harbor, Maine. On June 2, 2018, around 11:32, Bangor RCC reported a missing person from Bar Harbor. After arriving at the Bar Harbor Police Department, your affiant was informed by Maine State Police Sergeant Jason Richards of the following facts: that on March 22, 1999, Michaela Conley was reported missing to the Bar Harbor Police Department, that she had left in the afternoon of May 31, 2018, to travel to South to pick up Jalik Keene and a woman named Natasha, that her mother, Danielle Timoney, reported her missing on June 3, 18 at around 1:04 p.m., that Danielle reported that her cell phone was found this morning on the grounds of the Connors Emerson School, that a school official gave Danielle a cell phone which Danielle recognized as her own, that on June 2, 2018, an MSP canine search team discovered human remains in the wooded area between the Connors Emerson School and the intersection of Eden Avenue and West Street in Bar Harbor, Maine, that a video was uploaded to Snapchat from Michaela's phone on June 1, 2018 at 2:19 a.m., that a male named Jalik Keene was identified in the video, and that the video showed what was thought to be the playground at the Connors Emerson School. The remains were hidden beneath branches, bamboo, and other vegetation. The body had been dragged from the vicinity of the school, as evidenced by the obvious drag marks found upon closer inspection of the scene. Later, it was determined that the remains belonged to Michaela Conley, who was born on March 22, 1999. On June 3, 2018, State Medical Examiner Dr. Margaret Greenwald performed Michaela Conley's autopsy. Dr. Greenwald called me to share her initial findings. She discovered evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head and face after the autopsy. In addition, there were numerous abrasions and contusions on the torso and extremities, which suggested both dragging and intentional harm. Additionally, there was evidence of anal penetration with injury, including rectum contusions, anus lacerations, and contusions. She believes that strangulation and blunt force trauma are the causes of death. Homicide is the manner of death. Before MSP detectives Jason Fowler and Paul White discovered the body, Jalik Keene was interviewed on June 10. He acknowledged in that interview that Michaela had picked him up at Logan Airport and that they had driven back to Bar Harbor together. He claimed to have stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning at her house, and that while they were there, they both went onto the grounds of the nearby Connors Emerson School at around 2 in the morning. I was able to verify this claim by looking at surveillance footage that was obtained from the school. He claimed that they made out and had sex for approximately an hour while they were together on the school grounds, as will be covered in more detail below. Then she got angry. A physical altercation broke out. He displayed the scratches on his back to the detectives. "She had forced it upon me," he said. He claimed that he left at 3:30 a.m. and never came back. "I never saw her again," he said. Jalik and I had a walkthrough on June 3 before I interviewed him. He acknowledged that they had had vaginal sex at that point, and in response to my questions, he revealed that this was their first time having sex together, and that he had also had anal sex with Michaela. He went on to say that he never saw her again after leaving her on the school grounds at around 3:30 in the morning. He told me that he waited for her for 4 hours after walking down to the shoreline close to the Bar Harbor shore path. I was able to get the video surveillance footage from every camera at the school by collaborating with other detectives. By watching that video, I was able to see Michaela Conley and Jalik Kakeen strolling along the path that connects Eden Street to the Connors Emerson School at 2:17 in the morning. Jalik and Michaela walk off camera toward the school's Eden Street side, which is where the playground is. After that, I watched more video from a camera mounted on the building's Eden Street side. Low light levels and cobwebs in front of the lens, which partially obscured the view, resulted in poor video quality. It was like taking pictures with night vision. However, I managed to see someone who looked like Michaela enter the scene and sit on the ground in what must have been a very dimly lit space. Then, at 3:36 a.m., I saw a man who looked like Jalik approach her side. Following some sort of conversation, he picked her up over his shoulder and left with her while she was kicking her feet. I then looked at more footage from the same camera that was shot at around 7:05 a.m. the following day in full daylight. I saw someone operating a lawnmower, moving in and out of sight. Shortly afterward, I saw Jalik Keen emerge from behind a line of bushes into the open, carrying an apparently dead Michaela by her wrists, pulling her over his back with her body stretched out on it, and quickly dragging her across the screen in the direction of the location where her body was eventually discovered. Jalik had the same eye-catching tattoo on his left arm that I had previously noticed on the video, and I noticed that he was wearing the same black clothing that he had been wearing when they first arrived on school property. Additionally, when he is interviewed, the video footage blatantly disputes Jalik's assertion that he abandoned Michaela at the school grounds at 3:30 a.m. and never returned. I did not see any other male or female than those mentioned above at any time while I was watching the surveillance tape. Jalik Keen was taken into custody. Despite facing multiple charges, he entered a not guilty plea. About 50 of Conley's family members and friends packed the courtroom for the 2019 trial. A smaller group of Keen's relatives and friends were gathered on the opposite side of the courtroom, wearing black t-shirts featuring a picture of Keen and the words, "We all love you" in large letters. Meg Elam, the prosecutor, told the jury, which consisted of 6 men and 9 women, that on May 31, 2018, Michaela Conley drove Keen and 2 other people back to Bar Harbor after picking them up at Boston's Logan International Airport. Michaela was unaware that she would die within the next 18 hours, Elam reminded the jury. She also mentioned that Michaela Conley's genitalia and under her fingernails contained Keen's DNA. Since Keen was physically stronger than Michaela, she had very little chance of escaping after the police found and inspected her body. According to the website of the West Virginia University sports team, where Keen played collegiate soccer, Michaela was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed just 93 pounds. In 2015, he made a separate opening statement to the jury, stating that he weighed 180 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Attorneys Don Corbett and Jeffrey Tutaker, who are Keen's representatives, stated that although prosecutors have circumstantial evidence against Keen, they are unable to prove that he killed Michaela Conley because there may have been another person on the school property who escaped being captured on camera. According to Corbett, police never tested objects discovered on the playground, such as cigarette butts and an empty alcohol bottle, in an effort to identify additional suspects. According to her, there is no evidence of Conley's cause of death or the identity of those present when she passed away. Circumstantial evidence, according to Corbett, does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It makes people guess. Before Corbett told the jury how Conley and Keen who had known each other since elementary school, went to Conley's mother's home on Eden Street, which was right across the street from the elementary school, when they arrived in Bar Harbor at around 1 in the morning. Elam gave her opening statement. Her mother never saw or spoke to her again after Conley and Keene left. According to Elam, Keene returned to the house the following morning and claimed that he had left his cell phone there the previous evening. Conley's mother discovered that Conley was missing when she went up to her daughter's room to get it. Keene informed Conley's mother that he had last seen her on the school grounds at around 3:30 a.m. when she inquired about the whereabouts of her daughter. Conley's mother was notified later that morning by school personnel that they had located Conley's cell phone on the school's playground. Later that morning, after a thorough search involving Conley's friends and the police, they also discovered Conley's shoes outside the school. Keene persisted in telling people that he last saw her at the playground. Even the defendant took part in the search. Elam claimed that even though he already knew where Michaela Conley's body was, he feigned to search for her. Keene began as Conley's friend, but ended up being a wolf in sheep's clothing. According to the victim's stepfather, "I am completely shattered. I am irreparably damaged. This is my life sentence without my girl. Keene has destroyed our family, Jalik." According to Danielle Timoney, Conley's mother, Keene made the decision to testify on his own behalf. A video that purportedly showed him carrying Conley's lifeless body and then washing himself in a water spigot was shown to him on the grounds of Connors Emerson School. Keene claimed he couldn't remember what was captured on camera. Prosecutors and defense lawyers questioned Keene. He claims that after an international flight from Serbia, where he played football, he had been up for about 36 hours that night. Keene claims he didn't remember anything from that morning until he left his wallet and phone at Conley's house. As he spoke for himself, Keene informed Judge Murray that he disagreed with one aspect of the case, stating that although he loved Michaela, he was never in love with her. After that, Keene read a written confession in which he acknowledged that he was responsible for Conley's death and stated that he wanted to exchange his life for hers. He appeared to request the death penalty rather than spend years in prison, saying he would never purposefully hurt any of his friends but would take a bullet for them. A jury found Keene guilty, but Keene added that no one knows what happened the night Michaela was killed in May 2019. During the sentencing on September 11, the verdict was declared. Despite the video evidence, Judge Murray said it was chilling that Keene refused to accept responsibility for Conley's death. Judge Murray also found it unsettling that Keene could appear to Conley's mother while pretending to care for her daughter, 22-year-old Jalik, only minutes after killing her. Keene received a sentence of 30 years and 58 years for murder. The two terms will be served simultaneously. The event covered in this video happened in January 2022, specifically in East Harlem, New York City. Cristal Bayron Neves, 19, was employed at Burger King on the night shift. As if sensing trouble, she was scheduled to work another shift on January 8, 2022. Even though Crystal didn't want to go to work, her sense of duty overcame her. The girl showed up for what turned out to be her final shift. North of the Upper East Side, East Harlem, also called Spanish Harlem or El Barrio, is a neighborhood in Upper Manhattan, New York City. It is bordered to the east and north by the East and Harlem Rivers, to the south by 96th Street, and to the west by 5th Avenue. Although it is one of the neighborhoods that are included in Greater Harlem, it is generally not regarded as being a part of Harlem proper. Despite its name, the neighborhood is home to one of New York City's largest Hispanic communities, which is primarily made up of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. In 2019, Crystal, her mother, and her 14-year-old brother relocated to New York City from Puerto Rico, where they gradually made their home. While their mother, Christy Nieves, found employment and tried her best to provide for her children, Crystal and her brother began attending school. Crystal received her high school diploma in 2021. She started looking for work, but since she lacked any skills, she was compelled to accept a position at East Harlem's Burger King in December 2021. Her home was only a few blocks away from her workplace on 116th Street. Her dreams were not limited to working behind the cash register at a fast food restaurant. Of course, she intended to attend college and pursue a career that would enable her to be eligible for a higher-paying job. But for now, Crystal's dream was a personal vehicle, and she set out to earn the money necessary to purchase it for herself. During her first few days at Burger King, Crystal encountered difficulties. She had to work the night shift because of the way the schedule was set up. Since East Harlem has a long history of social issues, including high crime rates, Crystal was understandably unhappy with the night shifts. She was afraid of the homeless people who would gather in front of the Burger King where she worked at night. Crystal asked her manager to adjust her work schedule after she started to worry about her safety. She requested to start working the day shift on January 14, 2022. As her final night shifts came to an end, Crystal was to start working during the day. She grew less and less excited to go to work. Before leaving the house on the evening of January 8, 2022, Crystal was heading to one of her final night shifts. She told her mother, Christy Nieves, that she was scared of the contingent that gathered there at night, and that was why she didn't want to go to work. But the mother insisted that her daughter must do the right thing. "You have to be responsible," Christy said. "You're already on the schedule, so you must leave." The last time Crystal's mother saw her alive, she left for work. Crystal changed her clothes when she got to work and started working. She worked at a Burger King location that was open 24 hours a day, but there was no security. A man wearing all black entered the building at around 1 in the morning. He had a gun in his hand and a black ski mask covering his face. The first person to obstruct the offender at this time was a patron who was seated at a table within the establishment. The handle of the gun struck him in the head. The 59-year-old female manager was struck in the face by the perpetrator after she was next in line. Then, the masked man threatened Crystal as he walked up behind the cash register. He insisted that she take the money out of the cash register and give it to him. Although there was only $100 in the cash register, Crystal opened it, took the money and gave it to the criminal in order to comply with the demands. The masked man pulled the trigger because he apparently didn't like receiving so little money. Crystal was struck in the chest by the bullet. The manager called 911 after the offender had left the property. Police and an ambulance showed up and took Crystal to the hospital, where the doctor tried her best to save her life but was unsuccessful. The location where everything occurred was cordoned off by police, but they were unable to track down and capture the criminal on the hot tracks. The female manager told the police everything they could recall after the customer was struck in the head by a gun handle. They claimed that Crystal followed the offender's instructions without question. However, he still shot her. Although the suspect's face was hidden by a mask, the New York Police Department released a picture of him in the hopes that someone would recognize him and report it for information that would result in the criminal's arrest. The $10,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department was quickly raised to $20,000. What took place? Additionally, Crystal's family suffered a severe blow. Funeral arrangements were now a burden for the family, even though her life had only just begun. Outside the Burger King building, a temporary memorial was set up, and worried citizens brought flowers and lit candles. According to Mayor Eric Adams, he met Nieves' mother and observed the anguish on her face. He expressed gratitude to the NYPD for their efforts in apprehending the suspect. "Even though I don't attend arrest press conferences, it was extremely personal for a cold-blooded murderer to shoot a 19-year-old girl after she cooperated. There are far too many firearms on our streets, as we have repeatedly stated." Adams said that when a fundraiser was set up for the Nieves family, hundreds of worried people answered the call for assistance. In her native Puerto Rico, Christy Nieves made the decision to bury her daughter. When contributions totaled $45,000, the fundraiser was shut down. Crystal's family members received complimentary tickets to Puerto Rico from JetBlue Airways, which has its headquarters in New York. Police were working to solve the case in the interim. Throughout the city, leaflets featuring the offender's picture were actively circulated. The incident was discussed on television news programs, and the picture was also circulated on social media. There was no justification for shooting this young woman, so it's likely that very few people in New York are still unaware of Crystal's incident. The money had been transferred. She was making an effort to follow the gunman's instructions. She was killed for no apparent reason, according to NYPD Chief of Department Kenneth Corey. 5 days after Crystal's death, police spoke tearfully about the teen's last moments. After the culprit fled the scene, they declared that they had arrested a suspect. Detectives used surveillance footage to follow his movements. On Friday, January 14, Winston Glynn, 30, was taken into custody. The clothes the murderer allegedly wore the night of the attack were discovered in nearby dumpsters when police arrested Glynn at a Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn address. According to law enforcement, they found a phone that he had taken from the manager of the restaurant and thrown into a subway tunnel. They also used security footage to follow the attacker to a nearby bodega where, an hour prior to the deadly altercation, he made an electronic transaction. Among other charges, he was accused of first-degree murder. Surprisingly, Glynn, a Jamaican native, worked at Burger King for a while in 2020 in the exact location he chose to rob. He also resided in a homeless shelter. Furthermore, he probably went in disguise as a customer the day before the attack to take a look around. Because Glynn was familiar with the facility and knew there was inadequate security, investigators came to the conclusion that he planned the attack. He left before Crystal began working there, so he didn't know her. As officers led Glynn, out of the police station in handcuffs and shackles, he screamed at the irate crowd of onlookers. "Our reparations for 400 years of slavery are nowhere to be found," Glynn inquired. Then he yelled, "America is going to burn," as loudly as he could. As the suspect was being led from the station, a crowd of bystanders gathered outside and threw profanities at him. Glynn repeatedly accused the judge of lying during the courtroom arraignment. "You didn't see the judge, liar," the suspect yelled. "Liar." At a subsequent court hearing, Glynn was accused of first-degree murder and robbery and was not granted bail. He likened himself to Jesus Christ and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela. What happened to him? What became of Jesus? They weren't guilty. "I want to be a leader in all of that, Glynn. Many people are envious." He asked why he would use a traceable payment so soon before the crime, and why it took days for a witness to identify him after the news had broadcast the robbery's video. "I used to work at a tip line, and I'm sure someone called it. That's all," he raged, alluding to the 8 months he worked at the East 116th Burger King in 2020, the location of Bayron Niev's murder. "This can only go in one direction. They let me go, and I sue the city for keeping me for so long," he continued. "The system treats the lower class as if we are unimportant," which infuriated Glynn, before asserting that the families of the wealthy and powerful truly profit from crime and chaos in the city. He also made strange references to Freemasons and the Illuminati. Glynn entered a not guilty plea in the death of Bayron Nies. Glynn's criminal history includes at least 4 prior arrests, including menacing with a weapon in November 2021 and criminal possession of a weapon in December 2020. Winston Glynn is currently awaiting sentencing. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of release. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 3, 2019, 17-year-old Ellie Gould decided to skip her regular class and spend the day studying alone. Nobody knew that there was a terrifying secret hidden behind her closed door. Her father expected her typical chirpy greeting when he got home, but instead he found an eerie silence. The kitchen had devolved into a nightmare scene. Ellie Gould, a popular and intelligent sixth-form student, should have turned 18 the week before. However, she was killed in her own house in May. Ellie was lying there, a motionless figure in a pool of blood, a knife by her arms, stab wounds at her throat, not the lively girl her father had known. Her eyes, which had once been determined mirrors, gazed straight ahead. There were more questions in the air. Why would a young girl who followed her dreams, Ellie, commit suicide? However, there was more to this tale than first appeared. Before Ellie said her final goodbyes, rumors of another eerie presence in the house began to circulate after a silver Ford Fiesta was spotted close to her residence. Who was this invisible person? Were they complicit in the murder of Ellie? The crucial question still stood. Was this a horrific murder or an act of self-harm? The small, serene town of Calne, Wiltshire, is situated in southwest England and is encircled by picturesque hills. The River Marden flows through its banks, surrounded by willow trees, and the air is thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. Stone cottages with window boxes in bloom line the cobbled streets. A weekly market with lively exchanges takes place in the town square, which is shaded by old oak trees. Ellie flourished in this calm environment, surrounded by the recognizable sounds of distant trains and church bells. Calney was more than just a lovely location. It was a part of Ellie's journey, influencing her aspirations and objectives with its understated charm. Carol and Matthew Gould, both in their late 40s, welcomed Ellie into the world on February 6, 2002. She went into her A-levels as a Year 12 student at Hardenhoosh School with a strong sense of ambition. Ellie, however, was more than just studying and tests. Riding her favorite horse in the open fields brought her peace. She was naturally skilled at it, and even had aspirations of becoming a member of the mounted police. In addition to awards and trophies, Ellie played a crucial role in her family's life. Ellie was regarded by her contemporaries as a reliable friend who would listen to your darkest secrets and make you laugh until your sides ached. Ellie got along well with her cousins as well as her friends. Jess Vine, 17, was one of her closest cousins. Like sisters, they couldn't be separated. When someone said, "It was almost like we had twins in the family," Ellie desired to study psychology as well. Understanding the intricacies of the human mind, the positive, negative, and intriguing gray areas in between, was made possible by her A-levels. She wished to improve the world by assisting people in discovering their inner motivations. But Ellie's life took a surprising turn. No one could have imagined how brutally she was removed. Ellie Gould decided to study at home for her A-levels on May 3, 2019, rather than attending class. This day, however, was different. Everything changed when her father, Matthew Gould, returned from his job. There was a silence that persisted in the house indefinitely, replacing the usual routine and laughter. In a state of shock, Ellie's father, Matthew, called for an ambulance in a panic, unsure of what to do or how to react to what he had just seen. He then contacted Ellie's mother, Carol. His once bright daughter was now lying on the floor, her laugh gone, her beautiful face scarred, her eyes open and emotionless. Ellie had been lying dead in her kitchen for at least 4 hours, according to the Wiltshire police investigation. Unbelievably, she had 13 separate neck stab wounds and displayed symptoms of strangulation. Even the best surgeons or first aid would not have been able to save her due to the violent and upsetting nature of the stabbing. There was nothing to be done about the terrible and tragic circumstances. The police soon came to the conclusion that Ellie couldn't have done this to herself, and that there was little possibility that a stranger was to blame. They assumed it wasn't an outsider because nothing in the house was disturbed. The evidence indicated that it wasn't an outsider, which left the police perplexed. They began looking into more intimate circles, such as Ellie's friends, family, or acquaintances. This case was made even more complex by the fact that the motive was still unknown. Still in disbelief, her parents first thought that Ellie might have hurt herself unintentionally or fallen off a chair, but her father, Matthew, stopped and rethought the whole thing. Maybe he had a feeling something was wrong, or that there might be more to it than first appeared. When a neighbor gave a vital lead, the breakthrough occurred. Earlier that day, they had noticed a slender, unnamed male guest at Ellie's house. The police investigation was centered on this description, even though they were unable to see the person's face. The case took a major turn when the search for this enigmatic young man began. Detective Jim Taylor, the investigator, and his team acted quickly to interview all of Ellie's friends after learning of this lead. They began with Ellie Gould's friend and classmate, 17-year-old Ellie Welling. On May 3, 2019, the day of Ellie Gould's untimely death, Ellie Welling was scheduled to pick her up. The police reached a dead end after speaking with Ellie's friends, but they were distracted when they noticed a strange car driving toward Ellie's house. Shortly after Ellie's death, this car appeared on surveillance footage and was out of place in the neighborhood. The police needed Ellie's parents to identify any suspected friends in order to advance the investigation. However, Ellie's parents were unable to immediately come up with a friend because they knew all of her friends. It clicked for Ellie's parents when the police asked directly if Ellie was in a romantic relationship. Thomas Griffiths, age 18, was brought up. An 18-year-old A-level student named Thomas Griffiths played rugby for the first team and was a prefect at Hardenhoosh School in Chippenham, Wiltshire. He was raised in a decent household and put in a lot of effort to earn the chance at a promising future. Ellie had a major crush on him and had known him since 7th grade, so it's safe to say that she was thrilled when they started dating. Thomas became Ellie's first boyfriend when they formally began dating in January 2019, and their relationship went well. Since Ellie's parents knew everything about her life, she naturally told her mother about Griffiths. Although they hoped she would put her studies ahead of boys, her parents were aware of the brittleness of adolescent love and wanted to steer clear of it. They agreed to let her date even though they preferred that she concentrate on her studies. To get to know Thomas better, they invited him over for dinner and insisted on meeting him. Ellie's parents watched Thomas intently one evening while they were eating dinner in the kitchen, attempting to gauge his personality. He was quite quiet and appeared introverted, but there were no overt warning signs. They believed it was most likely because he was still a young boy and was nervous about meeting Ellie's family. Ellie's parents were supportive and understanding, and they were eager to give her space because they knew she was a smart and self-sufficient child. But they watched Thomas and silently pondered why Ellie had picked someone who didn't seem to be a good fit for her. They were certain that Ellie and Thomas couldn't be together, but they didn't say anything because they respected Ellie's opinion. They made the decision to give Thomas a chance in the hopes that Ellie would be happy. On February 6, 2019, Thomas even attended Ellie's 17th birthday celebration in their own kitchen. In that instance, her parents showed him their love and acceptance by extending a warm welcome into their house. Ellie and Thomas's relationship didn't last long during its honeymoon period. After 3 months, fissures appeared. After being blown away at first, Ellie felt that Thomas's incessant need for her was suffocating her independence. The initial excitement turned into a suffocating clinginess, as he yearned for her presence all the time. She received grumpy disapproval whenever she tried to prioritize her A-levels or make friends. Ellie's need for room and development was in stark contrast to the future Thomas envisioned, which was laced with talk of marriage. Their relationship goals were headed in opposite directions and would eventually collide. Feeling stuck in a commitment she wasn't prepared for, Ellie longed for independence and the opportunity to be herself. The once ideal romance had devolved into a battle to uphold her individuality while juggling expectations. She wanted to concentrate on her studies, particularly her impending tests, and felt that she wasn't prepared for a committed relationship. Ellie told her mother she wanted to break up with Thomas in early May 2019. Her mother, not surprised by the news, asked if Ellie needed to talk or if there was a particular reason. Ellie told her mother that she just wanted to remain single for a while and that nothing had happened. She assured her mother that everything was under control and that she shouldn't worry. Ellie later went to her room and texted Thomas to end their relationship. Thomas insisted on denying the split and declared his love and compatibility with her. However, Ellie remained steadfast in her choice, telling friends about their split on May 2, 2019. She hoped they could still be friends, even though she knew Thomas might be upset. When police found Ellie in their kitchen the next day, there were questions about whether Thomas, an A-level student, could possibly be capable of such a thing. Since she didn't have classes until the afternoon on May 2, 2019, Ellie asked her parents if she could spend the following morning at home. Before going to school in the afternoon for her history class, she intended to prepare for her tests. She made arrangements for a friend, Ellie Welling, to come get her at 12 p.m. on May 3, 2019, the following morning, to attend school together. Griffiths and Ellie were both sixth formers at Harden Hoosh School in Chippenham on the day that Griffiths' mother dropped him off. Thomas walked into the school cafeteria and asked Ellie's friends where she was. He had been looking for her since the morning, wanting to talk about their breakup the night before. He made the snap decision to leave as soon as he found out that Ellie wasn't in school. Thomas pretended to be ill and told a teacher so before heading to the local bus stop. He quickly changed into a different pair of sneakers and a black hoodie as he made his way home, but just as he was about to leave, his mother came home without warning. In a panic, he hurried to hide in a cupboard until she was gone. After his mother left and he was left alone, Thomas grabbed the extra car keys and made the 10-minute drive to Ellie's house. He wanted to speak with her, so he knocked on her front door when he arrived. When Thomas realized Ellie was serious about ending their relationship, they reportedly got into a heated argument in the kitchen. He began choking Ellie in the midst of the argument. Thomas continued to fight despite her valiant attempts to defend herself, and Ellie fainted. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and stabbed Ellie 13 times in the neck. She was unable to defend herself, but he washed the knife to get his fingerprints off it when he noticed she had stopped moving. In order to make it appear as though Ellie had caused her own harm, he then set up the scene. Once he had cleaned up the scene, he pretended to be Ellie and texted a friend using her phone. He took this action to make sure Ellie's body wasn't discovered until much later in the day. Ellie unintentionally scratched Thomas's face and neck while defending herself. Upon noticing these marks, Thomas devised a scheme to conceal his actions. In a group chat, he expressed to his friends how devastated he was by the breakup and even claimed that he was intentionally harming himself. He then suggested that they meet up to discuss their relationship while sending messages to Ellie's phone, as though he was not aware of anything out of the ordinary. To ask Thomas about Ellie, the police visited his home. His neck, which had new scratches from Ellie's brutal murder of him, caught their attention right away. The police were aware that there was more to the story, even though Thomas denied any involvement in Ellie's murder. Investigators looked at the family's Wi-Fi router settings and found that shortly after Thomas got home from school on May 3, his phone disconnected from the home network. It didn't reconnect until after 12 p.m. after being offline for several hours. Suspecting that this period coincided with Ellie's murder, they examined surveillance footage surrounding Ellie's home to learn more. A silver Ford Fiesta was seen leaving Ellie's neighborhood at 11:56 a.m. on CCTV footage from a passing bus. The police were able to identify the Griffiths family because the car's registration number was visible. Thomas was clearly implicated as the driver because no other family members were present at the time. Thomas steadfastly denied any involvement in Ellie's murder or presence at the crime scene, in spite of this evidence. Thomas's phone connected to the home network after 12 p.m., but disconnected for an 18-minute period, police found after closely examining the family's Wi-Fi router. When the police focused on the area around them, they noticed a wooded area. They walked to the woods in precisely 9 minutes after leaving Thomas's front door. When the 9-minute mark came, they stopped and looked around. Investigators found a pair of black sneakers that contained Ellie's blood during the search in Thomas's room, which further added to the growing body of evidence. They also quickly found a black bin liner that contained blood-stained napkins, clothing, and towels that were later found to contain Ellie's DNA. Thomas was then taken into custody and accused of killing Ellie Gould. Thomas admitted in August 2019 that he intended to enter a guilty plea to the offense. He described going to Ellie's house early on May 2, confessing to a fight and a blackout, and stating that he was unable to remember what happened next. In a heartbreaking statement, Ellie's mother, Carol, recalled how the family welcomed Griffiths into their home and even shared in Ellie's birthday celebration, demonstrating their faith in him. After Ellie was murdered, she described the unthinkable experience of holding her cold hand, pain no parent should have to go through. At first, she was shocked that Griffiths, the naive boy who cherished their daughter, would hurt Ellie. Ellie's father, Matthew, talked about how the eerie sight of her still body plagued his sleep and daily activities constantly. It was revealed in court that Griffiths had abused Ellie after she rejected him. According to the autopsy, she was first rendered unconscious by pressure on her neck, then she was stabbed more than a dozen times before escaping. To trick investigators, Griffith set up the scene and put Ellie's hand on the knife he had left close to her neck. He even made a desperate attempt to convince his friends that the scratches on his face were self-inflicted. Thomas Griffiths was given a life sentence with the possibility of release after 12 years by the Bristol Crown Court in November 2019. Griffith's letter of apology was read aloud in court. Ellie's mother shook her head while gazing at Thomas. The court also pointed out that his use of a knife from the victim's home does not imply premeditation, taking into account his age as a mitigating factor, since life sentences for those under the age of 18 are prohibited by UK law. At the age of 29, Thomas Griffiths would be eligible for parole in 2031. The tragic tale of Ellie Gould served as a poignant reminder of the frailty of life and the ruthless robbery of dreams. She lost her future, her love, and her hopes. In addition, her predicament brought to light the difficulties in relationships that appear to be ideal. The sorrow of losing Ellie and the unrelenting quest for justice served as a warning to be careful who we allow into our lives. More generally, Carol Gould's advocacy for harsher punishments in situations such as Ellie's led to crucial discussions regarding domestic abuse and juvenile offender sentencing. Ellie's Law, Carol's initiative, aimed to address the disparity in sentencing between those who bring weapons and those who use found weapons in heinous crimes, as well as for adolescent killers. Ellie's mother, Carol, and her family achieved victory after 2 arduous campaigns. Those who fought so hard for justice were relieved when, 2 years later, this new law made it possible for teenage killers to receive sentences of up to 27 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. As they did almost every day of that year, Serena Tolson and her friend Israel spent the evening of January 23, 2012. The young couple was unaware of the descent of the dark night. They heard a scream while they were seated at a picnic table in the neighborhood park. Since it was 2:30 in the morning, it couldn't have been children playing. Israel and Serena ran toward the source of the shrill scream when it recurred. The scene that played out in front of them looked like the bloodiest horror film ever. A man was hovering over a girl in the middle of the road, repeatedly stabbing her with a knife. Serena yelled for the man to stop as she ran toward him. Israel shoved the assailant away from the girl, but the man got up and fled back to his car as Serena was calling the emergency hotline. With a bigger knife in his hands, he moved away from it. The two were pursued by the man. Israel and Serena dispersed in different directions, but when Serena turned around, she saw that he was going back to his victim to complete the task he had begun, not chasing after her. Serena was unable to speak because of the noise the big knife made as it entered the victim's body, and the girl saw him thrust it into her. The girl was dead, she told the operator. In the meantime, the man went to his vehicle, climbed in, and drove off. Melissa Dahm was born in the well-known resort city of Clearwater, Florida, which is renowned for its immaculate white beaches. Being the youngest in her family, Melissa was surrounded by her parents' and older siblings' love as she grew up. She never had any issues. She wanted to make her parents proud, so she did well in school. In an effort to become independent and self-sufficient, she secured a job at Dairy Curl to cover her own gas, insurance, and other costs. Before going to the beach to purchase ice cream, everyone would stop at Dairy Curl due to the cafe's proximity to her home and the frequent visits from her friends. Melissa loved her job there. Melissa first became aware of Robert Burton at Dairy Curl. Although he was a few years older than Melissa, they went to the same school. Robert's amiable and charming demeanor enthralled the girl. He was tender and kind. The young couple wanted to spend more and more time together, even though they seemed to be very different from one another. Robert didn't particularly enjoy getting together with friends, but Melissa was gregarious and energetic and loved spending time with them. In addition, Robert felt uneasy around his own family, whereas Melissa grew up in a close-knit household. He felt alienated in his own home because his mother had remarried and he had stepbrothers. He consequently began spending more time with Melissa's relatives. When Melissa discovered that Robert had not given up smoking as he had promised, it was the first red flag in their relationship. Although he expressed regret and pledged to stop lying to her, Melissa felt uneasy about being duped for such a long time. Their tension only grew after Robert persuaded her to abandon her aspirations of enrolling in a prominent university where she had been accepted. Melissa told everyone that she didn't want to leave the town, but in actuality, Robert was the main reason. Robert spent all of his time with her, which interfered with her work when she was able to secure a part-time job at the hospital. While still holding on to her dream of becoming a nurse like her mother, he would set up scenes, making her the guilty party and persuading her that she was the reason behind their frequent arguments, even if she attempted to tactfully explain that her shift had only just started. Melissa, who was practically a teenager, didn't realize that Robert's actions were out of the ordinary and thought that was the case in all relationships. Melissa received an invitation from her sister to hang out on the beach with friends in the spring of 2011. Melissa's ex-boyfriend was brought up by one of the guys, which obviously upset Robert. He began acting like a child and stepping on her shoes from behind as they were making their way back to the parking lot. Despite knowing she wasn't at fault, the young man obviously wanted to get even with her. Melissa tried to escape him by running ahead of him, knowing he wouldn't stop. She turned around when she came to a small hill and yelled at him to stop acting like such a child, but he pushed her off the elevation without a word. The girl suffered severe scratches after falling down the hill. Her friends hurried to her aid when she cried out, but Robert went to the others and said Melissa had fallen, rather than running to her. Robert called Melissa a liar after she claimed he had shoved her. If Melissa's older sister hadn't stepped in and taken her home, it's unclear how the argument would have ended. The young couple shouldn't be left alone, in her opinion. Melissa's mother insisted that her daughter end the relationship with him after hearing about the incident, and the girl appeared to comply. But 2 weeks later, to her astonishment, Robert returned to her home. Their relationship completely changed as a result of this incident. He threatened to harm himself, which prevented Melissa from ending their relationship. Melissa and Robert were once more hanging out with friends on October 25, 2011. Melissa apparently felt more courageous than normal because she refused to go get cigarettes when Robert insisted on it. Clearly upset, the young man grabbed her car keys and demanded that they go to the gas station store together. Melissa subtly requested that the guys follow them in their cars since she could sense a storm coming. After noticing this tactic, Robert began to wonder if Melissa had spoken to them. Naturally, she denied it, but he was unable to relax. He began flinging Melissa's phone, keys, and bag across the street after they got home and she braked in the driveway. He hit the girl in the face after she screamed for him to stop. Melissa was clearly trying to beat Robert when he lunged at her, but she was able to hit him in the groin, get up, and flee. The girl recalled where her phone had been thrown by him. Reaching for it, she dialed 911, but she hesitated when it came time to hit the call button. Robert always threatened to kill her if she ever complained about him to anyone, after all. However, he was only 2 steps behind her when she turned around. She gained courage from that. She called the number and informed the emergency operator about the attack. She realized he wasn't pursuing her as she ran toward the intersection where the gas station was. She had the sudden thought that he was aware of the location of the keys he had thrown. As he always threatened, he would visit her home and murder her mother. It was Robert's primary means of controlling Melissa, because he was aware of how important her mother was to her. Melissa hurried back, terrified for her mother. Robert grabbed her as he leaped out from behind the bushes. He most likely would have given her a serious beating, but just then a patrol car arrived. Melissa couldn't believe he was holding her responsible for what had happened, so he yelled at her angrily, "So you really want to do this to me? You want me to get arrested?" The girl, still under Robert's influence, started pleading that instead of being arrested, he'd be sent to anger management classes or something. Regardless of what she said, the officers informed her that everyone had seen the incident and that he would be arrested. After escorting her home, the police officers spoke with her and her mother about domestic violence, explaining that victims frequently went back to their abusers and that they didn't want her to experience the same thing. After being taken into custody, Robert was accused of assault. But only 6 hours into his incarceration, he called Melissa the very next morning and insisted that she take him home. Luckily, she declined. January 23, 2012 was the date set for Robert's trial. Melissa had a good weekend with her friends because she didn't have to be at the trial. She was getting ready for her impending tests and gradually getting back to her regular life. However, the phone rang in the middle of the night while she was soundly asleep. Robert was the one. He called again, but Melissa didn't answer. Reluctantly, she replied. Robert informed her that he was close to her residence. He begged for a final farewell meeting while in tears, saying that he just wanted to give her one last hug and that they shouldn't part on such a sour note. The girl reluctantly consented and, believing she could manage the situation, retrieved her phone, keys, and pepper spray, but she knew it was a big mistake the moment she stepped outside. Unfortunately, the girl was too ashamed to turn around because Robert had already noticed her. She hoped to bid him farewell as soon as possible and then go back to bed to rest before her test. The young man came up to her and gave her a tight hug, and then she heard a click. He pulled out his pocket knife. With great force, he hit her, striking her throat, face, and shoulders. Melissa let out a cry and struggled for her life. Suddenly, a girl came out of the shadows and told him to stop. Melissa reached for the girl's hand even though she didn't know her and wasn't sure how she could help. She hoped to call for assistance when she noticed a phone in her hands. Israel complied with Serena's instruction to push the assailant away from the girl at the same moment because that was her name. Robert got up and walked calmly to his car. Robert abruptly started chasing after them as Serena went up to Melissa and was ready to take her hand. Fearing she would be his second victim, the girl was frightened. She reported the attack to 911 while she was running. However, she turned around to see that the man had gone back to finish what he had begun with the bloodied girl on the ground. The girl was dead, Serena was sure. In actuality, Melissa was still conscious, but she was certain that everything would end when Robert ran her over with his car. That evening, Clearwater police officer Melissa Harris was working on paperwork in her patrol car when a radio call regarding a crime was received. She was told that the man who had attacked the girl had driven off in a red pickup truck and that a dead girl was lying on the side of the road on the north side of the park, but there was nobody there when she got there. Unable to comprehend what was going on, she slowly looked around the park. Melissa was certain Robert was aware that assistance was on the way and that everything needed to be completed as soon as possible. In order to prevent him from running her over with his car, she crawled and did everything she could to get off the road. Her neighbor's mailbox was close to 2 sizable cement piles. She knew that the cement and the mailbox would keep her safe if she could crawl there. She even succeeded in getting to her feet at one point. The weary girl reached the mailbox, collapsed in the dirt, and heard his car just pull away. It grew very quiet, slowly. Melissa thought she was going to die. When she was illuminated by a police car's spotlight, she prayed for sin forgiveness. Officer Melissa Harris acknowledges that she had never witnessed anything like it in her years of police work. The victim had numerous wounds, many of which were still heavily bleeding, and her teeth had been knocked out. However, she was able to provide Melissa with Robert's name, address, birth date, and car make in addition to Melissa's own name. To dispel any uncertainty regarding the identity of the offender, she even spelled out his last name. The girl whispered that she could now go after giving all the information. But the oncoming medics stopped her from closing her eyes because they knew she might not wake up again if she did. Melissa's mother woke up as they struggled to treat her most serious injuries. The woman was asked to accompany the police officer, who had already arrived at their house after the girl had been attacked, because her daughter had also been attacked. She was positive that Melissa was sleeping upstairs because the police had misidentified the door. She realized, however, that the officer was pressing her along in order to get her to see Melissa before it was too late. Every second that went by made Melissa's condition worse. She was clearly in need of helicopter transportation. Cameron, a firefighter who also showed up on the scene, recommended landing on the football field. He marked the landing area with signal cones after jumping over the fence. Melissa was placed on a stretcher in a matter of minutes. Nobody thought she would live, and her condition was critical. Cameron, however, felt somehow certain that he would see her again as he watched the helicopter take off. Melissa came dangerously close to death multiple times on the operating table. Her body just didn't have enough blood, and her heart had a hard time pumping it. As a result, while transfusing blood on one hand, the doctors attempted to halt the bleeding on the other. 3 hours later, she was still breathing and squeezing the surgeon's hand feebly. It was only at that point that the weary medical staff decided to take a break and let the patient and themselves rest. The police radio announced that Robert had been spotted in the city in the morning. Presumably to wash away Melissa's blood, he made a stop at a store and purchased a large amount of water. He then went to Walmart to buy sleeping pills and had a meal at McDonald's. His vehicle was then discovered wrecked in a store. The young man was discovered unconscious behind the wheel. The vehicle caught fire after the wheel carved a hole in the ground from the prolonged operation. After being brought to the hospital, the man was shocked to learn that his victim had lived. At first, Robert maintained his innocence by saying he wasn't himself. He suddenly admitted his guilt, though, after the psychiatric evaluation determined that he was not insane and the court date was set. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Melissa was hospitalized for 3 weeks. She had to retrain herself to walk, talk, eat, and even close her eyes. Melissa was asked to speak at a violence victim center after she recovered completely. Even though she was extremely anxious, she couldn't help but notice that 2 young firefighters were sitting in the front row, paying close attention to her every move. As it happened, Chief Cameron had called to let them know Melissa would be speaking close by and suggested they surprise her. The fact that Melissa was the same girl he had assisted in rescuing in the helicopter astounded Cameron. After introducing himself, Cameron invited Melissa and her mother to their fire station for a celebratory lunch. The youths were essentially inseparable after that day. Cameron restored Melissa's love for life, even though she was certain she would never date again. Later, when she was asked to ceremoniously open a baseball game, Cameron ran up to her and asked, "Will you marry me?" Melissa naturally said yes, and the two fell in love and were married in 2017. Never date an ex-partner after a relationship breakup is Melissa's main piece of advice as a lawyer who advocates for the rights of victims of violence. Even she was unaware of the potential danger. She believes she lived to fulfill the vital duty of assisting young women who feel they are undeserving of respect and true love, despite having nearly died. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Everett, Washington, on September 20, 2017 at 1:55 a.m., when multiple people called 911 after hearing loud explosions as soon as the police showed up. They discovered a horrifying image on the doorstep 10 minutes later. Directly outside the door was Alicia Canales McGuire, 24. Sadly, she had already passed away. Thanks to CCTV footage and social media, investigators were able to solve this tragic case. Alicia was born on October 29, 1992, in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. She spent a significant amount of her adult life working as a caregiver because she enjoyed caring for others and always wanted to assist everyone. Raised on a farm, Alicia began working at the age of 5. She frequently went back to assist on the family farm because she understood the importance of hard work. Alicia loved spending time with her family, and she saw and talked to them often, always remembering to say "I love you" when she said goodbye. She and her spouse, Bradley, resided in Bird's View. In July 2017, Alicia and Brad tied the knot in a stunning beach ceremony at Deception Pass. As a result, investigators quickly discovered that Alicia did not reside in the home where she passed away. It belonged to her sister, Amanda Canales, who shared it with her 3 kids. Amanda asked Alicia to watch her kids while she was away because she had to travel to New York for work. Alicia was glad to assist because she loved her nephew and nieces. 2 months prior, she had tied the knot and was eager to begin a family of her own. One of the people who called 911 was the stay-in nanny who was in the house with her. When she went downstairs after hearing gunshots, she discovered Alicia motionless and lying at the front door. When the police officers got to the scene, they looked at the house first. They had to see if the criminal was inside. They made sure that the only people in the house were Amanda's kids and the nanny. By closely inspecting everything, the police began searching for evidence after the terrified kids were removed from the house. The house had a car parked in front of it. Beside it were shell casings. It indicated that the person who shot Alicia was standing close to the vehicle, just in front of the front door. The door frame was struck by several bullets. Just outside the door, Alicia was lying face down. It did not appear to be a robbery. The house was not a mess. Furthermore, it appeared that the criminal had not even gone inside the house. However, why and by whom would someone wish to kill Alicia? The detectives suspected that it was a case of mistaken identity after learning that it was her sister's home. The investigators questioned Amanda, who may have been the target, but she was in New York when the nanny, who was also present in the house when the crime was committed, relaxed. They inquired as to whether she knew who would want to harm her or if she saw the person who shot Alicia. The nanny claimed that when she heard gunfire, she was upstairs. She noticed that Alicia was motionless and face down on the floor when she looked down. She called 911 because she was afraid and didn't see the person who had shot Alicia, the nanny. As far as she was aware, she told investigators, Alicia and her husband Bradley got along well, but she provided the first important lead to the police. According to her, there were issues between Amanda, Alicia's sister, and her former spouse, Kevin Lewis. The detectives discovered from looking through the local sheriff's office reports that this was not the first time the police had been called to this address. Every incident had something to do with family disputes between Amanda and Kevin Lewis. The detectives were therefore intrigued by this version. Kevin Lewis lived in a different area of Everett, so they located his home address and went there before dawn to speak with him. It was dark in his home. During the conversation, Kevin answered the door when they knocked. "Talk to Lewis." "She should be home," he said in response to the officer's question about his ex-wife's whereabouts. He appeared to have just awoken. He was asked to tell the detectives where he had slept. He claimed that his mother and sister could verify that he had spent the entire night at home. When the detectives told him that there had been a shooting in the home where his children lived, he didn't inquire as to why they were there. It was odd that he didn't show any emotion. He should have inquired about his children's well-being as a parent, but he chose not to do so. Kevin looked shocked and said, "Really, that was the end of our conversation?" when the detectives informed him that Amanda had been out of town on business. While strolling down the street, the detectives noticed that 2 nearby homes had security cameras that they could use to verify Kevin Lewis's story. He said that instead of going out, he spent the entire night at home. However, after reviewing the video, the investigators discovered that approximately 40 minutes prior to the assault on Alicia, a car was pulling up alongside Kevin's driveway. Then someone who looked a lot like Kevin came out the front door, approached this car, and got in. The vehicle drove off a short while later. The quality of the recording prevented the police from conclusively identifying Kevin as the next victim. The footage was seen by the investigators from a different camera. Despite being able to examine the car more closely, they were unable to identify it. They could only make out that the car was light in color. About 20 minutes later, they saw the car return after fast-forwarding the recording. But they had one important detail to notice. This car's front right rim was different from the other 3. The front right rim was dark, while the other 3 were light. Kevin Lewis, who was in the first recording, got out of the car and went back to his house when the car came to a stop close to it. Approximately 20 minutes prior to the 911 calls regarding a shooting, this man, whoever he was, entered the house. The car then drove off and never came back. The drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's was 15 minutes. This could indicate that the car had enough time to reach Amanda's house, or it could indicate that the car was unrelated to the shooting. It was too soon to say. Amanda learned of her sister's passing. She was in New York a few hours later when their father called to inform them that Alicia had passed away. Alicia married, was content, and hoped to start a family of her own, but now her family had to grieve for her. Amanda said she had no doubt that her ex-husband Kevin was the one who shot Alicia when the investigators asked her if she believed he could have done it. Amanda Canales wasn't prepared to publicly acknowledge how toxic her relationship with her ex had been, even after her 8-year marriage ended. Despite having 3 young children, 2 girls and a boy, and spending 10 years with Kevin Lewis, Amanda had been extremely unhappy and continued to live in fear of him even after their June 2017 divorce. Amanda had been bruised by Lewis's previous physical abuse, and even after they had parted ways, he continued to threaten her. Amanda was granted full custody of their children in August 2017. Lewis was ordered to pay $800 a month in lieu of child support. For Amanda, it was a new beginning. As a single mother, she was grateful for the support she received from her family and concentrated on her home in Everett, Washington. Amanda was threatened by Kevin. He threatened to kill her. He had the training because he had served in the military. Although her sister passed away, Amanda thought she was the one who had been attacked. Rather, she even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he repeatedly broke. Amanda and their 3 kids were both terrified when he wandered outside her house and peered in the windows. Kevin was not charged by the police with any of the restraining order violations. Amanda was returning home late at night and parked in the driveway next to her house when she was brutally beaten as she got out of her car a few weeks prior to her sister's death. Someone attacked her as soon as she opened her car door. She didn't have time to see the attacker's face because everything happened so quickly, but given everything, she was certain that Kevin Lewis, 30, was responsible for Alicia Canales McGuire's death. The investigators thought he was planning to kill his ex-wife. At the time, Kevin was unaware that she was in New York. He was unaware that Alicia had been asked by Amanda to watch her kids while she was away. Today, though, this version contained an error. Kevin would have been at his house when the shooting occurred, if the man in the video was indeed him. He was also given an alibi by his mother and sister. As a result, the police kept looking into the incident and took into account various theories. After going back to Amanda's house to take another look at everything and analyzing the bullet trajectory, experts came to the conclusion that Alicia was shot while the door was partially open and that the shooter fired at least 7 shots that entered the house from the outside. According to the evidence found at the scene, someone fired a shot while standing next to the garage, then proceeded to the house's door and fired once more inside. Multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso were determined by the medical examiner to be the cause of Elisa's death. She was hit by 5 shots. There were gunpowder stippling injuries in 2 of the wounds. The last 2 gunshot wounds to the head were most likely the last 2 wounds administered, according to the medical examiner, who testified that he was unable to ascertain the order of the 5 shots. The 7 shell casings discovered at the crime scene were fired from the same firearm, the experts concluded. Alicia was shot at close range, resulting in head injuries. After examining this version, the investigators were unable to locate any proof to support this. Due to the rarity of this particular brand of shell casings, the police were also interested in the ones discovered at the crime scene. These casings were produced in Russia and sold under the Tulimo name. The investigators hoped to identify the seller of these cartridges and possibly the buyer because the brand was not very popular. The investigators found that this brand of cartridges was sold by Walmart. The crime scene was close to one of these shops. Walmart representatives informed the detectives that they had CCTV footage showing a man paying for 9mm Tulimo cartridges that he had recently purchased. The detectives went straight to Walmart to view the video. They thought Kevin Lewis might be the buyer when they made the recording on September 18, 2 days before Alicia passed away, but they were mistaken. The police now knew the identity of the man in the video, who wasn't Kevin, because he used a credit card to make the purchase. When the investigators looked into this man, they discovered no relationship to the nanny, Alicia Amanda, or Kevin Lewis. They now had to find fresh evidence. The investigators looked through every version that was available at the time before turning to Amanda for fresh details about Kevin. They had a good relationship at first, she said. Kevin was restrained in his behavior during the honeymoon. She didn't anticipate that he would start hitting her and grow more hostile over time. After their relationship ended, Amanda was granted full custody of the children, a restraining order was issued, and they got divorced. However, a distraught Amanda was aware that Alicia wasn't supposed to be killed in the shooting and thought it was a case of mistaken identity. She told police that Lewis had somehow planned the attack and that Kevin was home when it happened. The footage from the night of Alicia's death has been examined by the investigators once more. They saw something now that they had never seen before. The man who left his house, Kevin, can be seen approaching the car and settling into the back seat behind the driver in this grainy video. Why, though, did he not take the front passenger seat? As the investigators searched for a solution, they came to the conclusion that someone else was already occupying the front passenger seat. As a result, by the time the car arrived at Kevin Lewis's house, there were most likely 2 people inside, which may have been the reason he had to take the back seat. There was insufficient evidence for the police to connect Kevin to Alicia's demise. But after gathering proof of Kevin's assaults on his ex-wife Amanda, they detained him in November 2018 and gave him a 3-year prison sentence. In the meantime, Alicia's case was still unresolved over a year after her death. The only break in this case came in 2019 when a woman with crucial information called the police station. A girl from nearby Spokane who had attended a party and boasted about being hired to kill someone on York Road, the street where Alicia was shot, was the source of the detective's tip. Given that Spokane was roughly 5 hours away from Everett, the police were unsure of what to believe. According to the caller, she was at a party when a young woman walked in. Angelica is who she is. The latter boasted about her involvement in the crime with her boyfriend. This woman claims that Angelica stated that a person died as a result of being shot in the head. They were hired to shoot from around the corner by the children's father. Additionally, according to Angelica, they killed the wrong person. A case of mistaken identity was involved in the incident. The specifics of this case have never been made public by the police. Alicia's head injury was only known to the investigators and her family. Angelica's knowledge of numerous details about the crime piqued the police's interest as they searched for her. Her true name, Alexis Hale, was discovered by the investigators. On her social media, they discovered pictures of her brandishing a 9mm handgun. It might have been the crime's weapon. Additionally, there were multiple videos with a man in the background. It was Jaredon Phelps, Alexis's boyfriend. Alexis Hale shared a video taken through a car's windshield that examined the road signs the night before Alicia passed away. The investigators were able to pinpoint the precise location of the car at that time, which was roughly 10 minutes away from Kevin Lewis's home. A few hours after Alicia's passing, Jaredon Phelps boasted about a wad of cash in the video below. One of the 5 comments that the investigators saw on Phelps's social media photo was from his aunt. They identified his aunt as Kevin Lewis's mother after clicking on her social media profile. As it happened, Kevin's cousin was Jaredon Phelps. The police had good reason to make an arrest. Alexis Hale was the first to be placed in handcuffs. She screamed and claimed that because she was only 17 years old, the police were unable to arrest her. She demanded a lawyer because she understood why she had been arrested. Jaredon Phelps was taken into custody by the police in a different area of the city at the same time. Phelps and Hale had driven from Spokane to Everett to carry out the shooting, according to the investigators' phone records. Additionally, early on September 20, Lewis's neighbor's security footage captured someone getting into a car. At 1:13 a.m. EM, the man in the white top departed, and at 1:37 a.m. he returned. Following Alicia's passing, Lewis was wearing a white top when the police visited him. Alexis kept everything from the investigators. At the time, Kevin Lewis was serving a 3-year prison sentence for assaulting Amanda. As a result, the researchers were hoping that Phelps would provide some information. The investigators suspected it was Kevin Lewis, and now the police had a confession and the name of the man who hired Hale and Phelps. Phelps provided them with additional information about the crime when they brought him to the scene. Following Alicia Canales McGuire's death in September 2017, Kevin Lewis, who was already incarcerated on an unrelated charge, was charged with aggravated murder with a firearm, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in July 2020. At the age of 20, he entered a guilty plea to first-degree premeditated murder. He was given a 31-year prison sentence by the court. At age 18, Hale entered a guilty plea to the same charge and received a 15-year sentence. During the trial, Phelps testified that he had committed the crime for financial gain and to gain notoriety. Lewis gave Phelps money, which he used to purchase a Ferragamo belt buckle, Timberland boots, and some tattoos. He asserted that he had given his ex-girlfriend $200 after she obtained the pistol from a family member. Later that year, Lewis entered a not guilty plea and was put on trial by the prosecution. Claimed that in order to get his ex-wife out of the way, he had given $2,400 to his cousin and his girlfriend. Although he had made them into adolescent killers, Alicia had unintentionally opened the door in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Lewis gave Phelps an envelope of cash on the way back. Phelps said Lewis had led them to the house, but that he didn't know who the target was. Phelps and Hale dropped Lewis back at his house and then went back to the spot Lewis had indicated. After getting out of the car, the two headed for the house. Hale went to knock on the front door and Phelps stopped beside the garage. Hale left as soon as Alicia opened the front door, and Phelps fired the gun until it was empty. The gun's muzzle crossed the threshold as Phelps fired the first few shots from his position close to the garage, and the final 2 after approaching the front porch. The final 2 shots were directed at the head and neck region. Phelps and Hale returned in their vehicle because of a glove that might have been left at the scene. They turned around and departed when they saw police cars upon their return. After getting GPS directions, they returned to Spokane by car. The defense contended that Lewis had only said to move the target out of the way and had never used the word kill in his conversation with his cousin. However, the court was reminded by the prosecution of Kevin's violent past and his threats against Amanda. They claimed that power and control are at the heart of this case, and it was obvious what the goal was. Amanda described him as pure evil. He had played with their kids, who were in the house when she was supposed to die, she remembered incredulously. I assumed you loved them, but a person who truly cares for someone would never want to put them in danger or cause them any trauma. Did you care that they would have woken up to find their own mother dead, lying in a pool of blood, if it had been just me home that night? She asked. She also discussed finding her kids a safe place to live. She informed Louis that, in spite of all the harm you caused, they are recovering and moving on. In case you were wondering, they never inquire about or discuss you. The jury found Lewis guilty of first-degree murder in less than 3.5 hours after a 6-week trial in November 2021. In January 2022, 34 Kevin was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Records show that Lewis is still incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla County, where Judge Thompson also ordered him to have no contact with his former wife, his children, Phelps, or Hale for the remainder of his life. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A teenage girl from Uruguay went missing on December 28, 2014. Because of the strange circumstances surrounding her disappearance, word spread quickly around the world. She didn't go missing late at night in a dangerous neighborhood. Instead, she was walking along the beach in broad daylight, visible to everyone. But it appeared that the ground had opened up and swallowed her. No one saw anything, no one knew anything, and a few days later her body was discovered in a location thoroughly searched by police, raising a slew of new questions. Lola Shumaliz was born on November 4, 1999 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She grew up with Adriana Belmonte and Diego Shumaliz, the son of the well-known chef Beatriz Shumaliz. When the girl turned 15, her parents decided to give her a trip to New York for the Christmas holidays. However, before that they sent their daughter to Rocha, Uruguay, to relax with her godmother's family for a few days. On December 27, Lola arrived in Uruguay, where she was greeted by her godmother, Claudia Fernandez. Claudia's photo captured the girl in a good mood. Claudia, her husband Hernan Zincunegui, and their 2 children were delighted when Lola arrived. They had intended to spend their few days together sunbathing on Barra de Valisas beach, swimming in the sea, and relaxing. That same evening, Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson went to a drum festival in the city center. Hernan and the boy stayed by Lola's side in the crowd, but the boy eventually moved away because he was bored. Nonetheless, after the festival, they all returned home together. The following day, the family went to the beach. Lola requested permission to walk along the beach from her godmother around 3 p.m. She wanted to walk to Aguas Dulces, a spa resort, along a popular trail that would allow her to explore the area's flora and fauna. Claudia had no objections because the route was popular and safe for walks, and the locals were known for being friendly. She informed Lola of the time they would be waiting for her at home and watched her walk away calmly along the beach. Lola was wearing a bikini and denim shorts. She carried a backpack containing a sarong, a book, her ID, a water bottle, and a towel. She didn't have her phone with her because the reception on the beach was poor. The backpack also included a wallet containing 2,000 Uruguayan pesos. Several hours passed, it became dark, and Lola had not returned. Her godmother became worried. The family followed the route Lola had planned, but she was nowhere to be found. Claudia called Lola's parents that evening to explain what had occurred. She informed Adriana that she had already called the police. However, it took 45 minutes for them to arrive at the station and report the teenager's disappearance. The police began searching for Lola. Since she vanished during a walk on the beach, it was thoroughly searched both lengthwise and crosswise. Helicopters and search dogs were dispatched to assist with the search. Lola's parents quickly arrived in Uruguay to assist the police. Almost simultaneously with the start of the investigation, it was revealed that Adriana and Diego were receiving anonymous calls. The caller made no demands or asked for a ransom. They simply stated that Lola was with them and was fine. Unfortunately, this turned out to be incorrect. 2 days later, on December 30, her body was discovered partially covered in sand on the beach. She was in an area with a lot of dunes and thick vegetation. There were shallow knife cuts on her neck and signs of head trauma. The autopsy revealed that Lola was attacked from behind and then dragged or forced to the spot where she was discovered. The killer pressed her face into the sand until she suffocated. This was proven by the presence of sand in her lungs. The news of the crime sparked an unprecedented outcry in Argentina and Uruguay's press. As is customary in such cases, journalists began to propose theories about what could have happened. The Uruguayan police and media quickly focused their suspicions on Lola's godmother's family, particularly Hernan. There were various reasons for this. To begin, they told Adriana and Diego that they had already contacted the police, despite the fact that they had delayed their arrival at the station. Second, the media attempted to read something sinister into the fact that Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson attended a drum festival together, but the boy eventually separated from them, leaving the girl with Hernan. A hypothesis regarding violence against Lola emerged, but the forensic expert discovered no evidence to support it. However, there were other reasons to suspect them. Claudia and Hernan immediately hired a lawyer, and none of the family members agreed to a polygraph test. Lola's parents fueled the fire with a series of bold statements. Diego in particular stated that he had long since lost trust in Hernan, which prompted additional questions. If he didn't trust the man, why did he let his daughter accompany them on their vacation? Claudia and Adriana had been friends for 25 years. Claudia's second husband was Hernan, whom Lola's parents had known for about 5 years. They all used to live in Argentina, but Hernan and Claudia moved to Uruguay. When Hernan was interrogated, investigators discovered contradictory statements, leading to his arrest on December 31. Diego was arrested for allegedly concealing evidence. Her son was also detained because he was suspected of making the anonymous calls. It is not certain who made the calls to Adriana and Diego, but it is clear that they were a failed attempt at a joke. Nonetheless, the police interrogated all 3 family members for several days and found no evidence against them. The investigators stated that they discovered some discrepancies in the testimonies, but they were minor. Hernan claimed they arrived home at 11 p.m., but his son said it was 12. Aside from that, there was nothing the police could charge Hernan, Claudia, or her son with. Therefore, on January 2, 2015, they were all released. The friendship appears to have deteriorated as a result of several public statements. Claudia and her loved ones never spoke to Lola's parents again or called to express their condolences. Adriana thinks their lawyer may have given them such advice. However, she believes that as friends, a simple human gesture would have been to call and express condolences, particularly given their 25-year friendship. Lola's pink backpack was discovered a few days after her death. It was also buried in the sand, about 200 meters from where Lola's body was discovered. This immediately prompted a slew of questions. How did the police not find the body and then the backpack despite searching the entire beach and its surroundings several times? Furthermore, the town's authorities had claimed from the start that the beach was very safe, which was strange because drug dealers operated there, particularly in the area where the body was discovered. Nonetheless, almost all of the girl's belongings were still in the backpack, with the exception of 2,000 pesos stolen from her wallet. Furthermore, there were bloodstains on the towel and the documents. Forensic experts examined the items and discovered Lola's DNA, but it was mixed with male DNA. Because Hernan's suspicions had not been completely dispelled, his DNA was compared to the one dispelled. It was compared to the one discovered. They also checked it against the Uruguayan police database, but there were no matches. Following the discovery of the backpack, one suspect created quite a stir. He was suspected based on witness accounts of his whereabouts on the day of the murder. According to locals, a man nicknamed El Conejo, the Rabbit, was working on a roof near the beach when the girl went for a walk. The man went to lunch in the middle of the day, and his co-workers were aware that he did not have any money with him. However, he came back with food and money. This immediately prompted the question of where he obtained the food, if he did not buy it. But that's not all. Someone claims to have seen him with a pink backpack on the day Lola went missing. According to one newspaper, he confessed to the murder, and other media outlets reported on the development. However, this turned out to be false. The man explained where he got the food, but police suspected he stole it from beachgoers. There was no evidence linking him to Lola's case. He never admitted to anything, and after being released, he filed a lawsuit against newspapers that published unverified information. The investigation had effectively stalled at this point. The primary suspects had already been released, and the investigators had no leads to follow. At first glance, it appeared that the girl knew no one in town, but she had managed to attend a drum festival in the city center and, being sociable and open, freely interacted with strangers. As a result, The police were compelled to investigate this lead. They detained and interrogated approximately 40 people, primarily beach vendors and dealers, but all were eventually released. The situation was aggravated further by the frequent changes in prosecutors and judges. When a new prosecutor was appointed, the case would be reviewed from the beginning. This severely hampered the investigation. But on February 18, 2015, there appeared to be some progress in the case. An anonymous call was made to police. The caller claimed that Angel Moreira, also known as El Cachila or Keisha, was involved in the crime. The man was arrested and interrogated by the police. He worked on the beach parking cars. Angel said he met Lola while she was walking on the beach. He approached her with some souvenir trinkets for sale. They spoke briefly about where the girl came from. When Lola mentioned feeling dizzy, Angel suggested they move to a shady area. He took her to a location with tall bushes and dunes for shade and coolness. The girl fell to her knees. Angel attempted to check her pulse but became scared when unable to hear it and fled. The statement sounded strange, but the police had to release him because there was no evidence. After 4 years, Jorge Basso, the new prosecutor in charge of the case, decided to re-interrogate Angel. The man was arrested following the interrogation on May 22, 2019. This time he was charged with obstruction of justice. His DNA did not match the DNA found on Lola's towel and documents, so the prosecutor concluded that he was covering up for the true perpetrator. According to Basso, Angel's 2015 statements revealed details that only Lola's companions would have known. He knew Lola had fallen to her knees in the sand, and a forensic expert confirmed this. Lola fell, however, not because she felt dizzy, but because she had received shallow knife wounds. Despite Angel's arrest, the Shumela's family waited for an answer to the main question for years, until geneticist Natalia Sandberg became involved in the case. 7 years after the murder, the case took an important turn. The investigators' method of discovering the suspect is reminiscent of a detective novel plot. Natalia Sandberg had the idea to trace the genetic DNA of an unknown man discovered on Lola's towel and documents. There were no matches in the paternal line, but an examination of the maternal line revealed a minor match with a prisoner serving time for murder. In other words, the man who left blood on Lola's towel is related to the man who is currently serving a sentence. The third crime, which involved Marines who died in the naval complex on Faro de Montevideo, was the tip of the iceberg that led investigators to Lola Shumeli's true killer. The murders happened on Sunday morning, May 31, 2020, and the three people, Juan Manuel Escobar, Alex Galinia, and Alan Rodriguez, were found with gunshot wounds to the head. Jonathan Brand Gundy was identified as the killer by police. Jonathan was born in Rocha. When the police discovered his mother and tested her DNA, it was clear that they were looking for another son of the woman, Jonathan's half-brother. The woman told the investigators that she had given birth to 11 children from various fathers, 8 of whom were boys, but only one son was placed for adoption at the age of 18 days. He turned out to be the person the police had been looking for 7 years. The suspect was identified as Leonardo Sena. During Lola's murder in 2014, Sena was homeless, dividing his time between La Paloma, Chuy, and Castillos. He lived in these places, working odd jobs. He recently settled in Chuy, where he lives with a girlfriend and works in a bakery. Between 2003 and 2009, the man had a history of police records for aggression, theft, and violence. Despite his involvement with the law, his DNA was not stored in the database because it was created after 2012. As a result, on May 18, 2022, the police issued a search warrant for his home. They expected the man to refuse to provide his DNA, and they were correct. However, forensic experts looked at the man's toothbrush and comb. To the surprise and delight of the forensic experts, the DNA match was 99.9%, indicating that it was his DNA. The suspect was arrested at the Brazilian border on May 19th. During the interrogation, Leonardo claimed he had no involvement in the crime. Regarding the DNA found on the identification card and the girl's towel, he stated that he found a pink backpack on the beach. When he looked inside, he saw a wallet containing 2,000 pesos. and stole it. Concerning the blood, he stated that he had cut himself with a bottle shard at work a few hours prior, and when he reached into the backpack, the bandage came off and the cuts began bleeding. So he wiped his hand on Lola's towel. However, there were several inconsistencies in his account. For starters, his blood was mixed with the girl's blood rather than simply found on her belongings. This would not have happened if he had simply found the backpack and removed the wallet. Second, according to his own words, someone other than Leonardo took Lola's backpack on the 28th, the day of the murder, after Leonardo stole the money and mysteriously buried it 4 kilometers away from where it was found, without taking anything from it. Even the suspect couldn't deny the absurdity of the story. Finally, his colleagues from December 2014 did not recall the incident involving the broken bottle and Leonardo's cut. Furthermore, according to documents, Leonardo was no longer working at the brewery on the day of the crime. According to police, Lola was stopped by Leonardo and Angel while walking on the beach on December 28, 2014. They dragged her through dunes and bushes. Lola attempted to flee, but the kidnappers struck her on the head several times and stabbed her in the neck, knocking her to her knees. However, Lola's wounds were not fatal and she resisted. She most likely screamed loudly to get the attention of other vacationers or beach vendors. In an attempt to silence Lola, they pressed her face into the sand. They pushed for too long, causing Lola to suffocate. The police believe the crime was motivated by violence, but the assailants were unable to carry out their intended act and ended up killing her because they did not anticipate such fierce resistance from the teenage girl. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that Leonardo was previously tried in a case similar to Lola's. That happened in 2009. When Leonardo was 26 years old, the victim was a 15-year-old girl, just like Lola. Leonardo pursued her for a few blocks before attacking her with a knife. He dragged the victim into a remote wooded area where he assaulted her. Uruguayan police believe that at least 2 people were involved in the attack on Lola. As a result, they charged Leonardo with aggravated murder and Angel with harboring a criminal. Jorge Basso sought a 10-year prison sentence for Angel and 15 for 30 years for Leonardo. A judge granted Angel conditional early release under oath in June 2021, after he had been in prison since 2019. Despite psychiatric and psychological evaluations describing Angel as aggressive and impulsive, the judge found no grounds to accuse him of harboring a criminal. Harboring involves assisting a criminal after the crime has been committed. Angel should have faced charges as an accomplice in this case. The judge determined that Angel Morera's actions did not constitute harboring. The prosecutor filed an appeal against the judge's decision, arguing that Angel was present before, during, and after the crime. Despite their initial suspicions, Lola's parents, Adriana and Diego, believe the evidence presented by the police, agree that 2 suspects were involved in the crime, and wish for a quick verdict. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. You just heard a 16-year-old boy make a last-ditch plea for his family's survival. Subsequent attempts to contact him were unsuccessful shortly after the call ended. The Kitsap rescue team later discovered a terrifying and unsettling scene. 3 burned bodies, 2 boys and a woman, were discovered inside the burning house. The father, John Derek Carriga, was absent from the scene though. It was highly suspicious because the father was not present, suggesting that he may have been involved in planning this gory scene. The quiet surroundings of Kitsap County were the scene of this terrifying incident, which left the community in shock and in search of answers. John Derek Carriaga, 43, Cristale Lynn Carriaga, 37, and their 2 teenagers, Hunter Evan Shape, 16, and Jonathan Felipe Higgins, 16, made up the Carriaga family. They shared a home in Washington's Kitsap County, with the 2 teenagers from prior relationships. John and Cristale married in 2009, combining their families. But their joy was short-lived, and as their 8 years as a family were coming to an end, an unexpected guest turned everything upside down. Kitsap County, Washington, saw another ordinary Friday on January 27, 2017. The Carriga family gathered in their quaint one-story ranch home on West Tenino Drive as evening approached. According to reports, Chris Cale had some friends at the house. While at the house, Johnny got a call and left to meet someone, informing the family that he would be back soon. Later, Johnny was back on the property, but he didn't go inside the house. They snacked and indulged in late-night activities like watching TV or browsing through their phones, just like any other family. On that fateful Friday night, however, 16-year-old Hunter Shop made a terrifying 911 call to Kitsap County dispatchers, shattering the peace of the evening. He begged authorities to come to their aid immediately. When the rescue crew finally reached the Carriga home, they were met with a somber scene. All members of the family, including Hunter Shop, had been shot and killed inside their house, which was later burned down. The community was shocked to learn of the tragedy that had occurred when they woke up on Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, to the terrifying headline, "3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire." The headline in the newspapers was incorrect. "Homeowner missing." This made the already unsettling situation even more concerning and uncertain. Initial reports stated that the victims, a woman and 2 teenagers, had been found inside a burning house. The community was left reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime after authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides. John Carriga, the homeowner, was nowhere to be found, and it was confirmed that the crime had occurred the Friday before. Authorities asked people to be on the lookout for Carriga and his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150, and to report any sightings. Although John was listed as missing, rumors started to circulate that he might have been complicit in the horrible crime. Public opinion was greatly influenced by the press, with headlines stoking conjecture and doubt. The reference to "someone here with a gun" only served to heighten anxiety about Carriga, but it quickly became clear that the media had erred greatly in reporting that 16-year-old Hunter Shop, who had made the upsetting 911 call before tragically passing away from his injuries, was still alive. Some startling information surfaced as investigators worked on the case, highlighting the heinousness of the crime. More than $50,000 in cash was found concealed in a strong box in the main bedroom, along with an additional $7,000 in a money bag, and shell casings, mostly 9mm, were found on the back deck. In a desperate attempt to find clues, law enforcement used every resource at their disposal to find Johnny Carriga and his truck over the course of the following few days. The ongoing investigation was eventually shaken by a significant development: the finding of John Carriga's truck. On a secluded road in North Mason County, the burned wreckage with Johnny's lifeless body inside was discovered. Authorities acted quickly after a bystander walking through the area made the discovery. The local community was asked for help by the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, which encouraged anyone with information to come forward. The area was thoroughly examined by crime scene investigators in an effort to find any hints that could provide insight into John's death. One of the most important pieces of evidence they discovered was a single latex glove that was discovered close to the burned-out truck. Authorities appealed to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might offer important insights into the case. After this discovery sparked speculation and raised questions. Lieutenant Earl Smith, the sheriff's detective, stressed the value of video evidence and urged anyone with pertinent footage to assist law enforcement. The community responded quickly to the appeal, with people coming forward to offer support in any manner they could. Although there was a collaborative spirit throughout the investigation, the specifics of John's death circumstances were still unknown. Detectives reported that there were indications of forced entry and visible damage to the gate on the road leading to the tree farm. There was a clear sign of some struggle amid the confusion and uncertainty, as if Johnny's truck had crashed through the gate. Many people were troubled by the memory of Hunter Shop. In her somber announcement, North Kitsap High School principal Megan Swayze honored Hunter's memory and urged everyone who knew him to treasure their time together. When Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum was assigned to the case, a glimmer of hope appeared as the community grieved the loss of the Carriga family. Due to a severe lack of eyewitnesses and conclusive evidence, investigators began looking into the victims' personal lives. They discovered a number of perplexing but plausible motivations in the process. In essence, these were conjectures regarding the family's financial transactions and business endeavors. which fueled theories of potential illegal activity and criminal ties. The unsettling 911 call made by one of the victims was the first thing that caught investigators' attention. What prevented Hunter from bringing up the fire, or was he perplexed? This complicated an already perplexing investigation by raising questions about the timing and motivations behind the arson. Authorities had a lot of questions and uncertainties as the investigation went on. The circumstances surrounding John Carraga's kidnapping, the identity of the person or people involved, and the motivation behind the attack were all still unknown. Months went by with little improvement, but in February 2017, a breakthrough came when surveillance footage showed John Carraga purchasing cigarettes at a nearby grocery store. He appeared to be acting normally in the hours before his disappearance. Although this shed some light on his whereabouts, it produced no noteworthy leads. Then, a picture of a person of interest that was taken from surveillance footage at a Target store just days prior to the killings was made public by authorities in June 2017. Suspicions regarding their possible involvement in the crime were raised by the image, which showed a person entering the store. This demonstrated the urgency of the investigation and was the first official communication in months. Sheriff Gary Simpson confirmed that multiple people were involved in the painstakingly planned killings and underlined the need for public assistance. This made the case more complicated and led to clues regarding the suspects' intentions and relationships to the victims. Questions concerning their potential purchases and connection to the crime were raised by the request for information on the unidentified suspect who was spotted at Target 12 days prior to the killings. Could materials discovered at the crime scene or firearms purchased at the store be connected to the killings? The investigation advanced in September 2017 when Danny Kelly Jr. was identified as a person of interest. Danny had been Johnny's best man at his wedding and had been a longtime friend. According to reports, Danny and his estranged mother had a troubling encounter during which she accused him of misbehavior. According to the case report, he was arrested after repeatedly groping and approaching his mother. Authorities explained that he had not been formally charged in relation to the killings, despite his suspected involvement in the Carraga case, which caused some concern. The murders of the Carraga family were the year's most important local news story, as 2017 came to an end. An anonymous donor who gave $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, boosting the reward fund to $20,000, further stoked the community's long-standing sentiments. Investigators were determined to follow leads in the case even after Danny J. Kelly Jr.'s assault charges against his mother were dropped. Authorities published a longer version of Hunter Shop's terrifying 911 call on January 11, 2018. As they worked, investigators discovered that Danny was dressed in Bandito's motorcycle club gear in the video. Members of the motorcycle club were urged to provide information by investigators. This was an important step because investigators made Danny Kelly Jr.'s affiliation with the Bandito's motorcycle club public and named him as a person of interest. For those who don't know, law enforcement and intelligence organizations in several nations have identified the Bandito's motorcycle club as a motorcycle gang. Despite the club's denials of being a criminal organization, a number of its members have been found guilty of committing crimes. Over the years, the club has been the focus of numerous law enforcement operations and has a significant presence in Washington state. The Department of Justice claims that Bandito's members have been actively involved in violent crimes and methamphetamine trafficking in Washington. Surveillance footage that showed Johnny Carraga meeting someone at a nearby grocery store just before the killings drew more attention. Authorities reiterated their conviction that Bandito's motorcycle club members were directly responsible for the Carraga family killings in January 2020. The biker community was urged to provide any information that could help with the investigation. Since then, though, the case had made little to no headway and had stalled for almost 5 years. After more investigation, it was discovered that Johnny had a lengthy history of transporting and distributing drugs. During his frequent visits to California, he allegedly obtained kilograms of cocaine to distribute in Kitsap County. One of Johnny's close friends, Danny, started selling drugs directly to Robert James Watson, the head of the local Banditos chapter, as a result of his involvement with the Banditos motorcycle club. Indeed, despite their close relationship, the first suspects, Danny J. Kelly Jr., had a falling out with Johnny prior to the murders, allegedly over money that Danny had stolen. Other Bandidos Motorcycle Club members who were considering joining the club were contacted by Johnny as he grew his distribution network in Kitsap County. The locations of Carriga and the suspects prior to, during, and following the murders were displayed by detectives using cell phone tracking. In the 10 days preceding the murders, Danny Kelly Jr. made extensive use of a prepaid mobile burner phone that he had purchased at the Silverdale Target to communicate with John Carriga. Despite the fact that the phone didn't expire until April 2017, communication ceased thereafter. When members of the Bandidos were suspected of being involved in the killings, detectives in January 2020 obtained a search warrant for Robert Watson's cell phone. One of the recovered texts between Duneen and Robert Watson, dated January 23, 2020, included a comment from Duneen about the weather. "A little humid today." The Carriga family had guests over the night of the killings, but Johnny left right away after getting a call. He briefly parked next to another car in a nearby grocery store parking lot before leaving, according to surveillance footage. The friends left the Carriga residence in the meantime. 3 men showed up and started shooting before Johnny could get back. According to reports, Johnny's wife Christielle was shot in the driveway first, then her son Jonathan Higgins, and finally Johnny's son Hunter Shape. Jonathan Higgins was shot after he came out of his room to see how the disturbance was going, and Christelle was shot in the head. At least one shooter ambushed Hunter Shape as he was bringing a pizza inside the house. The evidence suggested that he caught the murderer off guard. He was hit by 2 more shots after the first one missed. Sheep was still alive when he called 911, but he was presumed dead. The call ended abruptly, indicating that the shooter may have damaged or tampered with the phone before shooting Hunter to death. The attackers then used accelerants and fire starter logs to start fires at various points throughout the house, and they threw rocks through the windows to feed the flames. The suspects later displayed questionable conduct, and this evidence connected them to the crime. A witness saw Danny driving Johnny's truck away from the scene of the crime. Days prior to the killings, Danny reportedly bought a prepaid phone from a nearby Target, which he used to speak with Johnny frequently, a common tactic in criminal activity, according to surveillance footage. Only during the 12 days before Johnny's murder was that burner phone used for communication. Interestingly, the phone stopped working just before the murders. Watson claimed to have gotten into a fight with a homeless black man while at a club member's house without his pants. Later that night, Watson called 911 to report that a loaded Glock handgun and another loaded magazine had been stolen from his truck, which had been broken into a few days prior. Watson was fired from Kitsap County Public Works after he stopped showing up for work. Detectives discovered in September 2017 that approximately $303,000 had been deposited into his accounts that year, including multiple cash deposits that were untraceable. According to reports, Johnny Carriga concealed $200,000 beneath his house, but it was never discovered. On the night of the murder, a neighbor also saw Carriga's truck speeding down Tonino Drive and heard gunshots. The driver was recognized by the neighbor as Donnie, whom he had known when Donnie's family shared a home. Nearly bumper to bumper, a silver car followed the truck. Because Donnie and John Carriga disliked each other so much, detectives found it suspicious that Donnie would be at Carriga's house or drive his truck. Robert's brother Johnny Watson's 2006 Mercedes was discovered stripped and abandoned in the Puyallup River less than a week after investigators made public footage of Carriga's truck and the unidentified vehicle at the Camp Union supermarket. The car had not been reported stolen, but its license plates were missing. Later on, though, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to have the car returned. Why he only thought to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby, was the question that emerged. The second car that was spotted in the grocery store parking lot the night of the killings was thought to be driven by Johnny Watson, the third person. Additionally, his DNA and that of one of the rocks found at the crime scene matched exactly. The community was finally rocked by a major development on June 6, 2022, when 3 men were officially charged with the Carriga family's quadruple murder. In the lengthy investigation that had engulfed the area for years, this was a pivotal point. The arrest operation, which took place over several weeks and involved about 70 police officers from various counties, was carefully planned. The suspects, who were identified as Danny J. Kelly Jr., 43, Johnny James Watson, 49, and Robert James Watson, 50, were arrested in various locations throughout the state. About an hour later, Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested in their Bremerton apartments, while Robert Watson was stopped in traffic at Gig Harbor. The three men were charged with a total of 16 felonies each after being arrested and taken to nearby jails. These charges included first-degree burglary, first-degree arson, first-degree murder, and first-degree aggravated murder. A whopping $20 million was set as bail for each defendant. Each of the suspects entered a not guilty plea to the alleged felony charges. When they appeared in court the next morning, the judge placed severe restrictions on their possession of firearms, alcohol, and drugs unless prescribed, and ordered that they be detained without the possibility of release on bond. The court also ordered the defendants to refrain from any communication with one another. Investigators had established a specialized task force to investigate the quadruple homicide in response to the Carriga family murders. The seriousness of the case and law enforcement's resolve to prosecute the offenders were highlighted by this cooperative effort. In the hopes that the arrests would be a major step toward closure for the families impacted by the tragic loss of the Carriga family, the community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings. However, as people gathered to honor them, there was a glimmer of hope despite the gloom. Those affected by the tragedy eagerly awaited the three suspects in the Carriga family murder case to be apprehended. Hunter Shope's mother, Carly Scott, had been praying for justice for years, and now her prayers had been heard. Over the years, she had pleaded so passionately for someone to come forward, and it was successful. The public provided the detectives with tips that enabled them to solve the case. Accused of ruthlessly murdering a whole family, the suspects were brought before a Kitsap County judge while being escorted into the courtroom and clearly restrained. The community was deeply scarred by their alleged crimes, which were motivated by disrespect and greed. Emotions were running high during the trial as relatives confronted the defendant and voiced their desire for justice. Given the seriousness of their acts, the suspects gave off an eerie aura. The arrests gave the victims' loved ones a sense of relief and closure despite the suffering and heartache, and this was evident throughout the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office as family members gathered to give detectives and one another nervous hugs following the arrest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the suburbs of Manchester, Karen Spooner and John Lewis, their children Jane, Nicola, John, and Jamie, were a typical family. In 1997, everything was different. In Britain, May 5th was a holiday, therefore kids were exempt from attending school. 11-year-old John and 8-year-old Jamie, the family's youngest sons, were having fun in a nearby supermarket parking lot. They were great friends even though they were 3 years apart in age. Despite their disagreements, John always looked out for Jamie. John was playing with pals that day when he failed to see his brother vanishing from view, but it didn't disturb him. An 8-year-old being bored and going home, or to see a friend, was not unusual. But his brother was still gone when John got home at around 6 o'clock. When the two brothers left the house at 8 a.m., Jamie had not been seen since. For Jamie, who enjoyed wandering the streets but frequently returned home to hug their mother or have a snack, it was highly unusual. Initially, no one was concerned, since they assumed the youngster was with his pals and had lost his sense of time. He was terrified of the dark, so they were sure he would return before dusk. However, Jamie's family went out into the street to look for the child when their father got home from work at around 8 o'clock in the evening. They went to every street where he liked to play, visited all of his pals, and called his name, but all they got was an echo. They went home exhausted and called the cops. Jamie was raised in the Manchester district of Openshaw, which is well known for its numerous shuttered factories from the mid-century. This implies that it is a somewhat dangerous but alluring area for a young adventurer to play. A number of worried residents joined the police search as they started looking through these structures. Karen asked anyone with information regarding her son's whereabouts, or who may have seen him, to call the police. The boy was short for his age of 8, she said, and he frequently wore clothes for children of 5 or 6. Jamie's family's anxiety drove them insane. How such a young youngster could go for his regular walk and not come home was beyond comprehension. As time went on and Jamie didn't show up, folks started to worry. Numerous calls and texts were sent to the police claiming to have seen Jamie in different locations throughout Manchester. However, all of these leads were later found to be untrue. A few days following Karen's public appeal, a man claiming to have seen Jamie's sibling approached Jamie's older sister. The girl nodded in agreement when he inquired as to whether the boy was dressed in a dark blue suit. The man was identified as 28-year-old bus driver Darren Vickers. He reported seeing Jamie on his bus to the police and his family. He clarified that the boy was able to travel all day on any bus in Manchester, since he had bought an all-day rider ticket. Darren's bus was the one Jamie had picked, and they rode it together all day from Ashton to Manchester on Route 219, looking out the window and getting off at the same stop where he had boarded. Because Jamie enjoyed automobiles, railroads, and buses like most boys his age, his parents thought it was their kid right away. He probably went to the bus stop to buy a gift for his mother's birthday at the store, but the bus trip distracted him. Darren Vickers gave off the impression of being a really nice guy who honestly wanted to help the missing boy's family. He volunteered to help Jamie's relatives if they needed it after visiting their house. He was invited to supper by Karen and John, who were astounded by his kindness and empathy. Jamie's family was going through a lot at this trying period. To assist in caring for her brother and sister, their 15-year-old daughter Nicola even dropped out of school. Darren sympathized with their predicament and offered assistance. By serving as their spokesperson, he attempted to lessen the load that had been placed on them. Speaking on the family's behalf, he encouraged anyone who may have seen the boy to call the police. He appeared to be a gift from God, and John and Karen had complete faith in him. On the other hand, the police did not fully believe that Darren Vickers was as amiable as he seemed. His story contained contradictions that made the investigators suspicious right away. First off, it was illegal to sell tickets to minors, so the boy could not have had the one that Darren claimed he had, allowing him to go all day on any bus in Manchester. Why then would the driver let Jamie accompany him for 6 hours? Out of compassion for a youngster who is enthralled with transportation, or for a worse motive? Other travelers on Route 219 also started calling the police. They claimed that Darren had misled them regarding Jamie's actions that day. Instead of spending the entire day sitting by the window, the child transformed the bus into his playground. Because Jamie was permitted to sit close to the driver, play with the controls, hand out tickets to passengers, and even use the gear lever, witnesses deduced that he must have been the driver's son or younger sibling. The detectives were certain that Darren had done something to win the child's trust. They discovered that Vickers had been lying to them from the start after watching the security camera tape. The camera at the bus stop captured Darren getting off the bus and going up to the boy. Before they boarded the bus, Darren even brushed the child's hair during their brief talk. In the evening, Jamie and Darren did not show up at the same bus stop. Prior to the youngster going missing, Darren had only been a bus driver for 2 weeks, the police found out. Darren had submitted bogus references on all of his prior employment applications, with the exception of one that belonged to a convicted felon with a history of targeting minors, according to more research into his background. The investigators invited Darren Vickers, who was a very nice person, to the station to be questioned when he unexpectedly became the main suspect. Unexpectedly, Jamie's family was incensed by this. They thought the cops were desperate, so they concentrated all of their attention on their new acquaintance, since they had no other suspicions. They waited for him outside during his time at the station, supporting him in the same way that he had always supported them. The detectives had to free Darren because they had no concrete evidence against him, and their investigation of his house turned up nothing. Jamie's family organized a party for him right away. Not only that, but Darren also moved in with them, taking up residence in Karen and John's bedroom while the parents, unable to find any rest, slept on the living room sofa. This was shocking and unbelievable to the police and many residents of the community who suspected that Darren was not who he claimed to be. The more he spoke to the media on behalf of the family, the less people thought he was innocent and sincere. Darren specifically gave himself away during interviews by repeatedly shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders when addressing reporters, according to body language and gesture expert Cliff Lansley. Because people make these tiny head motions without realizing it, and because they obviously contradict the statement they are conveying, They were a gift for a gesture master. In an attempt to restore control, Darren called a radio station and begged everyone to stop holding him responsible for the kidnapping of the boy. He said that because he lived close by, he offered Jamie a ride home in his own car after the boy had spent the entire day on his bus. This claim exposed more contradictions in his account. After all, he first stated that he had driven him to his grandmother's house after dropping him off at the same bus stop where he had picked him up. Darren seemed to have taken the child home now. The man's feigned affection and his desire to bring their kid home alive blinded the Lewis family, despite the fact that everyone could see through his falsehoods. He stayed with them all the time, going to locations where they might have seen the youngster and occasionally even taking the lead in the hunt. One of the cops even claimed that the family trusted him more than the police because of his peculiar behavior, which made their job much more difficult. Given that the police have a duty to tell the victim's family during the inquiry, Darren likely believed it was shrewd of him to try to persuade them to back him. However, it was not a good idea to be as open with the family as he wanted to seem when the police knew that the enemy was inside the family. They had to be separated by the investigators. Luckily, the police used Darren's traffic infractions as justification to put him in jail for 10 weeks in September. The investigators searched for any evidence against him during this period. They determined on October 14 that they had sufficient circumstantial evidence to accuse Darren of kidnapping the child. Even though they were certain that Jamie was dead, they were still unable to charge him with murder. Luckily, Darren's frequent TV appearances worked against him. 2 adolescents came to the police and told them a terrifying story about how a man who looked like Darren had attempted to kidnap them one night. After luring the kids to a quiet area of the neighborhood park, he showed them a picture of Jamie and yelled, "There he is! He was there, you see!" and tried to guide them deeper into the park. The children, however, were alarmed by the man's peculiar actions and were able to flee. The detectives shared their findings with Jamie's family. When Jamie's brother John told them a similar story, they were even more shocked. John held himself responsible for his younger brother's disappearance during this period. Darren became aware of this and began to show John more love by buying him gifts and supporting him all the time. But Darren took John to the park a few days after he moved in with the family, handed him a smoke, and said that his younger brother was there. However, John would wind up there himself if he spoke to anyone, and neither he nor Jamie would ever be seen again. John was frightened and startled by this confession, so he honored his oath and vowed to remain silent. It's interesting to note that the boy's older sister acknowledged that she was first uneasy about Darren's treatment of John. He obviously became attached to him, purchasing him a variety of things, such as a bicycle and pricey shoes, while utterly disregarding the older girls. Like the rest of the family, though, she soon came to feel that the man had been sent to support them at their darkest moments. The police and forensic specialists started searching the location that the teenagers had told them was where Darren had tried to lure them. Police found a jacket that matched Jamie's outfit and children's sports pants during the search. They discovered a piece of a jawbone when they took the garments to the lab for analysis and spread them out on the table to dry. According to experts who examined the bone, it was a human bone and belonged to a child between the ages of 7 and 9. The jawbone was identified as belonging to Jamie Lewis by subsequent DNA testing. Jamie's torso was eventually found in a secluded area of the park close to Stockport by the Reddish Vale Golf Course. A sizable percentage of the remains, nevertheless, were never located. The investigators came to the conclusion that Jamie was still alive when the murderer carried him to the spot, which was hard to get to. When Vickers gave his cellmate a different account, he was charged and in prison awaiting trial. He said Jamie was fatally struck after he fell and struck his head on a handrail in the bus. The bus driver threw him in the trunk and hurried him into the woods in a frenzy. The prosecutor, however, was certain that this account did not accurately reflect the events that took place. Even though it was challenging to pinpoint the exact cause of death due to the body's decomposition, Jamie's family's suffering persisted as the trial got underway. They were the targets of the murderer's horrible charges, in addition to being made to listen to what he had done to their son. Darren claimed to have a close relationship with Karen and that she was expecting his child. He also claimed that his father John killed Jamie. Even pictures of Darren and Karen touching hands were used as evidence by the defense lawyer, in order to show that Darren was lying and to stop the rumors that were spreading about her behind her back and creating repulsive graffiti on the walls, poor Karen had to submit to a DNA test. Darren Vickers was convicted guilty of kidnapping and murder by the jury following 7 weeks of trial proceedings. He was given a life sentence in jail with the chance of release after 25 years in April 1999. He unexpectedly asked to speak with the case's main investigator a day after the guilty verdict was handed down, and he admitted to killing, raping, abducting, and dismembering Jamie. According to the murderer's detailed account of the incident, Jamie called for his mother, but that didn't stop him from strangling him. He then made several trips back to the crime scene, most likely to dispose of the body pieces one at a time. Darren made this startling admission in the hopes of receiving a lighter sentence, but as his ruse backfired, he made a last-ditch effort to recover control by calling the media and taking back his confession. Another prisoner used a hammer to strike Darren in 2014. He suffered multiple severe head injuries. Despite spending some time in the hospital, the man recovered completely. In 2024, 3 years later, he is requesting a parole hearing. The police in the case pledged to do everything in their power to keep him from being released if the parole board determines that it is feasible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrible crime is depicted in the tragic events of November 28, 2014 in Fort Worth, Texas. An apartment complex resident named Ashley Ann Harris, 31, was the target of a vicious and premeditated attack. The events that transpired on that fateful day raised troubling doubts regarding the motivation behind this barbaric deed. The incident started when a worried apartment complex resident called 911 on December 12th. Having called day 1 on a telephone, she called day 209. Emergency personnel hurried to the scene after they reported a fire in one of the units. The fact that this incident would turn into a murder investigation was unknown to them. The apartment was occupied by Ashley Ann Harris when it caught fire. Nobody was able to verify at first whether Ashley was in the burning apartment. Firefighters fought the fire with courage and were able to contain it. The terrible truth was revealed only after the fire was extinguished. Since Ashley had been in her apartment the entire time, police concluded that the fire was not an accident because of Ashley's body. Ashley had been severely beaten, as evidenced by the pool of blood surrounding her lifeless body. Her ankles suffered the same fate as her hands, which were brutally bound with duct tape, leaving her helpless. There were more indications of violence. Her body was scarred by burns, and she had endured the pain of strangulation. Moreover, her throat had been brutally cut, adding to the horror. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this was a carefully thought out and horrifyingly carried out murder, rather than merely a tragic accident or an isolated act of violence. After committing this horrible crime, the evidence suggested that someone had purposefully set the apartment on fire. The offender had also sprayed rubbing alcohol on Ashley's bed and other parts of her apartment, seemingly in an effort to cover up any evidence of their actions. But the horrific reality had not been hidden by the fire. The case's apparent lack of motivation was one confusing feature. Since Ashley's keys were the only item missing from her apartment, investigators were left wondering, what could motivate someone to attack an innocent woman in such a vicious and heartless manner? As law enforcement looked for answers, justice, and closure for Ashley Ann Harris's bereaved family, the murder investigation would surely be a difficult and heartbreaking one. The police started looking for answers. Interviews with Ashley's neighbors marked the start of their adventure. One of them, Stephen Lee, lived in an apartment next door. He described an odd sighting at around 6:30 a.m. that fateful morning. He was smoking a cigarette on his balcony when he spotted an unknown car parked close by. The car in question was a sleek black Infiniti G35, which was unusual in their peaceful neighborhood. This observation would turn out to be a key clue in the mystery that was developing. But Stephen Lee's story wasn't the only piece of the puzzle. At around 7:30 a.m., Ashley's neighbor Patrick Sweet, who lived directly below her apartment, told the police a terrifying revelation. A spine-tingling scream reverberated from above, startling and upsetting Patrick as he was startled out of his morning routine. After that, he heard a number of disturbing sounds, such as what sounded like a heavy thud and frantic, gasping breaths. He was terrified, but his carbon monoxide detector's blaring alarm was what finally got him to act. He became aware that a fire was occurring, so he quickly called 911 to solve the mystery of Ashley's disappearance. Ashley was employed as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store in the Hulen Mall, and the police painstakingly tracked her movements on the day in question. Their investigation revealed that she had eaten dinner in one of the apartments in their complex on Thanksgiving Day with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances. After dinner, Ashley went to work. The Black Friday sales craze during Ashley's work shift made for a long and exhausting evening. Alexis kindly volunteered to watch Ashley's cherished dog, Nala. Ashley is back at home. Was marked by the early morning. At approximately 3:15 a.m., Alexis visited briefly before leaving after 4 a.m. The timeline started to become crucial to the investigation at this point. According to the police, Ashley died suddenly between 4:15 and 7:30 in the morning. Because of this crucial period, the authorities were keen to find and talk to the owner of the enigmatic black Infiniti G35 in order to provide insight into what happened during those hours. After discovering the black Infiniti G35, the police made the decision to interrogate Alexis, Ashley's friend. She said she didn't know who owned the car. They are intrigued, though, by a tip from Christopher Chris Cravey, Ashley's boss. He told the police that he knew a woman named Carol Cervantes, who was a driver of one of these vehicles. The plot twist was that Carter had been fired in August after having previously worked at Ashley Leah's American Eagle store. The police began monitoring Carter's home after obtaining this lead. The following Saturday morning at 8 a.m., their patience paid off when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti G35 with a man. After that, the man drove her to Hulen Mall, where he parked after dropping her off at the entrance. When the police came to question him, they found that he was actually Clarence, Carter's boyfriend. David Mallory, who used to work at the same American Eagle store, became suspicious when Clarence was unable to provide his driver's license when asked, which resulted in his arrest. Officers observed some odd details about him while he was at the police station. The plastic price tag fastener was still on his brand new ski mask, which showed no signs of wear. In addition, his lower lip, which was visibly swollen even after Clarence was arrested, looked like a recent injury. Despite being seen entering the mall, Carter was never seen again. Instead, she was apprehended at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry and taken in for interrogation. Her initial claim that she had not left the apartment complex that day was refuted by surveillance footage, which showed her leaving the mall and making her way home. According to the police, she may have decided to walk the 2 miles home after spotting them conversing with Clarence in the mall parking lot. Notably, they noticed minor scratches on her arms as the puzzle pieces came together. The police had to determine whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's terrible death, and if so, what the motivation was for the gruesome events that had taken place. A troubling picture of the circumstances leading up to Ashley's untimely death was painted by additional evidence that surfaced. An important turning point in the investigation was when Ashley's missing keys were found, since it turned out that they also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. Given that Ashley's keys could open the store safe, the police concluded that Carter and Clarence had planned Ashley's murder. Stealing what they thought was tens of thousands of dollars, presumably amassed from Black Friday sales, seemed to be the crux of their evil scheme. Armed with Ashley's keys, they carried out their plan on a fateful Saturday morning, but when they got to the store, they ran into an unforeseen problem. Their attempt at robbery was foiled by the fact that the locks had already been changed. Additional incriminating evidence was discovered during the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment. They discovered a taser box, a plastic tub with bungee cords and a rope, a lock in a kitchen drawer, and some discarded duct tape. They also found a broken deadbolt lock, 2 more locks that looked like they were used for practice and were marked as lock-picking practice locks, and the black Infiniti G35, a key vehicle in the investigation, which also had sinister secrets inside. They found a plastic bag inside a black garbage bag, a sharpening stone that was probably used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a sheathed buck knife. Notably, they also discovered a kitchen knife, an unopened tarp, and a toboggan with a hole cut in it. The finding was perhaps the most concerning. 3 of a loaded Glock 19 concealed beneath the driver's seat with a bullet in the chamber. The disturbing picture of Carter and Clarence's role in Ashley's murder was painted by these strong pieces of evidence. The state decided not to pursue the death penalty after both defendants were charged with capital murder. Instead, it sought life in prison without the possibility of release for both of them. Carter and Clarence upheld their not guilty pleas in spite of the overwhelming evidence against them, paving the way for a torturous court battle that would ultimately decide their fate. Although the prosecution gave both defendants a largely consistent story, the court cases of Carter, Carol Cervantes, and Clarence, David Mallory, developed independently. But after Carter's case was heard, attention turned to proving that she was the alleged mastermind of the crime. The prosecution believed that Carter and Clarence had several reasons for wanting to hurt Ashlia. First, they thought the two wanted Ashlia's keys, which would allow them to enter the store safe and the large amount of money they assumed was kept there, especially after the Black Friday sales. The prosecution also claimed that Carter and Clarence wanted to exact revenge on Ashley. An additional layer of personal animosity was introduced into the situation when they blamed her for their dismissal. The court proceedings explored the individuals' personal histories. In June 2014, Ashley took over as store manager while her boss, Chris, was on medical leave. An important part of the operation had been played by Carter, the store's assistant manager. Notably, on August 24, 2014, she had also employed Clarence, her boyfriend, to work with her at the same place. A sizable amount of $18,000 inexplicably vanished from the American Eagle store's safe. When Ashlia, who was in charge of locking the store that evening, noticed that the back door had been left open, suspicion was cast on Carter. Clarence was identified in surveillance footage as the person who had broken into the safe and stolen the cash. This finding signaled the start of a series of events that would ultimately result in a tragic conclusion. Chris, Ashlia's boss, didn't find out that Carter had employed Clarence until after the theft. It was shocking to learn that Clarence had a history with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo store. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, meaning he should not be employed at any American Eagle location. Chris revealed something shocking. In order to evade detection and get around any warning signs, Carter had changed Clarence's name and social security number in the system and manipulated his personnel file. This information implied a troubling degree of Carter and Clarence's collusion. It became clear as hostilities increased that Carter and Clarence had been plotting Ashley's kidnapping and key retrieval. Images of Ashley's apartment, her apartment door, and her car were among the incriminating evidence found on their cell phones. On their cell phones, police also found latitude and longitude coordinates. The terrifying story was further enhanced by Detective Cedillo's testimony, which disclosed that one of Clarence's texts included coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, identified a location close to Lufkin, Texas. Detective Cedillo discovered a terrifying hole at this location that was 6 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. It looked grimly like a grave for a human. The prosecution argued that the original plan was to kidnap Ashlia, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her somewhere else. But when Ashley refused to let them into her apartment, their plans took a sinister turn, and she tragically died there. More disturbing evidence surfaced. 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets were found by police when they searched Clarence's Cadillac, indicating a sinister and planned motive. These disclosures presented an unsettling image of a well-thought-out crime in which Carter and Clarence were purportedly driven by retaliation as well as financial gain. As the trial went on, the prosecution called witnesses who provided more insight into the terrible circumstances surrounding Ashlia's passing. Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close friend and neighbor, was one such witness. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was startled awake by the sound of fire alarms, recognizing that Ashley's apartment was in danger, and he acted quickly after noticing her car was still parked outside. He hurried upstairs without thinking and kicked down Ashley's apartment door with courage. When Jeff walked in, he saw a chaotic scene. The apartment was filled with smoke, and the sprinkler system sprayed water, making the place dangerous and confusing. Even though it was dangerous, Jeff tried to crawl toward the kitchen to get to Ash, but the dense smoke soon overpowered him and he had to back off to get some fresh air. Unfazed, he made 2 more heroic attempts, but the smoke was too thick to handle. Luckily, rescue efforts were taken over by firefighters who had already arrived on the scene. Arson investigator Wallace E. Hood Jr. offered crucial information about the fire's cause. He stated in his testimony that he was able to pinpoint several places where the fire started, including Ashley's bed and the closet. One particularly unsettling discovery was the smoke detector's purposeful removal and hiding under the mattress. These discoveries suggested a malevolent and deliberate act meant to hide the fire and make Ashley's chances of surviving even more difficult. With a string of gripping incidents and testimony, the courtroom drama went on. The prosecution showed surveillance footage taken in front of the American Eagle store on November 29 at around 2 in the morning, which showed an enigmatic individual trying to operate the gate lock. The prosecution claimed it was Carter, but the person's face was hidden. The altered locks made it impossible for them to unlock and raise the gate, despite their obvious attempts. This implied that Carter might have had plans involving the crime or the store. Unaware that the police were observing them, Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. that same day, the court was informed. Given the previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store, this raised concerns about their intentions and behavior. In the parking lot of the mall, Clarence was taken into custody. He told the police that Carter had gone inside to get some documents. Carter was not present in the mall when the police searched it, though. Suspicions regarding her movements and activities were raised when she was eventually found at her apartment complex. Important details regarding Ashley's injuries were supplied by Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. The extent of her physical trauma was graphically depicted by the autopsy. Among Ashley's many wounds were cuts to her cheek, scalp, and left side of her face. Her chin was scraped, her lip had laceration and scrape marks, and her right side was marred by a patterned bruise, with additional bruises discovered around her left eye and between her eyes. The most unsettling finding was probably a star-shaped cut behind her left ear with a bruise surrounding it, which the medical examiner determined was the result of a pistol blow. The testimony described Ashley's experience in a distressing way, implying that she had been beaten viciously and savagely. Ashley sustained multiple wounds, including a knife wound to her neck, bruising and abrasions to her right arm, chest, and neck. Ashley suffered multiple blows to her face, according to testimony from Dr. Fries, a witness in the case. Additionally, he mentioned that Ashley's eyes had patachi, which suggested that she might have been strangled or suffocated. Dr. Fries clarified that a fractured cricoid, a neck cartilage, is more frequently linked to severe force or auto accidents and is rarely observed in asphyxia or strangulation cases. Ashley's death was ruled a homicide after he determined that she died from asphyxia and blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Carter's trial was surrounded by a compelling and heartbreaking courtroom drama. The foundation of her defense was the claim that she was not responsible for Ashley's untimely death. She bravely removed the layers of fear and manipulation that had surrounded her life by taking the stand to testify in her own defense. Carter's testimony portrayed Clarence as a domineering and dangerous man, painting an unsettling picture of their relationship. She disclosed that he had a terrifying amount of control over her day-to-day activities, including deciding when she was allowed to eat and drink, as she admitted to trying to rob the American Eagle store. The entire courtroom listened intently, but she maintained that Clarence's threatening words were what forced her to commit this crime. She told of the terrifying time he pulled out a gun and gave her the order to steal. To make matters worse for her, he claimed that if she refused to accept the money, a dangerous threat would be waiting outside her parents' house, threatening their lives. Carter's story took a darker turn when she described a horrific experience in which she was raped by 2 unidentified men. She claimed that Clarence himself had allowed these attackers to enter her apartment, and she had to endure the unspeakable cruelty of their acts. Carter adamantly insisted that Ashley was innocent on the fateful night of her murder. She testified that she was asleep in her bed and did not know where Clarence was at the time. She strongly denied any role in Ashley's death and firmly stated that she was not involved in the tragic incident. In a remarkably quick decision that took only 2 hours, the jury remained skeptical despite Carter's compelling testimony and returned a guilty verdict. Carter was given a life sentence without the chance of release as a result. That was not the end of the case. Clarence also appeared in court, arguing that he was innocent of Ashley's murder, but the same lack of response was given to his claims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, just like Carter, after the jury, clearly unimpressed by his claims, found him guilty as charged. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we examine what happened on December 26, 2011, in Kershaw, South Carolina. Hope Melton, 30, called her grandmother to report that she was being followed while driving down a country road. Hope was terrified and unsure of what to do. The call ended before she could provide her grandmother with any information. The police were able to identify the suspect by using CCTV footage to solve this case. The subpar performance of one of the authorities, which ultimately impacted the case's outcome, is another noteworthy feature of this case. William Roger and Elizabeth Ray Hodge Roscoe were the parents of Beverly Hope Roscoe Melton, who was born in Chehaw, South Carolina, on December 4, 1981. She was a member of the Beta Club, Vocational Honor Society, Health Occupational Class, and Chorus at Chesterfield High School, where she graduated with honors in the year 2000. Hope worked as the manager of McBee, South Carolina's T&N Country Store. She was a children's church teacher at Lancaster Church of God. Hope had been happily married to Gary Lee Melton for a little more than a year. Although they wanted children, their final Christmas together was in 2011. Hope was going to see her grandmother, who lived about 30 miles away from her home, on December 26, 2011. Rather than showing up for lunch, she got a call on her grandmother's cell phone. Hope called out in a distressed tone. She asked for assistance after telling her grandmother that she was being followed. After the call ended, Hope's mother and grandmother got into their car and headed out to find her. They saw Hope's vehicle parked on the side of the road 5 miles away on a lengthy country road, but Hope was not there. Her grandmother dialed 911 right away, and the county sheriff's office received the call. The call was forwarded to police officers as a missing person report when it reached the sheriff's office. When a missing person report is received, it is imperative that prompt action be taken. At once, one of the sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene. After examining Hope's vehicle, he ruled out the possibility of a traffic accident because it was undamaged and in good operating order. Hope's wallet was gone, but her purse was in the car. Despite searching the vehicle, a forensic team was unable to uncover any information about Hope's whereabouts. Police and volunteers started searching the area for leads. Gary, Hope's shocked and upset husband, showed up on the scene. He told the police that Hope was going to visit her grandmother and had planned to stop at a gas station. At the time, that was the detective's only lead. Hope's grandmother lived about 30 miles away from her home, and there were 4 gas stations along the way. The detectives made the decision to examine each one sequentially. Security cameras were present at the first gas station the detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance visited. The detective started watching the video in the hopes of spotting Hope. Her husband claims that she left the house at approximately 11:45 a.m. The manager was asked to show the detective the video from an hour prior to Hope calling her family in a panic. When a male customer entered the store at 12:19 p.m., everything appeared to be as usual. The investigator kept watching the footage. A woman entered the picture 3 minutes later. Hope weighed around 140 pounds, stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, and was blonde. She had on blue jeans and a pink shirt. The detective knew right away that it wasn't Hope because the woman in the video was taller than her. At 12:45 p.m., they continued to scroll through the tape, but Hope never appeared. This implied that she had most likely refilled her vehicle at a different gas station. The members of Hope's family were in shock. They looked for logical reasons why she might have vanished. There was a slim chance that she had just become stuck in the mud and gotten out of the car. Maybe someone had come to get her and taken her to a rescue location. They wished Hope well and a speedy return home. A second gas station, just 10 miles from the location where Hope's abandoned car had been discovered, was visited by the detective looking into her disappearance. Additionally, there were security cameras that might aid in the investigation. The detective informed the manager that they were searching for a missing woman when they first arrived at the gas station. The manager recalled possibly seeing Hope around 12 p.m. when the detective described her appearance and the vehicle she was driving. There was no question that Hope Melton had visited this gas station prior to her disappearance. Thanks to a security camera placed outside, she had filled up her car and nothing seemed to be bothering her at the time. Another camera captured a man holding the door open for Hope as she entered. Hope left the store after paying for her gas. She appeared content and in a positive frame of mind. She appeared to be eager to spend the remainder of the day with her grandmother. The man who held the door open for Hope was the one who caught the detective's attention when he re-watched the video. She was followed into the store by a man wearing a white cap, according to surveillance footage. He glanced over at Hope. The detective watched the man in the cap while Hope paid for her gas and walked away. The man left the store after making his payment at the counter. Regretfully, nothing in the video could be used to identify the man. In an attempt to identify this man's vehicle, the detective once more looked at the surveillance footage. Hope was seen walking toward the store to pay for gas on one of the tapes. Just then, a dark minivan arrived and a man in a white cap climbed out. Regretfully, his car's license plate was hidden. Hope was seen driving away from the gas station when the detective flipped to another outdoor camera. She made her way back to her car, and just as she was ready to leave, a gray car arrived. Hope was not followed out of the gas station by the man in the white cap, or the man who got out of it and turned to watch Hope's car drive away. The detective repeatedly viewed the segment in an attempt to capture every detail. He had to locate the other hints he was certain were concealed in the gas station video. He was right. When Hope was making her way back to her car, he flipped to the first camera. An orange Chevy appeared in the frame. The Chevy turned back toward the exit after crossing the parking lot. The detective saw something significant as Hope pulled away. The orange car was following her. Prior to Hope's disappearance, the detective believed he had seen the car following her. The police had to determine what happened after obtaining evidence that Hope had been followed from the gas station. The search team discovered alarming evidence in the meantime. They discovered a blanket covered in blood and a pink bracelet 6 miles from Hope's abandoned car. Hope's husband was able to identify the bracelet. The bracelet was a Christmas gift from him. Hope's well-being was seriously threatened by all of this. The detective had to confirm that it wasn't a coincidence after watching the gas station surveillance footage that showed the orange Chevy pursuing Hope's vehicle. Hope had to pass an office building with multiple security cameras on her way to her grandmother's house. The building was still closed for Christmas when the detective arrived by car. Finding an office manager with keys and knowledge of the CCTV system took some time. The parking lot and the road Hope could take to get to her grandmother's house were both covered by numerous security cameras on the building. The detective's primary objective was to determine whether Hope was being followed by the orange Chevy, or if it had veered off course. The cameras were programmed to record only when they detected movement because the offices were closed for Christmas. The detective started watching the video, which had been taken shortly after 12 p.m. At 12:06 p.m., the detective noticed Hope's car enter the frame. An orange car that had been spotted at the gas station earlier entered the frame 2 seconds later. The orange Chevy can be seen in the video trailing Hope's vehicle by only a few yards. Hope's car was discovered in the woods, and both cars were traveling north toward the road. Although the license plate numbers could not be seen due to the poor quality of the video, the car was identifiable, and police issued an APB. The orange car was stopped by police on a Jefferson, South Carolina street after an hour or two. Nicholas Miller, a 23-year-old local, was the driver. He was the only person in the vehicle. Perhaps because he had something to conceal, he was extremely apprehensive when the police stopped him. After being taken to the police station, he was questioned by a detective. Miller gave evasive answers to every question. Miller was asked by the detective to describe his day, including his activities and whereabouts. Miller retorted that he had gone shopping at a Walmart 30 miles away in the morning. After that, he returned to Jefferson by car. The detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance went to Walmart, where Miller claimed to have shopped after police requested a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. His story had to be confirmed by the police. Every action on the sales floor is captured by the store's many cameras. Walmart's video surveillance footage was a relief to law enforcement since it supported Nicholas Miller's account. At around 10 in the morning, his orange Chevy pulled into the parking lot. The detective recognized Miller when the driver got out. His story had been verified thus far. Like hundreds of other customers, he entered Walmart like any other. and nothing unusual appeared to be going on. He seemed to be going about his everyday business. He didn't bring a basket or shopping cart. The detective discovered, however, that Miller was no typical shopper. As the tape continued to play, he didn't appear to be interested in the goods being sold there. He was just loitering around the store. Maybe he had a completely different reason for being in the store. At one point, the detective saw that Miller was not wandering around the store but was actually following a blonde woman who was ignoring him and going about her own business. After watching the video again, the detective was certain that his suspicion was right. Miller followed the woman everywhere. She did, however, reappear in the video a short while later, this time with a man. It would be reasonable to assume that Miller now understood that this was an impossible goal for him. The couple left the store a few minutes later. According to investigators, the woman might have been fortunate to get away. Cameras caught Miller leaving the store a few minutes later. It looked like he was upset that a possible target had escaped his grasp as he left Walmart. At this point, we can only presume that he was returning to Jefferson, probably to meet Hope at a gas station. Although Hope's family had hoped she would return home safely, it became evident that something horrible had happened to her when police were able to obtain a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. Forensic investigators discovered blood spatter on the driver's side bumper and the passenger side fender while inspecting the vehicle. Hope's wallet was also discovered in Miller's vehicle. The decision was made to question Miller once more in light of the new evidence. It's crucial to remember that Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker conducted the interrogation. Keep that name in mind, it matters. Miller initially denied any involvement in Hope Melton's disappearance during the interrogation, but after learning of the evidence, he eventually acknowledged his guilt and consented to accompany the police to Hope's body. 14 miles from the location where Hope's car was discovered, Miller guided investigators to a secluded turkey farm. She had no clothes on and was face up on her back on the ground. The scene was absolutely horrifying. There was nothing Miller could explain with regard to his actions. The discovery of Hope's body was communicated to her family. Those who knew and loved Hope Melton were forever altered by what had happened to her. Police were now able to piece together what had happened before Hope died. Miller recently broke up with his girlfriend, investigators found out. We'll never know for sure, but they think this might have contributed to his nervous breakdown. Miller noticed Hope filling up her car at the gas station. He made the decision to go after her at that crucial juncture. She was looking forward to a great day with her grandmother, after having a great Christmas with her family. She was unaware that she was being followed. Hope called her grandmother as soon as they arrived at a backwoods road because she knew she was in danger. Miller acknowledged that he had pulled Hope out of her car, pushed her off the road, and pushed her into his vehicle. After he drove her into the woods and tore off her clothes, you can probably guess what he did next. Miller made an effort to hide. After bringing Hope to a turkey farm, he killed her with a baseball bat and disposed of her body. Hope's chance encounter with the monster ended tragically after she stopped for gas. It is incomprehensible to humans. Prior to the trial, Nicholas Miller was charged with several counts. Police received horrifying evidence from his ex-girlfriend's photos. Only a few hours prior to his abduction of Hope Melton, Miller had pursued her in his orange Chevy. We must now learn more about Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker. He plays a crucial role in this case, as I indicated before. I'll tell you why Parker was let go from the police department. According to officials, Parker provided uniforms, badges, and weapons to civilians, gave inmates preferential treatment, and took property meant for the sheriff's office for himself. In return for 2 prisoners working on his property, Parker let them live and sleep outside the jail. With the former sheriff's knowledge, the prisoners had access to phones, the internet, and an unlimited number of unattended visitors while they were sleeping in the armory. Additionally, prosecutors claimed that Parker provided special treatment to jail inmates, including alcohol and unsupervised visits with women. They were permitted to eat at restaurants and shop. The prisoners allegedly worked on the home and personal belongings of the former sheriff in return. The former sheriff was put on trial as a result. Mike Lee, who was serving a 15-year sentence for arson, testified against the former sheriff during Parker's trial. According to Lee's testimony, he was able to outfit his cell with a refrigerator, a new mattress, and flat-screen TVs while he was incarcerated in Chesterfield County. Lee used his own funds that were sent by family to buy the items. In addition to being permitted to buy and wear ordinary clothing rather than his jail uniform, Lee informed jurors that he would have lunch with deputies. Lee claimed to have had access to phones, the internet, and a Facebook account while working at one of the county's impound lots. Lee eventually left the jail to live in the sheriff's armory, where he hosted a birthday party where guests drank alcohol and ate filet mignon and had sex with a female visitor. Isn't it incredible that an inmate would throw a party at the sheriff's office? Post your thoughts about it in the comments section. Lee claimed that while he was in Chesterfield, he was able to visit his wife and child in Mount Pleasant by private jet from Charleston. Lee also testified that a deputy in a marked sheriff's car took him and another prisoner to Florence, South Carolina, so they could have lunch with a female friend. By working at Parker's house, attending church with Parker, and giving Parker's daughter presents, Lee described how he got to know Parker very well. Parker was convicted in 2014 of 5 counts of official misconduct, 2 counts of providing prisoners with contraband, and 1 count of embezzlement. He received a 2-year prison sentence with the possibility of release. The former sheriff broke down in tears as the judge was about to sentence Parker, expressing regret to his family, friends, and the residents of Chesterfield County. Parker expressed regret to his family for embarrassing them and to his fellow police officers following the verdict. Miller confessed to the crime and guided the police to Hope Melton's body after being questioned by Sheriff Sam Parker, as I previously stated. Miller was facing the death penalty, but prosecutors were unable to pursue it due to the sheriff's actions. In actuality, the sheriff assured Miller during the interrogation that he would not be executed if he confessed to the crime and told Hope Melton what had happened. Making such a promise to a suspect was beyond the sheriff's authority. Miller confessed to the crime because he trusted the sheriff. Sheriff Parker jeopardized the case by doing this. Former Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker seriously jeopardized the case, according to a statement from Solicitor Dan Johnson. Johnson claimed that Miller's confession was obtained by Sheriff Parker under the false pretense that he would not pursue the death penalty. Johnson stated in the release that all statements made in reliance on Sam Parker's promise of leniency, which was used to coerce Nicholas Miller's confession, would be appropriately suppressed at a trial in this case due to Parker's egregious misconduct. Nicholas Miller, age 26, entered a guilty plea to all charges in March 2015. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. The former sheriff, who had been found guilty of corruption the previous year and had seriously jeopardized the case, infuriated Hope Melton's family. Elizabeth, Hope's mother, expressed their disappointment, saying they had hoped Miller would be executed. According to the family, they have yet to receive an apology from Parker. They will continue to fight for justice and preserve Hope Melton's legacy in the interim. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.